Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wantage Road, the Metro Bank One-Day Cup fixture between the Northants Steelbacks and the Sussex Sharks. Sussex Sharks won the toss and elected to bat earlier this morning. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined currently by Phil Rowe. Phil, hope you've enjoyed your holiday. Welcome back to the box.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. It's nice to be back.
And also Mel Farrell will be with us throughout the course of the day as well. So to run you through the teams, we'll go to Sussex first as the openers make their way out to the middle. Tom Alsop will open with Tom Haines. Cheteswa Pujara at 3, James Coles, Tom Clark, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Carter, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe, Ari Cavellas and Brad Curry. Northamptonshire, Prithvi Shaw and Emilio Gay will open the batting. Ricardo Vasconcelos at 3, Sam Whiteman, Luke Proctor, Rob Keough, Lewis McManus, captain and wicket-keeper, Tom Taylor, Justin Broad, Simon Kerrigan and Jack White. So a couple of changes from the last set of fixtures for Northamptonshire. Justin Broad in for Ben Sanderson. He injured his wrist whilst batting, and Simon Kerrigan plays for the first time in nearly a year in replace of Freddie Heldrick. And then for Sussex, the injured Stephen Finn is replaced by Ari Cavellas. Tom Taylor, the man of the moment down at Cheltenham on Friday, is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end. Enjoy Tom Taylor's exploits on Friday?
Impressive striking, wasn't it? Really impressive.
And that's Tom Alsop off the mark straight away, tucked into the leg side.
Yeah, the stream's fantastic, isn't it? You can just tune in any time, any 10 minutes you've got spare. Pop it up on YouTube and you're there with the best seat in the house as well.
It's not a bad view. It's not a bad view. Tom Haines, captain of Sussex, just getting ready to face his first ball of the morning. 2 slips in place with captain Lewis McManus, and that's left well alone. Quite carry there.
Yeah, it was a bit low, wasn't it? And that's what Haines is indicating to Alsop. It kept a little bit low. It's an interesting choice to bat first. So obviously with the weather that's been around, you would imagine that the wicket's been under cover a lot, and there could be some movement when the ball is hard. So to bat first, it probably means they think it's going to get lower, slower, and perhaps grip a wee bit later on.
It's gone up. It's fallen short of Justin Broad, who's down at deep third. Looked like that's quite a long way short of him there. But Tom Haines gets himself off the mark then, with a single down to deep third.
Yeah, so there'll be some research gone into the two batters. Sussex are not a team that Northants play very frequently, but he's over and round, isn't he? Tom Taylor, who's over early, now he's going around the wicket, both left-handed openers. Looking to bowl pretty straight.
A little bit of shape away there off the pitch, wasn't there, for Tom Taylor? I guess it becomes a little bit easier to set plans when you've got 2 left-handers at the top of the order for Northants.
In terms of our bowling plans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, early on it's going to be pretty standard in 50-over cricket, not too funky. The ball won't be hard for too long. Looking to exploit any early movement. We've got 2 catches in. It'll be top of off, top of fourth, thereabouts. No width, really. And conversely, from the batting point of view, you're looking for something on your pads as a left-hander. You're going to tuck that away nicely. And any width, you're looking to put your hands through, really.
It's left well alone with just a little bit of shape through to wicket-keeper McManus.
I can't see 2 slips staying in too long here, Dan. Looking at that, it's quite a low carry. It'll be interesting to see how long Emilio Gay stays in at second. Tom Taylor's an interesting bowler, a very good line bowler, can vary his pace very well in the middle and at the death. and he does bowl a change-up, an extra pace bouncer, which is 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker than his normal delivery when he does bang it in halfway. It's a decent start from Tom Taylor there. He's obviously a man full of confidence at the moment.
Yeah, a decent bit of form for Tom Taylor. I'm sure we'll talk more about that ridiculous innings down at Cheltenham as the day goes on. Jack White then will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, which is pretty much his end, isn't it, here at Wantage Road. And a guy that's been in great form through the county championship so far this season. Should probably have a few more wickets to his name than what he has got, but he will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning with Tom Haines on strike.
He just gets better and better, Jack White. He's a late comer, as you know, as people now know, late into the professional game. So not many miles on the clock, and he's just every year he seems to just grow in his skills and in his consistency. He's a fine all-round opening bowler now in many formats, and he picks up wickets. He gets people out at the top of the order.
Absolute jaffer
With
from Jack White.
like that.
Just as you said, Phil, about getting people out at the top of the order, Jack White serves up an absolute beauty for Tom Haines.
Let's look at it on the replay. It looked a good one, didn't it? Ooh.
Just moved away from him there, hasn't it?
It did. He's looking to get down the wicket a little bit, wasn't he? Looking to get to the pitch of the ball, or closer to the pitch of the ball, to negate any movement, but there was enough movement there to beat the edge. Too much.
That's down the leg side. It's just short of the man on the 45. It wasn't far away, was it, from carrying to Tom Taylor? That would have been a little bit more of a burgle from Jack White than that ball before, but Tom Haines survives. He would have thought that was a bit of a gift there, wouldn't he, from Jack White?
He would, yeah. It's one of those, as an opening batter, you kind of knock it off your hip, don't you, and you expect it to run down to fine leg, and obviously the man is in the circle. It nearly carried to Tom Taylor. It was a good stop on the half volley, not a chance. But yeah, his heart would have been in his mouth there for a while. Just finding it not easy to time the ball. That one just sort of stayed on the wicket a little bit. He was through his shot a wee bit early, as you would expect with the, as I said earlier, with the weather we've had around the place. The wicket it's not going to fly onto the middle of the bat. Certainly not early on. So for these two, yes, they'll want to take advantage of any width, but they've got to be mindful that they've got to get themselves in before they become too expansive.
Just the single there for Tom Haines. Tucked into the leg side. Yeah, it's been a consistent theme throughout the course of the year at Wantage Road about players kind of either batting outside of their crease or advancing down the ground. I think it'd be fair to say that the Northamptonshire seam attack isn't the quickest on the county circuit, so an attempt to generate a little bit more pace on the ball than what maybe is on offer from the bowlers in the first instance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking to take margin away from the bowler, take their comfort zone, their length away. That's so typical Jack White there. Very elaborate bit of fielding. I hope he hasn't hurt himself there. He's holding his knee. Threw himself wholeheartedly to stop any chance of a single into the leg side. If he'd looked up, then he'd have seen Prithvi Shaw was right behind him. But yeah, a good first over from Jack White. One past the outside edge. It's a nice start with the ball from Northants. He's holding that knee again. I hope he hasn't done himself any damage there, because with no Sanderson in the team, that's the last thing Northants need, is White to go down injured. There we go. That's a bit of cricket that I like in particular. Top of off, lovely forward defensive, rolls up to mid-off, no run. That's cricket I recognise, Dan, right there.
Proper cricket. How much...
That'll bring the crowds back.
I was going to say, list A cricket and 50-over cricket must have changed quite a lot, hasn't it, during your kind of time and tenure at Wantage Road?
Somewhat. it can be quite formulaic, 50 over cricket. We'll talk more about that as the game goes on, I'm sure. Nice shot. But you know, there's some kind of how do you win a 50 over game probably hasn't changed significantly, I'd say. We had, for now I stumbled across a friend of mine kindly sent me a group table from 2016, and we won the North group in that year, so it was very good of them to send that through. I don't always get such kind messages from my friends, but that was a nice one. And we topped the group in that year, and our mantra was really about taking wickets with the ball throughout the innings. That's what we tried to do.
Good bouncer
There we go.
Tom Taylor. Very good delivery, wasn't it?
I mean, what was great about that was the line, wasn't it? The line was right over middle stump, and thought about playing and then avoided. He avoided it well at the end, but he bowls a quicker bouncer. Oh, that's well played.
Yeah, it's just followed Tom Haines slightly there, hasn't it? And she said he's kept his eye on it the whole way through and swayed out the way of it at the very last moment.
I think that's the key. Any youngsters, keep watching the ball.
Nicely played from Tom Haines. Cut away, past backward point. And that's going to be the first boundary of the day. Sussex moved to 7. Good shot by Tom Haines.
Yeah, he timed that beautifully, didn't he? I was saying earlier, it's not an easy pitch to get in on, but that was a beautiful shot. Little bit of width, waited for it, hit it square of the wicket, powerfully climbed into that. And that's what, you know, that'll be what they'll have talked about is play tight to your off stump, any width, put your hands through it. And that's what he did. He got one to score off and did so.
A great comeback from
gracious.
Tom Taylor. We need to have a replay of that one. Just looks like it's just started to square Tom Haines up there slightly. Maybe looking for that width that was on offer from the ball before.
Oh,
it's gone over off stump. What a delivery from Tom Taylor. Great reply.
See, that should just be given out. Just for great bowling.
Taller stumps. It's a batter's game, Phil.
It is a batter's game. That was a beautiful delivery.
It's another one added to the score. Exciting player, Tom Haines. I don't know whether you've had the opportunity to watch much of him. I know Sussex fans are very excited by him. He was another one of those kind of county championship openers, wasn't he, that was in discussion of will he, won't he get an England shout. I think he got a Lions gig at some point during the winter. Started the year, was it this year or last year that he started the year with quite a big injury recovery, so missed the start of the season, but averages 40 in this competition.
Well, that, you know, as an opening batter, that's a good number, isn't it? I don't know, he's highly thought of down there. As I said earlier, it's not a team that we've played frequently, so I haven't seen a lot of him, but I have seen his scores. And you know, his currency is runs, isn't it? Top order batter. It's not about promise really, it's about runs, isn't it? And that's what he brings. Have you come across him in your club cricket career?
He's slightly better than me, Phil.
You say that, Dan.
I'm aware of the club that he plays at up at Horsham, but our paths, for quite obvious reasons, have never crossed. But yeah, a highly thought of player down at Hove, and someone that's really good to watch as well.
Is he a young captain, would you say? Is that part of their strategy to retain him, do you think? Giving him the armband and building the batting lineup around him somewhat? Well played.
Quite possibly. I mean, he's been captain for a little while down there, hasn't he? He's only 24 now.
Well, that's yeah, he was appointed quite young, wasn't he?
Yeah, born and raised in Crawley and played all of his cricket at Horsham, and then educated at Hurstpierpoint College, one of the big schools down in Sussex as well. So he'll be as kind of as Sussex as you can get in terms of their squad. So I think it is a case of invest in a player that they see a bright future for.
Is he more Sussex than you? How does that work?
I think, well, I've spent my year up at Northampton, so...
You're going to have a Sussex off?
As I say, I think he's winning.
How would that work? What would be involved in that? What are the Sussex things that would make you more or less Sussex?
It's a great question.
Is it?
Phil, it's one that I've never been asked. It's one that I've never been asked before, so I think I might struggle to come up with a response. But I think I'd have to concede to Tom and suggest that he'd probably beat me.
He's got the armband. He's captain of the county club, so that's a start, isn't it?
I'd say that gives him a point for starters.
Jumping off the pier or something? Don't know.
Nicely bowled from Jack White, and a nice shot from Tom Alsop off the back foot. Yeah, I don't think you want to go jumping off the pier that regularly down on the south coast.
Bit chilly.
Yeah, it's not quite tropical tropical seas in the English Channel.
Whenever we played at Hove, we would stay in Brighton and just walk along in the morning, grab a coffee from one of the beach cafes and walk up, and yeah, life got pretty good down there. It's a nice place to be, isn't it?
Oh, cracking delivery from Jack White. Just come back in towards Tom Alsop, and the Sussex openers flashed at that one through to the gloves of McManus.
Seemed to bounce a bit, that.
It's a great delivery, isn't it? Great shape from Jack White.
You know, if I'm being ultra harsh, which I think I'm going to be.
Hey, I mean, if Tom Haines is the king of Sussex, I think there's a fair argument that Phil Rowe might be the chairperson of Northamptonshire.
Queen of Northants. I think we just need to be a little bit braver with our length, just a little bit fuller. So we've gone past 3-4 times now, I think.
Yep.
2 inside, 2 outside. And yes, there have been great deliveries, don't get me wrong, high quality bowling. But to get the nick, maybe another 10 inches fuller, which risks the drive. But that's the length you probably need to hit. There's more movement here. The more movement there is, the fuller you need to be. Because the ball needs to catch the edge of the bat. That's done.
Certainly does.
Oh, I'll be asking questions later.
I'm taking notes, don't you worry. Tom Taylor. Nice shot from Tom Haines.
So it's almost that last ball was kind of almost half volley. It's not quite. That's more the length you need to bowl when there's extravagant movement on offer. And it's, you know, that's experience. And also bowlers often have a natural length that they want to bang away at. And that's what they train. That's got a red ball length, the top of off. And sometimes the conditions are such that you just need to be one side or the other of that. And that's what the more skillful bowlers, read early on, and then they can execute.
That's a bit fuller, isn't it, from Tom Taylor, width on offer
downside
as well.
And that's the downside, yeah.
Tom Haines carves him away through point and picks up another boundary. Stream at Wantage Road for Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. You can, of course, get in contact with us throughout the course of the day, either on Twitter at NorthantsCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Both Steelbacks and Sharks fans are welcome to get involved. Send us your thoughts, your comments, questions throughout the course of the day, and just give us something to chat about, won't it?
I would much rather see, though, a drive ball than a sort of a banged in ball pulled for 4, because with the ball and the movement we've seen, the ball as new as it is, we've got 2 catches in, they're there for a reason, 2 slips in. We want players driving, really. So yeah, it was an error, but it's forgivable.
Shorter comeback, and that's
hit him hard. That's hit him hard.
Very flush, isn't it? Hopefully he's okay. There'll obviously be a check for concussion there. That looked pretty uncomfortable, didn't it, Phil?
It did. It was the way he stood very, very still immediately after, and you just thought he's just given himself a few seconds there to clear the head.
In terms of a bowling thing, a good comeback from Tom Taylor, having just been driven the ball before.
Yeah, it was on the money, wasn't it? I mean, no one likes to see a player get hit in the head at all. Please don't get me wrong, but in terms of directing a bouncer, that is where you want to be directing it.
Yeah. So the short ball, what we were speaking about from Tom Taylor a couple of overs ago, was played so well, kept his eye on it the whole way, swayed out of it right at the last minute. That one there, just looked like he turned his head on it slightly early, didn't he? And just lost it a little bit.
There will be exceptions to this comment. I know there will, but they are the exception. Is whenever you see someone get hit at any level, I would say 90 times half the ball. If you keep watching the ball, your ability to make that last split-second movement to avoid the ball is incredible. The things you can get out of the way of if you keep watching it. Once you close your eyes, turn your head, you know, it's 50-50 at best, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that did hit him hard. I hope he's okay. And the ball kind of just dropped down. It was a strong noise, wasn't it? Even up here, it wasn't a deflection. It was a fully fledged hit. So he'll be going through the concussion protocol now with one of the Sussex medical team. They'll be asking him some questions. It's possible that he might have to have a concussion test and go. If the physio, then the next stage will be get him off the field. He'll go through a concussion protocol, which will involve him answering some questions that he will have answered before, and they will test his answers against the basis for his score.
Yeah, just get rid of some of these kind of common misconceptions when it comes to these concussions tests, because I think a lot of people kind of think, oh, can you just do the alphabet backwards and who's the current president and all those kind of things?
Yeah.
It's not, is it?
No, it's not.
It's as you say, you're kind of quizzed on a random day, and then you're asked to answer those exact questions.
That's right.
What kind of do you have any kind of recollection of what those questions would have been?
I don't know. I don't specifically know, but I think they're kind of very simple questions, really, and it's a bit about your speed of answering and recollection, that kind of thing. You know, these haven't been made up by the chief exec. These are medically proven to be good indicators of onset of concussion, and of course, every week, almost certainly every season, in cricket we know more about concussion as the experts know more about it, and concussion can come late. You know, it can. They call it delayed concussion. That's the one to look out for. So the Sussex medical team will be aware of that, of course, and they'll be keeping a very close eye on. Was it Alsop that it hit?
Haines.
That was Haines, wasn't
Haines,
it?
yeah.
They'll be keeping a close eye on him over the coming days as well, checking in with him. But he's passed stage 1, so on he goes. New helmet, as is part of the protocol as well. Any youngsters listening, and parents in particular, if your son or daughter does take a solid blow on the helmet, then pretty much that helmet is cooked and needs replacing. So apologies for that, but Christmas is coming. Try not to get hit, youngsters. You're going to cost your parents a fortune. Get up on the floor, well fielded.
Well fielded. Oh, close that, wasn't it, from Jack White? I don't know whether Tom Alsop would have been struggling, but good news is for Sussex fans, Tom Haines has been cleared and is okay to continue after that pretty strong bouncer from Tom Taylor. So we get a replay of it there from producer George.
Yeah, it's not nice. In the game, someone gets, yeah, it came straight back down the wicket. The ball came literally straight back down the wicket to the bowler, which tells you about the amount of impact that the helmet had to absorb there. That's well bowled.
Yeah, just looks like he has just pushed his length a little bit fuller here, hasn't he, Tom Taylor? Obviously taking the advice of yourself on board.
It's as I was saying earlier about natural lengths. You know, people might think, well, a professional bowler should be able to hit any length. I wouldn't necessarily argue with that, but bowlers will have their natural length. You know, when they bowl with their eyes closed, 6 balls, and they're not trying to hit a length, you will find out pretty quickly whether their natural length is fuller or shorter than the norm.
Another single chance for a run out. Vasconcelos misses. It just had one stump to aim at, didn't it? It was a hard chance. Sussex, I think, taking on board the fact that it's just scored the 15 runs off the 5 overs. Just looking to up the run rate slightly with those quicker singles.
That wasn't a good run, I don't think. Was he home? I
think it would have been very close.
Tight, yeah, it wasn't a good single.
I think it would have been very close.
It was a good reaction from Vasconcelos at mid-on. Doesn't find himself at mid-on particularly frequently, but he reacted well, got around the ball, one-handed pick-up, threw off balance, and yeah, it would have been a 50-50 call had it hit.
Absolutely. And I'm delighted to say, Phil, that we're joined by Mel Farrell for the day as well. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, gents. Lovely to meet you both for the first time today.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, great delivery from Jack White. Invites the drive. Play and miss from Tom Alsop. Feels like there could be a nick coming here for Northamptonshire. It's just tailed back in, isn't it? Has that been the inside edge?
Yeah, I think it did him on the inside. I'm squinting into our screen. It's famed Northamptonshire sunshine makes viewing difficult.
Well, after all the rain that's been around the country for the past few days, I'm very, very happy to see the sun.
Have you brought it in with you, Mel?
I have.
Excellent. You can stay. That's a good shot.
Tucked into the leg side from Alsop. It's going to be a chase on down towards the boundary. Very well fielded in the end. Round of applause goes round the ground. 3 added to the score. Lovely shot. Nice timing from Tom Alsop there as well.
That's a proper cricket shot, that, isn't it? Back of a length ball. Transferred his weight onto the back foot and punched it. That was a great bit of fielding on the boundary. Was that Justin Broad, did you say?
I think it was, yeah.
Full length of. He's a very good addition to the fielding unit, Justin Broad.
And considering all the rain that we had yesterday, that outfield looked quick as well down towards the Jackson Grundy stand as well, didn't it? Drive out. Tom Haines goes for 13. Couple of deliveries after that strong bouncer from Tom Taylor. A bit of a soft shot from Tom Haines, and that is the first wicket to fall today. Sussex Sharks 18 for 1. Tom Haines goes for 13. Bowled Jack White. Just caught a point there.
It was the right side of a good length, wasn't it? That's what we talked about earlier, getting the batter driving. As he left the arena, Haines had a little look back at the wicket as though it sort of stayed on the pitch a wee bit. Yeah, well, as I said at the very beginning, it's a wicket that's been undercover and there's been a lot of rain around. He perhaps wants to, in another life, he lets that ball come in, plays it square of the wicket or even leaves it, but decided to try and take it on top of the bounce. The ball slightly held, perhaps off the seam, perhaps a little bit off the wicket, and it was a comfortable catch to point. But in some ways, you know, just thinking about the health of the player, he can now get some proper attention, because that was a nasty blow.
And you sort of wonder too whether it might have had a bit more of an effect. I know that he passed the concussion test, but it can still rattle players, can't it, when they get hit like that?
Yeah.
You played a beautiful shot before, but I've just been so impressed early on by Taylor and White. They've kept things so tight. We've seen diving in the outfield, some really good fielding in there as well. And they've been right on top of it. It was interesting that Sussex won the toss, elected to bat, but the Steelbacks saying that they would have bowled if they'd won the toss as well. So they both got what they wanted.
Yeah.
It's been really good from the Steelbacks early on.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mel. I was slightly surprised to see Sussex opt to bat first on this one. We'll see how it turns out when both teams have batted. But yeah, I would have wanted my bowlers to have first use of this pitch, to be honest, with the weather that we've had around.
Yeah, well, here is the main man for Sussex, absolute Rolls Royce in this competition, Cheteshwar Pujara at 3. He scored 624 runs last year in this competition, an average of 90. Indian international. I don't really think he needed an introduction from me, Phil, but
it's a good one though.
He's at 3, still 2 slips in, and can this boy play?
Just hold. This is when he played for Notts in the Champa. We always talked about don't get too straight at him, just bowl channel.
Oh, great delivery from Jack White first up.
Or straight.
What do you know, Phil?
No respect, is there? No respect. Who cares how many matches he's played for India? I love actually the fact that we've come here today and we're seeing Prithvi Shaw and Cheteshwar Pujara in one game. I think there are about 5 Indian players around the traps on the county circuit at the moment. So great opportunity. One of the things I love about domestic cricket here is being able to see so many players from different country, good quality players as well.
That's the line. There, just live there, Jack White. That's where you want to be living to this guy. He just feels, you know, obviously he is a world-class player, kind of goes without saying. But if there is an area you want to be bowling, particularly early on, it's just get him feeling the ball there. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, nice bit of a way shape from Jack White as well. Can't believe Pujara would have faced Jack White that often. It may well have been the first 2 balls that Pujara has ever seen from Jack White, those last couple.
And I can kind of guarantee that Jack White won't know a lot about Pujara. He doesn't study. He's not a student of the game, Dan. He's unencumbered by any worries about reputation. Who's this guy?
Oh,
3 absolute jaffers from Jack White. He picks up the wicket of Tom Haines in that over and then bowls 3 crackers to Pujara to welcome him to Wantage Road. Round of applause for Jack White. Sussex, after 6, are 18 for 1.
That's just high class over, wasn't it? You know, that gets a lot of people out. Any of those 3 balls really to Pujara, 1 nip back and the other 2 away. Everything there or thereabouts. He's got his length right. He's a little bit fuller now. And yeah, as I said before the game started, every season that goes by, Jack White gets better and better. It's a shame that he came into the game as late as he did, but at least he came into the game. He wasn't lost.
Tom Taylor then to continue. That's a bit straighter. Looking for a single, but that man Jack White just lurking around the corner keeps it down to a dot ball. You had quite a big part to play in bringing Jack White into the game as well, didn't you?
Most of the time in the Lake District. I think he did sort of outward bound stuff, and I don't think it's called scouting, but looking after groups and things like that, and that was his life, and skiing in the winters, and he's very much an outdoors guy and didn't really see professional cricket as his future. I mean, I'll make that up because he never really answered the phone to me, Dan, to be honest. So I can only imagine that's what he would have said.
To be fair, he probably didn't get much signal up the top of Kinder Scout and Scarfell Pike and places like that.
2 sorts of reception. There's the mobile reception and then there's the between the ears reception. Neither were switched on, I think, Dan. But yeah, I'll come back to that because our paths did subsequently cross. We had a scout up in, I think it was in Cheshire, Pete something, it'll come to me. Sorry if you're listening, Pete. If you are, please message me with your surname. But Pete, our scout up in Cheshire area, said, this guy, I've got this young all-rounder, he's a bit raw, but you want to have a look at him. We got him down, and I was very excited by him. And you know, wouldn't say I necessarily saw a first-class cricketer straight off the bat. I couldn't say that, but he was someone I wanted to see more of. That wasn't where he saw his future. But years later, ...
Short from Tom Taylor, nicely pulled away from Alsop. Sam Whiteman, in his, well, I think he spent most of his summer down on that boundary in front of the football stand at Wantage Road.
I'll name that stand after him. So a few years later, we're on the balcony watching a game. A young Benny Duckett said to me, "Ro, do you know these guys in the grey cricket have had great years? The best bowler and the best batter in grey cricket, both English guys. Do you know them?" And I said, "Well, who was it?" And he said, "Well, there's a guy called Ollie Pope." I said, "I think he's at Surrey, so he's taking care of who's the bowler." And he said, "A guy called Jack White. Do you know him?" So I thought, "I do know a Jack White, yeah." And basically, from
quick single, chance for a run out.
Get on the floor. Well done. From there on, I think he was at Parramatta. I think Jack White played his club cricket at Parramatta, which is where Ben Duckett had been stationed for a year. And Ben put me in touch with their coach, and Jack was still out of the country as he would be. And yeah, he came back and said, "Yeah, I'd like to give it a go. I've found that I can play this game. Really enjoyed playing in Australia, and I want to give it a go." So that was the beginning of what has turned out to be a really good career for Jack. So yeah, I'd say anyone would have done the same thing, but it's nice to have played a little part in getting him to Northants.
They certainly bowled incredibly well today. It's just been an impressive all-round effort. There's been no sloppiness. We've seen a few shies at the stumps that haven't hit, but it's also kept the pressure on. There have been no real easy singles either. And just to be 20 for 1 at this point after 7 overs, that is absolutely outstanding by the home side.
We look like a cricket team, don't we? That's you know, it's kind of one of my throwaway things. But you either look like a cricket team or you don't. You know, I don't have any grey in this. Okay, and we look like a cricket team now, and it's good to see.
Yeah, it's not been the best year for the Steelbacks in Northamptonshire, has it? currently bottom of the county championship in Division 1. And
that's a good run.
yeah, quick single for Pujara, but Sam Whiteman in there doing the fielding this time. Yeah, currently bottom of Division 1 in the county championship, and a fair the other competition going on at the moment. I don't know whether we're allowed to call it. I've got no idea what the politics are with regards to it. The 100 there, I said it, sue me.
I've heard of
obviously
it.
lost Dave Williams, safe save. But
Yeah.
other than that,
Yeah.
the squad remains fairly unchanged,
Yeah.
similar to Sussex.
I think as a coaching unit, you know, some counties will look at this competition and need it like a hole in the head. And because of the other competition, obviously, Northants is not one of those. Northants, I would imagine, I haven't spoken to John for a while, but we'll look at this and say, this is what we need. This is a reset. You know, it's a whole different competition. Yes, we've lost a couple, but we can bring a couple in, blood some, and we go again with a clean slate. It's just kind of what you need. Catch.
Oh, gone.
Lovely.
Jack White picks up his second wicket.
Thoroughly deserved, wasn't it?
Good catch by Emilio Gay in the slip cordon. Jack White has 2. Both openers, Tom Alsop has to go for 6.
Thoroughly deserved by Jack White. You know, he's been there or thereabouts throughout his spell, and just as just a little bit Fuller invited the drive, just offered away enough to catch the edge, not too much. You know, that fuller length, if the movement is from a fuller length, it hasn't moved too much by the time it reaches the bat. The full swing of the bat, so the carry was no problem. Nicely caught by Emilio Gay, he's turned himself into a good slip catcher, hasn't he? Very little movement. That's what you see from the good slip catchers. You don't see sort of rushed movement, very little movement. Try and catch it in slow motion almost. What a great start.
Well, figures of 2 for 6 off 3.5 overs really does reflect how well he's bowled as well, because there have been so many jaffers. I could almost forgive myself for movies. Watching a screening of the new Barbie film, perhaps. There's jaffers everywhere.
Tell me more about that, Mel. I mean, there are jaffers in the Barbie. Tell me more. I don't know. What?
I don't know. It's a type of. Didn't you have them? No, you have Jaffa cakes.
Yeah, Jaffa
here,
cakes.
don't you?
Yeah.
Oh no, in Australia, Jaffas are. I don't know. They're a bit like a Malteser. They're a round, chocolate-covered little ball.
Okay.
And you always have them at movies.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah, that's what they are. So that's what you always have Jaffas at the movies.
Okay.
I did not know what a Jaffa cake was until I came to this country.
Okay.
But I bet you're glad you do now.
I'm not really a cake person.
But is it a biscuit though, Mal?
Oh, this is,
Wow.
well, what have you opened up now? Gee whiz. Told you not to go there with the hot cake biscuit. Talked about this, Dan.
Well, that's the thing about cricket, isn't it? Everyone's always bringing out cakes. I'm not really much of a cake person. But what I am is a fan of this man after seeing him for the first time today. White has been absolute joy to watch.
Just loves bowling. He's found a love for bowling.
Yeah. He has an interesting run-up. It's the sort of run-up that looks like it's hard to get into. It's like he's just winding up a bit and then sort of gets in there. But it looks like it's a real effort from the top of the mark until he gets a few paces in.
There was a lovely comment about Angus Fraser, and they said he's running in like his braces are caught in the sight screen. And it does look like he's got a bungee cord, doesn't it, that he's pulling along and he's trying to get to the crease.
Well, something of that, but the end result has been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, this bit here, the wrist bit, is high quality.
Big buzz, isn't there, around the ground amongst the Steelbacks players. I don't know whether you can just see Prithvi Shaw at first slip there. Bearing in mind it's the 6th of August on this balmy summer that we're having in the UK. He's stood there shaking hand warmers at first slip because it's about 15 degrees, which is clearly Baltic for Prithvi. And one absolute peach of a delivery to finish Jack White's 4th over. He's got 2 for 6.
Did you try to whip that?
I think he has in this opening spell against Sussex.
Oh.
Wow, get yourself in, lad.
Jack White's on fire.
He certainly is. Just every ball, the consistency of Jaffers, you might want to say, is absolutely outstanding. Just enough movement, just enough making them play, but proving really lethal around those edges.
He's getting a ripple, isn't he? That's another chocolate product, but a ripple of applause rather than that very nice chocolate bar. Down at third man, Craig Harvey's having a word with him, and he's probably saying, "Thanks, Craig. That's a nice deck for me to have a bowl on. Thank you." Craig Harvey, the head groundsman here at Northants, having a chat with Jack White.
Well, Pujara is known as a very watchful batter in any circumstance, but just decides to have a little bit of a look at Coles in his first over.
Yeah, with 21 for 2 after 8 overs. Although they haven't had an electric start, the Sharks, they'll possibly be thinking about a little bit of a rebuild here, won't they?
Well, Pujara's the ideal man, isn't he? He's not going to give it away, that's for sure. There was a big shot by Coles, wasn't it, in the previous over, the last ball of the over from Jack White. That's the modern way, I guess. Yeah, he's going to say, if it's in my area, that's the shot I play. I play the pick-up from length through the leg side, and if it's 20 for 2 or 100 for 1, I'm still going to try and play that shot. There's something to be said for that. You have to score, but you also have to get yourself in. I think it's a pitch where you do need to give yourself a few to get used to the bounce and the movement that's on offer today. Well played.
There's some good bounce in this track as well. There's a few of them proving just to leap up nicely. Good carry through to the keeper.
Wonder whether that might have been a little bit of a surprise. If with the weather that obviously we've spoken about so much over the course of yesterday, if it was anything like it was down south, it's rained all day at Northamptonshire, and Phil's nodding his head to confirm. So maybe it has just got a little bit more life in it than what everybody thought.
Again, just played watchfully by Pujara. Yes, there's going to have to be a bit of a rebuild. At some point, you imagine they might want to start to open up the scoring a little bit. Clouds have just come across now. There's still patches of blue sky here, but just a little bit darker than it was earlier. I told you I brought the sunshine. I hope I haven't sent it away. I'm doing my best. Oh, Taylor with another good ball. Whistles past the bat.
Just a little walk down the wicket there, Pujara, which is un-Pujara-like. Just trying to interfere with the length. It's respect. You know, there's kind of respect for the bowler there. It's a little shimmy, but it was a great bit of bowling again. Just smashing that length. A little bit of movement.
I'm just trying to think if there's been a single bad delivery so far. I'm struggling. There's been one, has there? That's about it. It's just been almost perfect by this opening pair. Again, just watchfully played, but every single delivery, that's a maiden from Taylor. So 21 for 2 remains the score. Cole's yet to score. Pujara, just a 2. So this opening pair have just been relentless. Basically, there has been no let up. You can see those few dark clouds now. Bit of a dramatic backdrop here in Northampton. It's only my second time to this ground.
Is it?
I haven't been here for many years.
Okay, when were you last here?
Well, it was several years ago. It was for a women's international. It was an Ashes international.
Okay.
And I have to say, it looks completely different to how I remember it.
Better?
Well, just different. I don't know.
You meant to say yes.
Yeah, oh, yes. No, I mean yes. Yes. Lovely.
Better?
No,
Yes,
it's lovely ground. Or up in the air, but safe. And that is going to be a much-needed boundary, a rare one. Is that the second boundary of the day, perhaps.
It is, I think that's right.
Yeah, second boundary of the day. So they haven't come along very often, but that was nicely clipped away through mid-wicket. There we go. Rare loose delivery too.
Yeah, it was a bit too full, wasn't it? Too full, a bit too straight. No dramas. There's change in the field, so square leg goes out to the boundary and fine leg comes into the circle. But yeah, that was a rare loose. It was easily the poorest ball that that Jack White has bowled, and credit for Coles for getting stuck into it. Oh.
Well, it's a good response from White. He didn't like being crunched for 4, so he goes back to bowling peaches again.
Oh. Jeepers creep. You see where that ball was taken?
Yeah.
The ball was taken well outside the width of the wicket down the leg side. That's how sharply the ball moved off the pitch. And there's quite a lot of movement after the bat as well. They're hitting the seam, it's standing up and wobbling through to the keeper. Get in, well fielded.
Yeah, so far everything does suggest that Northamptonshire's opinion of bowling first on this pitch was potentially the better option to choose. Obviously it's a long old day, isn't it, the one-day cup, so plenty of time for this to settle down and change, and maybe Sussex saw something in it where we get through the first 10 and it kind of comes back into our court slightly, but at the moment it's all Northamptonshire. And I mean, Tom Taylor's filled some pretty big shoes of Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end this morning, and well, a guy full of confidence after Friday's performance isn't, I guess, the worst bloke to replace Ben Sanderson.
No, it's yeah, that's the thing as an all-rounder, isn't it? If you're batting well, it kind of gives confidence to your bowling, and vice versa. I'm just wondering now, Jack White, this is his 5th over, isn't it? It's what Sanderson has done previously when Sanderson's been in the team. He has bowled all 10 at some stages, and I'm wondering how long you keep these two going, because they do look like taking wickets still, like this. But leave him on. That's what I'm thinking as a captain. I put my money on the table. I'm saying at least one more over from each of these guys. Let's get people out before they get in.
Well, if you can winkle out another wicket and have them 3 down or even 4 down, why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, what I do love about 50 over cricket is you still have time. You can still have rebuilds. That innings can develop in very different ways. I mean, it looked like Northants were going to absolutely crumble against Gloucester when I was watching the other day. It's done well to get that away. It was another challenging length and line. But they looked like they were all done. Brilliant partnership down the end, Tom Taylor.
And that man Jack White again.
Yeah, the two of them. It was pretty impressive. A record, I believe, for Northants for that 9th wicket, wasn't it?
I don't know for certain, but I'd imagine.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like you're going to get your wish fulfilled either. It looks like Luke Proctor's going to replace Tom Taylor from the David Capel end this morning.
Yeah, or maybe possibly that would be now there's a conversation here between McManus and White. I would keep him going, as I've said. With Taylor, he can bowl. He's perhaps got more ability to bowl at different times than Jack has, so I'd be rolling out as many as I can get out of Jack right now. As Mel was saying, you know, we snip out 1 more, maybe 2 more, and then they're really up against it, Sussex. So this is your best chance of getting these people out.
Well, that's just nicely clipped away.
Oh, that's terrible running.
Yeah, considered the second, but
wow. Pujara is a poor runner. There we go. I'm going to get off the fence. He's just a poor runner. He really is. And there's 2 there every day. I think I might have got 2 there.
Well, they could use every run that they can get at the moment. 28 for 2.
He's a good guy to have in at this stage, isn't he, Pujara? If you go around world cricket, who do you want in when you've lost a couple and it's nipping around? Oh, second slip catches that.
was rather streaky, but it's managed to go all the way for 4. Just a good diving attempt by White. I think it is right down there below us.
Yeah, the second slip has come out with the change of bowling, and it's easy to be wise after the event, isn't it? But I said earlier on, Dan, when you asked about my time with the 50 overs comp, wickets was our thing with the ball. Wickets, wickets, wickets. We'll keep the extra fielder in, we'll squeeze as much as we can. Because in 50 over cricket, sometimes it's the only thing that can stop the run rate is wickets. It's good to see Proc back to his full fitness. I'm a big fan of Luke Proctor as a cricketer, and I think his bowling in particular is underrated. No one's going to be surprised to hear me say that. That's my comment about Luke Proctor. But he's quicker than you think. He hurries on, and doesn't bowl many poor deliveries. That's a great shot.
Just leaned into that drive.
Wow.
Absolutely glorious on drive. 3rd boundary of the innings, and then by far the loveliest shot.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of this guy, Dan. He's got some game, hasn't he? He wants to hit the ball.
Well, there are a lot of people starting to talk about James Coles' international future. Not that I want to put the mockers on him here at Wantage Road, but there have started to be some kind of rumblings with regards to it could be a guy that England are looking at in the future. He's only 19 now. Not going to say that I've put all these notes together, but made his debut at the age of 16. Was Sussex's youngest first-class cricketer at the time. And they've developed this partnership between Oxfordshire as well. They would have played one of their warm-up games against Oxfordshire at what's the really pretty Wormsley.
Yeah.
Really pretty ground. So they've developed a partnership with Oxfordshire, and James Coles is one of those cricketers that's come to Sussex via that partnership.
Okay.
Again, another youngster similar to Tom Haines that they're investing in. Sussex as a county, I think, are taking a very proactive step with regards to investing in their youth and they're giving their younger players the opportunities to play in these games. I mean, you go through the whole squad today, and I mean, Pujara, I think, probably stands out as one of the oldest players by a distance.
Mm-hmm. But what a great thing for the youngsters, in particular in this case Coles, who's out there to be at the other end to Pujara, just to get that wisdom, see how he goes about his work. Yeah, but I mean, Coles looks like a man who knows his strengths, but just a bit of craft here and there, just the odd word here and there will stick with him, and the lessons he'll learn from batting with one of the greats. A good combination. Wow, that was fully respecting that ball, wasn't it? He covered up there. That was like throwing everything behind that. A big front pad, getting out of his crease, trying to take LBW out of the equation. And there's real respect shown to the bowler there.
I guess for a young player like Coles as well, having coaching advice of someone like Paul Farbrace, who was a very big part of the England white ball revolution underneath Trevor Bayliss, certainly great for his development. Again, just strolling through the first. There probably wouldn't have been a second at that point.
Yeah, I think, Phil, that was more my question with regards to how much 50 over cricket changed under your kind of time at Wantage Road, with obviously that white ball revolution that was led by England themselves. Did that filter down to the domestic level? We saw Durham put 430 odd against Sussex on Friday. Did you notice a real change from that international kind of mindset down to the domestic side?
Somewhat, yeah, I did. I mean, I did think. I did think that England did lead the way there, and not in a Bazball way, and all the, with the trumpets and noise around that, but in their time in 50 over cricket, they did take it forward a notch, and but subtly, things like the emphasis on wickets, bringing an extra fielder into the ring, having someone who can bowl really fast and short through the middle as a wicket-taking option, batters walking down the wicket. hitting the ball over the fielders in the ring. Just little things that they talked about, and this goes back to Andy Flower as well as Trevor Bayliss, actually, that those in those years, that England just took the game a little bit further, and I thought that would translate more into the county game, and it did somewhat. It's a nice cricket shot.
Lovely shot. That's 4.
And I thought there would be more scores of 400, and there were some for a while. There was a bit of a blip, and then scores sort of went back down to the norm. Obviously, a lot of that is about when you play the games as well, what the wickets are like, and at the moment it's who's available a wee bit as well, because obviously there's another competition in town going on at the moment that's taking some of the bigger names and the more household names away. But in terms of the essence of the game, I don't think it's changed particularly. The skill level is always going to keep nudging up, isn't it? There's got to be a ceiling on that at some point, but the skill level in cricket continues to nudge forward.
Big shout. Umpire
A little high, maybe. A little high.
Yeah, perhaps a little high. Pujara's managed to sneak a single regardless.
Prithvi's still appealing at first look.
Is he? Wants to get his mate out. Oh, gee whiz. How's that not out?
Possibly just got himself outside the line.
Yeah.
If I was being completely impartial, Phil, I know you are flying the, absolutely flying the steel. Rowi's given him.
Giving it out with both hands.
He's still appealing along with Prithvi.
It's close, wasn't it?
It was close. He took a step down as well, didn't he? And
He did.
So that, I guess, gives you a question to answer as an umpire, possibly a little bit on height, possibly a little bit on line as well.
It'll be, yeah, I would imagine it was the question on height that might have saved him. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it, to have the Hawkeye on that, to see how wrong I was. How much is missing by in reality.
Well, it's hard to, and that angles when the cameras are above. It's actually, it can be a bit deceptive, the height question as well.
Definitely.
Often it seems like it's staying lower than it does when you're actually at ground height.
Yeah.
So it can be very, very deceptive. No, it's interesting you're talking about the effect on the game trickling down. I just think it's such an exciting time for English cricket right now. As Proctor continues, he was going to field off his own bowling, and they scamper through for 1.
It's nice of you to say that as an Australian after you've just retained the Ashes as well. It's just kind of just try and kind of make the English fans and English cricket just feel a bit better about themselves.
Hang on. Okay, now let me just make this clear. I am a dual citizen, just so you know.
In case immigration are listening. Well fielded.
Very well fielded. They've been sharp today. Yeah, dual citizen. Thank you very, very much.
How does that work, Mel? Do you have some? You obviously have some English roots.
No.
You just bought a passport.
Yes, it's on the black market. No, I came over here sort of out of university and managed to get residency. And
okay.
Yeah.
Shot.
Oh, well, lovely shot. Well fielded.
I was going to say don't throw it, but he did. It was too late. He already threw it.
High standards there, isn't there, by Prithvi Shaw to jump on top of that one. Couple of comments in from people watching the stream. One from Robson, just to say that Jack White is a seriously good bowler and a great start for Northamptonshire this morning. So, Robson, thank you for getting in contact and backing up the points that we've made on the stream across the course of the morning about Jack.
Yeah, he's certainly been very impressive. Yeah, so after watching men's and women's Ashes all through, World Test Championship, England-Ireland Test the whole way through, I just think there's such a buzz around English cricket right now. That's well worked for the single.
He's quite comfortable there. He's more comfortable with the ball on, off stump, on, middle and off. Just want him to find the ball. Just get it one stump wider for Pujara. Just encourage him to play into the offside.
Got an email come in, and I've been asked to keep this anonymous, but it's about Jack again. We were speaking about his exploits, skiing and climbing, and this. The email comes in to say that Jack has climbed the north face of Helvellyn 8 times in a day.
You keep leaving his wallet up there or something.
Climbing
or his phone.
Climbing back up each time. There is a BBC News article of the shock of a man to see someone skiing off Helvellyn, which is the third highest peak in England. So as you say, he spends most of his time doing other bits and bobs. But don't worry, your identity is safe with me. I'm not gonna stitch you up. And finally, we had an email from Ray, who is an avid watcher of the stream, and I think you met Ray at the train station this
Ray
morning.
from Watford.
Yeah,
I did meet Ray. He was very, very kind. He and his friend there, who was directing me out to the taxis. They were quite surprised to discover that this random Australian woman with a very large suitcase was actually commentating on the match today. Hello, Ray.
I think he's over in the Spencer Lounge today. Hopefully you're enjoying your day at the ground.
Oh, it's aerial, but just over where Gully would have stood.
So, yeah, the stream at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, powered by Daffabet. And if, of course, you would like to get in contact with us across the course of the day, you can do on Twitter at NorthantsCCC and via email stream@ncct.co.uk. Both Steelbacks and Sharks fans, get in contact with us across the course of the day. Give us some questions, talking points, anything you might like to share.
Cut. Shot. It was a bit aerial, wasn't it? It was a lofted drive. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but found the gap unerringly. Very straight inside of mid-off. Yeah, back down the ground. It's a little bit full from Broad and doesn't have the extra pace of White, who he's replaced. This is his first bowl, I guess, in list day cricket.
Yeah, he signed his first professional contract earlier this summer here at Northamptonshire, made his debut in the T20 Blast and did incredibly well for the Steelbacks. Very impressive young man. Couple of first-class appearances as well. And then a Germany international, just to throw that one into the mix as well. We've got a German international today. Yeah. We've got a Greek international. We've got a Scottish international. We've got 2 Indian internationals. I don't think Sam Whiteman has played international cricket for Australia, but
he's played for Australia A. I don't think that counts.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure he's played for Australia A.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
international,
okay.
we could say international honours, right?
International flavour of the day.
And Vasco has
Portuguese?
Yes, that's right. He hasn't yet featured, but he has been asked numerous times. But he hasn't taken up that offer.
Oh, just past the fielder, and that's going to be 4, another boundary. So this rebuild is just starting to come together after losing the 2 early wickets for the Sharks. Pujara and Coles. Coles being the more aggressive, he's going at a runner ball. Oh, there's a nick and it's just past the diving keeper. It won't go for 4, but that is the first real chance coming off Justin Broad.
Yeah, again, Pujara shuffling down the wicket. Broad sort of overcompensating. His previous ball was short wide, just got a bit straight. And it would have been a strangle, wouldn't it, down the leg side? Full dive from McManus, couldn't quite grasp it, but it would have been a death, wouldn't it, that?
Would have been a spectacular catch, wouldn't it, by the captain?
Catch.
Just got a fingers,
he must have got something on it.
To it. Yeah,
must have got something on it, took the pace off. Not the greatest first over by Justin Broad, I'd say. At the pace he bowls, his margins are very small, and for me there was too much margin on the side of the batter there in terms of length and line, so he needs to tighten that up. But he has replaced Jack White. Well, I would have preferred to have seen Jack White bowl at least 1 more, but I didn't get my way.
That's just nicely played, opened the face. Had 12 runs coming off that broad over after what was a really tight opening bowling partnership between White and Taylor that gave away virtually nothing.
We used to talk about handing the baton on. You know, there's Jack White, there's his standard, there's his contribution. Hand it on, almost literally. You know, okay, there's the ball. I'm handing it to you. This is imbued with my performance. Now you carry on with that. And he hasn't. Not yet. He's got some work to do. He's got to drag it back.
Yeah, Stuart Broad once spoke about that with the England side, that they had almost a mantra. This was under Joe Root, that of passing on bowling spells.
Oh, turn and throw. That could be out. Oh.
It took a dive in the end. He was quick, Proctor, to get down the pitch.
He is quite quick, Luke, over a few yards. Let's have a look at this. Picked it up well, turned and through, and he think he'd have been home just about. But he is a run-out candidate. You know, that would have been a part of the team talk. Would have been Pujara, run-out candidate. Always throw his end. Be on alert. Needs his new gloves. He's ruined a pair of gloves there.
Slight imperfections on the palms. I think most club cricketers would probably look at those and go, they're still brand new.
Absolutely.
Man,
you see, there's still a lot in it, isn't there? There's plenty in this deck.
It's been a fun pitch, is what I would call it. Fun pitch.
Fun pitch to bowl on. Yeah. Fun pitch to lose the toss and think, oh no, they're going to have a bat. Okay. Try and keep a straight face as you pick the coin up. Oh, that was a bit of a hack.
A little bit agricultural, but
yeah.
Just to beat the diving pretty sure, so get a couple of runs from it. Oh, that wasn't pretty on that side. That's
There's Vasconcelos. They're difficult because they're very similar, aren't they, in stat? They are very, I've done that myself. Which one's which? They're very similar stature. I think in a high toss, Shaw has got Vasco covered just about.
They're fielding the same spot on opposite sides.
Yeah.
That's aerial, but it again gets past Vasconcelos. Great work on the boundary, saving runs. And boundary rope's been pretty difficult to find. One, because of the bowling, but two, because fielders out on the rope generally been incredibly good at timing their dives, being committed to the cause. And who knows, those couple of extra runs saved on each occasion
others in the T20 side to blood him, get some experience. Right now, he just needs to tighten up on his areas.
Yeah, that one's down the leg side. Half an appeal from McManus, but I think that might have been an attempt to keep the umpire's arms by his side, but wide signalled. So as you say, Phil just needs to tighten up a little bit, maybe a little bit more aware that he's bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara than what Jack White was earlier today.
We're hammering Jack White. It's great.
I love him. He's such a good lad, Jack.
He's a good man.
Lovely shot by Pujara, just pushed into the offside, and just a single this time puts James Coles on strike. He looks I haven't met James Coles, and obviously from a distance, not sure, but he looks like a big lad, doesn't he? Tall, he looks broad across the shoulders as well.
He's kind of an imposing figure at the crease, isn't he? He's a bit kind of Peterson-like. He puts the front foot down and doesn't give the bowler much margin. He's got long levers, hits the ball nicely. Certainly off the front foot.
Sure, he's not going to be upset with that comparison to Kevin Peterson.
It's just some guys, irrespective of their height, really, although some guys just look big at the crease, don't they? They cut a big shape, and he does that. And as a bowler, that immediately makes you kind of think, well, my margin is smaller here. This guy's going to come into my space and dominate that. So there's a sort of psychology, really, about that. Peterson obviously milked that, the psychological battle.
Nicely played by Coles. Not only the big character, has the death touch as well. Picks up a single. Down to Emilio Gay on the boundary in front of the Spencer Lounge. Yeah, he's had international recognition already, James Coles. He's played England under-19s. Averaging 35 in the championship. Bowler as well, so we'll see plenty of him through the course of the day.
Where does he bat in the Champo? Do you know, Dan? What number does he go in at?
That's a lovely shot, isn't it, by Pujara? Just flicked through the leg side. It's going to be the chase on, but not going to go.
Get it aerial.
For 4. I think that's Alex Russell, isn't it? Down on the boundary. He's on his 12th man at the moment for someone who I can't quite work out who. That pretty identifiable moustache that Alex Russell's rocking this summer.
It's a look, isn't it? It's a bit of Magnum PI look.
Yeah.
For watchers of a certain age will recognise that reference.
Big fan of Travis Head.
Yeah, he kind of look up. The reason I ask is he looks a number 5 really for me in red ball cricket, the way he shapes up. But I don't know where he goes in for Sussex in red ball cricket.
I'd have to have a look for you, sir.
He looks a dangerous player though. That's nicely played.
How's that, umpire? Oh. Big appeal. Have they got the wicket? Or was that a bit of jest from Luke Proctor? I think it must have been in jest, because he's walking back to his mark. It must have been hopeful for a minute there, mustn't they?
I'm not sure quite what happened there. Came down there.
Oh, he's missed that bite. Missed that by a long way. It's gone off Pujara's pads, isn't it?
Why is it? Am I being a bit daft here?
I don't think anybody's got a touch on it. Phil, none of the Northants players. It's just come straight off Pujara's pad, isn't it, into the stumps?
Right. Okay.
Nice shot by Coles anyway. Short from Proctor and pulled away. It's up, fallen just short of Justin Broad out on the boundary. Picks it up on the second bounce. So that skiddy pace from Luke Proctor, as you said earlier, just rushes the batter, doesn't he?
He does. He is. I've admitted to. Yeah, all of these guys, I think. And maybe not Tom Taylor. Tom Taylor can bowl a heavy ball, but Luke Proctor, back in the days of Nathan Burke and 1 or 2 others, Richard Gleeson, pre-match, Luke Proctor would be hitting the glove as hard as anyone. It's a nice shot.
Shot from Coles. And Vasconcelos just rings his hand there, doesn't he? As he's obviously caught that on the end of the wrong finger. But he saved a couple of runs for his team, if not 3.
Yeah, he's got some style about him, Coles, hasn't he? Got a bit of time about him.
Yeah, when was the... So they would have played Yorkshire last. James Coles would have batted 4
okay.
that day as well.
Yeah. He's a terrible runner.
So I suspect that there must have been a little bit of, not nerves, nerves might be the wrong word and the wrong way to describe it, but a little bit of awareness, the fact that Sussex found themselves in a pretty precarious position when these two came together at the crease. So I guess you can kind of understand the fact that the running might not have been as fluent as what it would have been if they'd have been 100 for no loss, for example. But as you say, it looks a little bit confused at the moment. But they're doing well at the moment, Sussex, aren't they? They're rebuilding nicely. Does it look like it's got a little bit easier out there to bat? But obviously the change of bowling is going to help.
Yeah, the change of bowling somewhat. Yeah, definitely is clearly a factor. I think the other thing is the guys who have come on, I mean, particularly Broad has leaked a few boundaries. So it kind of just, you relax there, don't you? You're not looking to score. If you've got a boundary away, particularly early in the over, then you can just relax a little bit. Don't lose a wicket in that over. Yeah, that's well played.
Solid in defence by Pujara to end Proctor's fourth over.
How late he played that ball, right under his eyes. I know these things are a bit coaching cliches, but they're there for a reason. You know, one of the best that's played this game lets the ball come right in under his eyes.
Yeah, he's
no
not
risk at all.
He's not going to be the most exciting batter to watch, is he? Pujara, but you know exactly what you're going to get from him as a character and as a cricketer, and he so often is successful with bat. We're going to have a change of bowling. Lewis McManus has seen enough of Justin Broad in those couple of overs, and Rob Keough. So the first look of spin today at Wantage Road. Rob Keough is going to bowl his off breaks from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's been a bit of lateral movement off the seam, so kind of implies there's going to be a bit of turn here as well.
Yeah, I think it might spin. It may well spin. It looks a good colour to spin. Rob Keough will extract spin if there is some there. He gets a lot of revs on the ball. Predominantly, his main go-to has been red ball cricket for his off spin, particularly in the second innings when the wickets have been a bit worn. He does get a lot of spin on the ball, particularly in an attacking situation. He's been good. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here. He's obviously got the nod from this end and ahead of Kerrigan, who's the other frontline spinner in this lineup. That's a nice start.
Straight on the money straight away. Kerrigan will be an interesting story to talk about, Phil, when he comes into the attack at some point during this game. As you say, McManus has gone to Rob Keough first up. Big appeal for LBW and given. James Coles has to go. The exciting Coles goes for 29 off 30. That partnership is looking very good for Sussex. Rob Keough, the change of bowling, has got the wicket. James Coles has to go for 30. That partnership was 57.
Wow, that turned sharply. That turned really. It was a very full ball from Keough. Just his second ball was a very full ball. Coles came forward to it and tried to kind of really manoeuvre it into the leg side with no great conviction. Missed it with the bat face closing. The ball turned in between the bat and the pad, hit him on the back leg right in front of middle and leg really, and yeah, he had to be given out there. I think he should have played that a little bit straighter, Dan. I don't know your thought on that. He looked to work that ball with no real conviction, and that was the second ball that he'd faced from spin in this innings. So a more experienced player may well have said, well, okay, I could have worked that, but let me just have a look at it. How much turn is there? He would have played a straighter bat. The ball would have caught the inside half of the bat. And, okay, well, it is spinning. I can use that knowledge now. But he played that like a man. Ooh, that's turned really sharply. You know, that might have even turned too much.
Do you know what? That was my first thought when I saw it.
That's gone so sharply that I think had that run through, it may well have been missing leg stump. I can understand why it's given out.
Yes.
Back leg impact in front of middle stump, but it turned so sharply that that it could well have been missing leg stump. But if it is a mistake by the ump, it's one that is easily forgiven really, because a lot of umpires are giving that out. Back, it turns back through the gate, hits them in front.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that sharp turn is, well, it's clearly caught James Coles by surprise, isn't it? But you mentioned about the playing a little bit straighter.
Well, I think this is what an experienced player will do. You know, I think about going back a long time now, Northants fans, Alan Lamb in one-day cricket. He'll have just leaned on that and gone, okay, that's turned a bit. Okay, I now know that. So if I'm going to work it, I've got to get really close to the ball, get my head right over the ball.
Well, Tom Clark is the new batter for Sussex, and going to be a tough task. He would have just got that feedback from James Coles on the way back to the sheds, as they call them, and say that one's done a bit. Just try to cut that one away, but it's held its line. Mel, you're in for a treat when we get a replay of this wicket at the end of the over. It has turned square.
I'll see. That's what happens.
Oof. It's gone.
No, you're right. My ability to force a wicket by nipping off to the ladies is really quite something. Just give me lots of coffee if you're a Steelbacks fan.
Got a coffee, Mel? Mel, do you want coffee?
It's well fielded, isn't it? By Emilio Gay, saves that one going for 4. I think that's going to be leg by signal, so yet to get off the mark. So yeah, any donations then, I guess, make your way to the commentary box if you're listening, and Mel will gladly take any cup of coffee on offer. Phil's looking around to see if he can find one.
Just a mention of coffee.
Here we go. Here's the wicket.
Wow.
Oh, you've got to give that out, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, nice bit of turn back in.
It's this angle where you wonder about
Oof.
there, isn't it? Because that guy went so sharply.
Yeah, particularly that camera doesn't make it look like, it looks like it's done too much, doesn't
Yeah,
it? But
it
that front on camera looks like that has given the umpire absolutely no choice. But Simon Kerrigan then.
Yeah, no surprise here. Given that turn, that extravagant turn from Rob Keough, good captaincy. Don't chew a pickle on it. Get the other twirler on straight away.
So Simon Kerrigan replacing Freddie Heldrick. So the left arm wristy being replaced by the left arm finger spinner. Simon Kerrigan's last game for Northants was in the championship in about July 2022, and last list day game was nearly 2 years ago now.
Yeah, I felt like a bit of a blast from the past. One thing I did see when I went downstairs too, fantastic, lovely indoor nets here at this end, and loads of kids down there. It's a hive of activity. Boys and girls, they've got 3 nets in, all yelling and squealing and having fun.
I'll stop that.
Nicely worked. It's great to see. There's a real excitement down there. The kids are having a wonderful time.
It's family day here at Wantage Road, isn't it? £5 to get in for an adult, and if you're under 18, it's free. I don't know whether I assume you have to be accompanied by an adult to get in for free. So for those that aren't playing around Northamptonshire for the day, then what a better place to spend a Sunday. Looks like it's a youngster down in the cinch football stand. Looks like they've turned up in full whites, which I rate. You know, I think that's a strong move. It's a power play as a fan, I think, turning up in full whites to the cricket.
Well, I saw a few kids on the way in their whites, and
It's
I think
another one past the ice cream van. Look.
Okay.
I think there are a few downstairs as well in the nets.
Good start from Kerrigan, isn't it? On the money. 49 miles an hour. So there we are, look.
Oh, there's heaps of them.
Yeah.
Just need the pads on, they'll be ready to go.
I wonder if they've got a session indoors or something. Bold.
Good over from Simon
Well
Kerrigan.
done, Kegsy.
His
Good.
first in professional cricket for a year. It's just gone for the 3. There you go on screen. You can not only see the Northants fans that have turned up in their full whites, you can also get in contact with us via Twitter and via email as well if you'd like to across the course of the day. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road, and Sussex are 84 for 3 after 19 overs. Spin from both ends at the moment.
A good start by Simon. He's a guy who needs to start well. You know, he'll get confidence from that, and if he gets into his rhythm, then there's very few better.
Can see, can't you, the little bit of indecision facing Rob Keough at the moment, having just seen that ball turn sharply to pick the wicket up of James Coles.
That's well bowled again.
It's a better shot from Tom Clark as well in response, isn't it? It's a lot more of a confident step forward.
Yeah, presenting the full face of the bat. If it does turn, then it's going to just run off a thick outside edge.
Tucked into the leg side, so Tom Clark's going to add another one to his score. It's going to bring the main man, Pujara, on strike. He's currently 29 off 37, so after a pretty sedate start, cashed in on a few loose deliveries from Justin Broad, and that strike rate's just climbed back up to a bit more of a healthy figure.
Someone you would expect to play the spinners particularly well is Pujara. But I did talk about a fun pitch. Well, part of my definition of a fun pitch is we've seen seam, we're now seeing turn.
Shorter from Keough. He's just dropped his length slightly, and Pujara has pulled that one down to deep backward square for a single, so he moves to 30.
Yeah, this will be the guy that Keough will want to bowl the majority of his balls at, the left-hander. He's had a little look leg side, whether he's thinking about sweeping. Very much encourage spinners to walk back to their mark facing the batter so they can see where the batter's glancing. There's a Jeremy Snape, if you remember him. Jeremy Snape, who played for Northamptonshire early in his career, was the first guy I saw do that. Would always walk back to his mark facing the batter because he wanted to know where he was looking and what gaps he was thinking about playing into. He was a bit ahead of his time, Jeremy Snape, in many ways.
Did Jeremy Snape go into sports psychology as well?
Did. Yeah, he
so
did.
That,
yeah,
as you say, it's kind of how much of that as a cricketer did he potentially kind of know what was happening before he went into that kind of new world of sports psychology as well?
Yeah, he does very well in that world, both in sport and in business. He spent a lot of time with the South African national side as their site for many years when they're very successful. And had a very good partnership with Graham Smith, actually, in terms of a working partnership. That is not a cricket as such partnership. Learnt his trade here when it did used to spin. It used to spin big in those days when Jason Brown, Monty Panazar, Graham Swan were coming through.
Yeah, a hotbed of spin bowling over the course of the years. Why do you think that's changed?
Because we kept getting dock points.
Fair enough. That's a good answer.
Well, it's the it's the honest answer.
That's a no ball from Kerrigan, just overstepping, and a free hit signalled. So left arm finger spinner's going to have to bowl a free hit, having overstepped, and Pujara is going to be the man on strike. Don't know whether Cheteshwar Pujara would have faced many free hits in his... Oh, there wasn't enough in the circle. I apologise, Simon. He's not overstepped. That is an error on behalf of Lewis McManus. But either way, it's still a free hit.
Oh, I want to see him cut loose. Come on, Pujara.
Just block it. Down the grounds. Not far away from being run out of the non-striker's end, but it's a single.
Wow, that would have been a death, wouldn't it?
After all that.
Out as the non-striker off a free hit, run out. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know what I wanted to see from Pujara there. You say cut loose,
yeah,
dosh him over the stands for 6, get forward and block it. I don't know.
I would like to have seen a Joe Root reverse ramp.
Oh, hello.
Something like that.
Do you want a coffee, Mel?
Always. Always.
It's well bowled. But you've got to stop that. You've got to stop that there. That's poor fielding.
It's the first one really of the day, isn't it? The
Yes,
first
it
one
is.
that's been a little bit sloppy. Pretty sure the fielder in close there on the leg side just couldn't do enough to haul it in.
Just be many like that though. That's
very
the first
few.
one I can
Yeah.
think of. They've been really strong, and Pripsy's been really good in that position as well. Seen him stop some firmly hit balls. Interesting, you're talking about the spin. I mean, it's such a talking point at the moment, isn't it? England, the county game, producing spinners. Of course, Moeen Ali being recalled to the England side for the Ashes. And a lot of discussion about what does that say about the county game in general, and are there the pitches to produce spinners? Is it being played at the right time of year to produce spinners? Some counties being penalised for turning pitches.
Wasn't far away, was it?
No.
Inside edge from Tom Clark to end Kerrigan's second over. Bowled 2 overs and gone for 10 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think you've covered all the bases there, Mel. What's your view on that as an Aussie, as a dual passport holder?
Thank you very much. A lot of it, you have to think that there's a fair bit in when the championship is being played.
Yeah, for sure.
And how much opportunity is given to spinners to get overs under their belt, get the experience.
That's a drag down from Rob Keough. And that's, in the end, brilliantly fielded by Vasconcelos on the boundary. Tidies up after Sam Whiteman, who's been so good down on that boundary all summer. So it was sloppy, wasn't it, to start with, and then brilliant in the end by Vasco to stop that one going for 4. Yeah,
Mel, and the other thing, as you mentioned there, I'd certainly agree with you. The hierarchy of why spinners are not playing as much as they can and bowling the overs is because of, as you say, when championship cricket is not played, really, in August in particular, because of that other competition. And you also mentioned the docking of points, which is a bit of a bugbear, really, for me, I must say, because...
Big appeal for RBW. Clark went for the reverse sweep, and umpire says not out. I wonder whether that one... Was that even too straight from Rob Keough to start with?
Look at the replay.
Would have been sliding down, wouldn't it, I think?
Yeah, it's a tough one to give that.
Missing leg stump. Tom Clark eyeing up that area down towards deep third. Comes down the ground this time, and that is stumped in the end. McManus drops the ball on the first attempt and tidies up to take the wicket of Tom Clark, who just looked like he was struggling a bit there, wasn't he? Just tried to reverse sweep the ball before he goes for 5 off 14, bowled Rob Keough. Stumped by Lewis McManus.
Nicely bowled.
And as you say, Phil, very well bowled from Rob Keough. Picks up his second wicket.
I just wonder there, you know, there's nicely bowled, so let's give credit to Rob Keough. Really nicely bowled, got the ball up and down on it, and it turned. But there was a perhaps the batter is guilty of overplaying his hand a wee bit there. Previous ball reverse sweep didn't work. He's kind of going through his repertoire here rather than just playing and accumulating a little bit.
Well, the other thing he did is he gave it up when at the first attempt when McManus didn't take it cleanly. He turned around, as you can see there, and just for a moment hesitated because I think he thought he'd gone first up, as opposed to just going straight back.
But back onto another hobby horse, as you team in nicely, is the docking of points for pitches that spin too much. And yes, I think Somerset have had their wrists slapped over recent years as well. But guess what? They've produced spin bowlers down there, and we need spin bowlers to compete on the international circuit, in particular away from home. And what are you going to do? And, well, you know, in my time, we've turned up at some grounds where you can't see the pitch because it's part of the outfield, really. It's been so green. Once at Lord's early season was so green. The game didn't last 2 days. That pitch was not reported. We played down at Hampshire once many years ago now, and it was like bowling on the outfield. It was impossible, and that pitch wasn't reported. You then go somewhere and it turns a bit more than usual. That pitch gets reported. So there is a sort of a bias, whether it's knowingly or unknowingly. There is a bias in terms of how harshly wickets are treated. And marked and assessed by umpires, spin versus seam. You know, the thing can go sideways from ball 1 on a green pitch, and you'll see the comments, well, there was a lot of batter error in that, poor technique, and in our day they'd have played straight and wouldn't have nicked any balls. When it spins, it's all right, we need to get this one looked at. So it doesn't help. On top of no cricket played in August, it doesn't help produce young spin bowlers. And the answers are there, I think, aren't they? It's kind of as you ask around the country, and you're going to get those points from most people in the game.
End of a successful over for Rob Keough. Bowled 3 overs. 2 for 7. The new man at the crease for Sussex is Finn Hudson-Prentice at number 6. They're 98 for 4 now after 22 overs. Finn is in a good bit of form. He's got 6 first-class 50s so far this summer, and 65 off 34 on Friday against Durham as well. Knowing a little bit about Finn, he'll be looking forward at the opportunity of batting in the top 6 for Sussex.
He's a bright, busy cricketer, isn't he? Quite like him. Saw him first with the young cricketers many years ago now, and he wasn't really getting, I think he was with Sussex on a sort of some kind of attachment, but they weren't really showing a great deal of interest in him, so he got picked up by Derbyshire and kind of learned his trade there, and then he's gone back home, as it were, to his start out club, and he features in most formats, I think, now, Dan.
He is an all-format cricketer for Sussex. Genuine all-rounder. We'll see him bowling his seamers later on in the afternoon as well. Sussex born and bred, as you say. I've met him a couple of times and had the pleasure of working with him a few times as well.
Oh,
goes for the sweep, and that's just missed his off stump. He's a really interesting, he's spoken publicly about it, so I'd recommend anybody who's listening that's really interesting to talk to about his early career at Sussex and about how his approach potentially didn't help him as much as what it could have done. But yeah, if you get the chance to listen to any kind of podcast that he's been on, or any article, any interview like that, it's a really, really interesting story about how he felt that early career at Sussex went for him, which then saw him at that MCC Young Cricketers.
What's his reflections?
Just potentially took it a little bit for granted.
Okay.
Cut away by Pujara. It's a nice shot, and he should pick up a couple.
He ended up playing for Derbyshire, didn't he, for a while? Kind of made his way back, and then ended up with a back stress fracture last year, which is a bit unfortunate.
But you're not an English seamer if you don't get a stress fracture in your back, are you, at the moment?
Well fielded. Does he talk about his time at the Young Cricketers? Does he talk much about that in terms of his development?
So I think, like a lot of people with regards to that programme, they're really passionate about the programme itself, and very disappointed about the fact that it isn't on at the moment. I don't know whether there's views for the MCC to actually restart it, but he is one that has said quite openly that he possibly wouldn't have been given that or wouldn't have got that opportunity at Derbyshire had it not been for that,
I think
that
that's
programme.
Very fair, and there's a number of others as well. And yeah, it's good to hear him say that, or to be aware of him saying that. He would have worked a lot with a guy called Steve Kirby, who was running the programme then when Finn was there.
Appeal for LBW. That one's just not really bounced, is it, from
Never got to him, did it?
Keough that time. Looking to play that reverse sweep again.
Yeah, outside the line. Steve Kirby wouldn't let anyone rest on their laurels. You know, a real hard-working coach, and demanded real high standards from the young cricketers, as they were literally called, the MCC young cricketer under his command. And he was responsible for developing, getting the best out of so many of those guys. Young Ben Curran, who was with us at Northants for a few years, came through that programme at the same time. And yeah, we had a few second-team games against the YCs when Steve was running that group, and I thought he did a fantastic job.
Well, I think that relationship with Steve Kirby would have helped the move to Derbyshire, because Kirby would have been working there, and Ajmal Shahzad, I think, was coach at Lords for a period of time too, who ended up at Derbyshire as well.
That's right.
Steve Kirby, is he head coach of Zimbabwe at the moment?
President of Zimbabwe.
That's not what I said.
No, I know you didn't know, but those who know Steve Kirby wouldn't be surprised. You don't know where Steve Kirby's going to turn up. He's a brilliant guy, cricket fanatic, brilliant coach, just really enthusiastic. I thought he got a gig with Somerset. lovely control of length today. Just Pujara just looking to skip down the wicket a little bit and just held back beautifully by Keough there. Great skill.
This time plays back and finds a gap.
Good batting there. So the previous ball just showed intent to get down the wicket, knowing that the next ball I'm going to push back and it'll probably be a little bit shorter, and then guess what? It was. That's very clever batting. Just get off strike. Just showing intent to the bowler, making him change his plan.
Oh, attempted sweep and a shout, but again, not given. Keough has had several appeals as well as taking 2 wickets.
It looked from at first look that it was well outside off stump, and it was, yeah, well outside off stump. You could see off stump behind the batter.
Down the pitch. Easy single down to long on. So Pujara again using his feet, just trying to perhaps put Keough off his lengths a little bit.
Don't think he's a big sweeper, Pujara. So footwork is going to be tested, and yeah, as an Indian batter, he's well up to that.
A single to finish off the over. And Keough now 2 for 13 off his 5 overs.
Just sometimes I think in these situations in 50 over cricket, sometimes in the middle overs, you can at times get situations where both teams are happy with what's going on. Is it, if it's 4.5 and over, 5 and over with no great risk, that can be sort of almost settled for by both teams. And I really don't like that when both teams are happy with the outcome.
Yeah, that's exactly what one-day cricket used to be like when you used to watch one-day internationals, and that's one of the things that England changed after they were knocked out the 2015 World Cup by Bangladesh.
Yeah.
They started that rebuild under Trevor Bayliss and Owen Morgan. That's when it really changed. There was no more milking and keeping wickets in hand in the middle overs.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, back to my earlier point, really, I would like to see another man brought into the ring here for Prentice. If he comes down the wicket, I know I'd probably bring the sweep from the offside, but you could bring one of the straight men, both mid-on and mid-off are out for Prentice. You could bring one or even both of those guys in, and if he walks down the wicket and pumps a couple over the top, well, good luck to him. But is he going to do that? The spin on offer, if he does that, he takes a risk. You may get a mistake out of that, or he may think, I'm not going to fall for that. I'm going to play square of the wicket, try and sweep and get hit on the pad. So you're just asking different questions rather than just sort of running the numbers and being safe about your captaincy.
Pujara again playing off the back foot, finding the gap for a single. Previous ball he wasn't able to pierce the ring. Kerrigan is doing pretty well in his sort of comeback game, it feels like.
Yeah, well, there's something in that expression, I think, Mel, the comeback. He's a guy who everyone in and around the playing squad, big fans of Simon Kerrigan. They know what he brings to the playing squad: enthusiasm, his experience, his skills. At times he has had trouble finding his best cricket out in the middle over recent years, and that's led to him not featuring in first team cricket, really. But it's great to see him out in the first 11. He's fought hard to get back into this team, and he started pretty well here. He's a bit flat. I've noticed that one, his last ball actually got a little bit more air on it, and it gripped and turned, got a thick outside edge. But it's just nice to see Simon out in the first team.
And clipped away nicely front of square to bring the end of Simon Kerrigan's over. He's still 34 years of age, and when you're a spinner, generally it's kinder on your body, isn't it? So 34 is not quite the same as when you think of the Pacers 34s. 118 for 4 now. after 27.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, hasn't he? Had a really good career at Lancashire, led them really to win the championship the year they played away from Old Trafford. They played out at Liverpool or Blackpool Cricket Club, the majority of their games. One of those two. Someone will now tell me which one I've got there. But Simon got a lot of wickets in the year that they won the championship. Very big part of that squad.
Yeah, he had that unfortunate test debut, didn't he, where Shane Watson got hold of him, and it was a bit of a setback. It can happen. Can't it, that step up?
Yeah, and I think that, you know, that did leave its scars, no doubt about that. But interesting, Graham White, who is still part of the T20 playing staff, but predominantly at Northants, his role as second team coach and works with the spinners through the winter. Very quick to tell you that he feels Simon Kerrigan at his best is in the top 3 spinners in the country. Now you may say, you know, there's not many spinners in the country, and that would be fair, but he's still in, you know, a guy who hasn't really featured a lot for Northants in recent years. At his best, is there or thereabouts. And Graham's seen a few over his years, so it's a good judge.
I tell you who I think is one of the best spinners in the country, and that is England's spin bowling coach. If you see Jeetan Patel bowling in the nets, he's still got it. He has absolutely still got it. He's looks really good. With England going to India, we talk about, you know, the spinners and where they come from. We saw Ben Stokes bowling off spin in the nets before the 5th test at the Oval. It's like, oh gosh, could we see Ben Stokes bowling off spin in India?
I think Joe Root's underrated. Yeah. I think he's a very fine off-spin bowler. I think he's underrated. They throw the ball to him too late, I think.
And just happy to milk the singles at the moment.
Yeah, Jeetan Patel. He used to say, I mean, he's very, very good, obviously, and has been for a number of years. In particular, loved playing against Northants over his time.
Jack White's coming back into the attack. Change of ends for Jack White. I did just spot him warming up, going through a few looseners during the course of that over. So McManus just looking to strike while the fire's hot, isn't he? Is it the fire's hot or the iron's hot?
Well, I think it's iron. But the iron,
okay, well, I mean, the fire's also hot, to be fair.
No. To be fair, I don't think a fire's ever cold.
No, it's a good point. Technically, I'm not wrong. But
it's very good. But they can vary. Let's help Dan out here. They can vary. And the iron wouldn't be hot if the fire wasn't hot.
No, that's an equally good point. Anyway, Jack White's into the attack. He's back.
And he is being white hot, shall we say.
Oh, hello.
Mel, that's very good.
We're here all day, folks.
That's very. I wish I'd
buckle up. You're in for a hell of a ride.
That is very good. I do love a pun. That's up there.
I'm the woman for you then. Just waited for that one. Played quite well, but just the single. Not been a lot of boundaries in this innings so far.
No, just the 9. Just the 9 across the course of the day.
And it's credit to Northants. I think Mel mentioned this earlier. There's been 9 boundaries, and I think one of those was an edge down the leg side. But that every time there's been a very poor ball, it has been put away. You know, Sussex haven't missed out on many, so it's really a testimony to how well Northants have bowled. There've been so few 4 balls.
And also the fielding that I think we've seen out there by the sweepers, fielders out in the deep. Seen a lot of dives, good work on the boundary rope. Not put many feet wrong today. They're still back so far. It's been impressive.
Got to keep pushing here. Don't sit back. Don't accept the situation. Keep being aggressive with our options as a bowling team.
Well, bringing back White into the bowling attack suggests that they're doing exactly that.
Agreed.
And that brings up the 50 for Pujara. Cheteshwar Pujara, one of the most patient batters in the world, and the sort of batter you want to be at the crease when you've lost some early wickets and you need a rebuild. That's exactly what he has done. Yes, of 65 deliveries, he's absolutely been the anchor.
Just looks like the ball is coming onto the bat a little bit more nicely than it was at the start of the day, doesn't it? It's a bit crisper when it's in the middle of the bat. That one was sort of a good length ball. Met nicely with a firm square bat. Earlier on, that ball was dribbling off a little bit square of the wicket. It looks like it's just picked up a little bit of pace as the sunshine that there has been is just drying the surface out. That augurs well for a run chase for Northants. Catch.
Oh, in the air and taken. Used his feet, Hudson Prentice, but it's been sent straight to the fielder at mid-on. And just as that rebuild was gaining a little bit more solidity, Sussex lose their 5th wicket. And it's Hudson Prentice who departs for 14. 125 on the board.
It's poor cricket, wasn't it?
It's
really?
a bit of a gift, isn't it?
It's a soft dismissal.
For Northamptonshire. Seen Jack White bowl so well in his opening spell, and Finn Hudson Prentice is just giving him a wicket there.
Yeah, so Hudson Prentice there, he skipped down the wicket a little bit, didn't run down the wicket, just advanced at the bowler, and I quite like that as a tactic. It puts pressure on the bowler to hold his length or drag his length back. It doesn't mean you've got to play a big shot. You know, you've got to respond to where the ball is when you get there. He could have closed the face on that and gone inside the field or outside. He could have done a number of things with that, but continued with his intent, which was to go over the top. Wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, clothed it to mid-on.
Well, it's probably one of the more innocuous balls bowled by White all day.
Yeah.
And he's managed to jag a wicket. He won't care how it comes. He's certainly been the man today.
It just looked, there's seen it on the replay there, Matt. It looked like Hudson Prentice was trying to go a little bit squarer, possibly. He's kind of he modelled the shot that he was trying to play after he was out. But for me, there was no need to get that ball in the air. He could have let that come in and just knocked it into a hole. If he times it really well, he still gets 4, but he gets 2 minimum.
Well, they've been happy to knock it around and find those gaps, as we were saying. Those would be milking the spinners. But the introduction of seam once more, maybe ball coming on nicely, as you'd said before.
Yeah.
It's the feeling that it was time to up the intent somewhat. It's Ollie Carter is a new batter at the crease.
I don't know a lot about this guy, Dan. Can you fill me in with your local knowledge? He keeps wicket?
I could tell you that much.
He does.
I can
Only
tell you that
21
much.
years old, from Eastbourne. This is only his 11th list day game. I'm just trying to get him before Dan does. And just clipped away on the leg side for a single to start off with. I'm just trying to prove that I have done some research as well.
Not at all. You crack on. You crack on. But
you know them better.
I think the age side of it as well is just highlights the fact of what we spoke about with that theory that Sussex have got with investing in their youth.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of decent, really good wicket keepers down at Hove. Ollie Carter being one of them, and a lad called Charlie Tier being another, who's played first-class cricket for Sussex and also played international stuff for Scotland as well. I think he played in the Under-19 World Cup over in the Caribbean for Scotland. So they're blessed with young wicket keepers, they're blessed with young cricketers at the moment. But you see Ollie Carter a lot on social media working with Sarah Taylor down at Hove.
Oh, okay.
They're quite keen on posting content of their wicket keepers. So Ollie Carter features quite heavily across their socials. I mean, not many better to work or to learn from than Sarah Taylor, is there?
No, so I'm still struggling that we just let him get off strike first ball. Deep square leg out, and he knocked the ball into the leg side and just sauntered at the other end.
126 for 5 off 29 overs, and we've got Phil Rowe in the commentary box getting worked up for that easy single.
Don't give him a single.
It's a tough score here from Phil Rowe. Hey,
Certainly is.
you'd know if he was your coach.
I was a pussycat, really.
It doesn't sound like it. It's not the impression you're giving in the box.
It's nice from Rob Keough. Nice work. I'm enjoying his bowling. because of the wickets that have been lost, they haven't been able to put any pressure onto Rob Keough, and he's been able to settle into a really good rhythm. And that early wicket with the big turn, that helps the spinner, doesn't it? You show them one that really turns, and then the message gets around the change room pretty quickly.
Bit of a heave across the line. Goes straight down to long on. Just a single.
How happy will Lewis McManus be to make that bowling change on a pitch that's turning, to take away the left arm finger spinner and then be rewarded straight away with that change?
Yeah.
He must be feeling pretty happy with himself.
Well said, really, because we hadn't really highlighted that. Where's that ball gone? That's lazy cricket from us there.
I've praised their fielding. That was a little bit sloppy. Gave away the extra run on the overthrow.
I think he was trying to bounce it into the old wicket ends, but just got his length wrong, didn't he? And it half volleyed the stumps, gave the keeper no chance, and caused another run. But yeah, good captaincy, wasn't it? Bringing White back, immediate impact.
Could have quite happily have ticked along with, I guess, what you would consider to have been the status quo there, wouldn't you? 20 overs of spin from both ends on a pitch that's turning.
And whilst you'd stepped out, Mel and I were talking about it, sometimes it can get a bit formulaic, and what can the captain do? And well, he did exactly the right thing in bringing back his strike bowler. It wasn't necessarily a strike bowler's type dismissal, but it did lead to the error. So yeah, credit to him.
I'll just be interested to see what he does here with Jack White as well. Coming back, taking the wicket down, just how he ends up using at the end of the 30th over. 132 for 5.
What would you do? Would you pull him out of the attack again, or leave him going?
I think I'd give him. I think I might give him another.
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would.
A couple of overs.
Yeah. Get him bowling at the new guy.
See, I think I'd go different. I think I'd split him. I think I'd go 2 and 2, just to bring him back again.
Yeah, I wouldn't bowl him out, but just give him a couple here. Might want him at the end. He's coming in again. Challenging first up. He really does have that lumbering start to his run, but by the time he gets to the crease, it's all sorted out.
I don't know if you remember a seamer who played for England in the 70s and perhaps a bit in the 80s, Mike Hendrick.
Okay, my memory, I don't know how old you think I am, but my memory doesn't go, when you say, do I remember? No.
No, if I mention videos and things.
No, that is a fair point. I should know, shouldn't I?
But he has a bit of Mike Hendrick about him. I mean, I don't remember Don Bradman, but I reckon I'd recognise him if he walked out to bat. So it wasn't about your age, Mel.
That's a good shout. You sidestepped that one quite well.
Just clawed that back.
Yeah, it did.
Just make a note of that. Ground recovered.
Well, he's, as they say, asking questions, isn't he? Just giving, even Pujara, who's out there, scored us a half century, just still giving him things to think about.
I think he's, you know, if I was captain in the side, I wouldn't be keeping wicket, that's for sure. Otherwise, the score would be very different. But I'd just be saying to Jack White, to Pujara, don't get funky. You know, don't give him something to score off. Make him come at you. Make him take a risk. Just smash that length. Because he's not really going to look to take him too far off that. That's great. Just hold your nerve. Bowl your best. All those kind of cliches, I'll be reeling them out. Bowl your best ball, top of off.
Well, Pujara started to shimmy down the pitch then, but thought better of it.
It's a bit of a bluff, I think, to you. He's not going to walk down and lift him into the Spencer Pavilion. It's a bit of a bluff to try and draw an error from the bowler. He did it to Justin Broad, and Broad bowled him a hit ball that he flicked down the leg side, but I think Jack White's got a bit more about him in the experience locker, I hope.
That's good running. Sharp work in the field as well, but they actually head off for that single.
It's a huge compliment, I think, for Pujara to have played this over the way that he has against Jack White. Jack's obviously 3 for 23 off 7.5 overs, and Pujara, the man in 54, and with all the experience, he's quite happy to almost play Jack White out of the attack. And I'm not sure, what, are you moving the field? Are you?
I'm trying to, but they're not moving. Funny that. Well fielded. Oh, good left foot as well.
Who or what were you trying to move?
Oh, okay. So I was trying to move Justin Broad from deep square leg into mid-wicket, really, because I don't want the new batsman to get off strike too easily. Just to get confidence, get up the other end, get Pujara back on strike. I don't want any of those things to happen. I want to bowl as many balls as I can at the new batter. And let him know about that as well. So for example, rather than getting that fielder into square leg, let's get him into mid-wicket so that he's in the eye line of the batter. So that he looks up, he just sees blue shirts converging on him, and then let's let him know about that. Just nicely, you know, not to any sort of Australian sledging or any of that stuff. I'm just, you know. Yes.
Hang on a second. I think you were actually just sledging me. That was a quiet little sledge.
Was it?
I'm on to you.
I think it's about time you got a coffee, Mel. We need another wicket.
Well, can this man do it back into the attack from the other end, Kerrigan? And that's just flayed away. Great work on the boundary. Again, it's been a feature of this innings, the boundary riders diving around on the rope. This was another instance of it, saving 4 runs.
It's interesting they've got the slip in for Pujara. I don't think the slip was in for Pujara when Kerrigan was at the other end. But from the Lynn Wilson school end, they have got the slip in, which suggests they think it's spinning more that end. Or they've just forgotten that they didn't have a slip in previously.
Spinners across the championship have bowled predominantly from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Certainly Rob Keough's done a lot of his work from this end. Alex Russell picked up his 6 wickets, I think pretty much predominantly from this end as well,
yes,
against
that's right.
Against Kent, wasn't it?
That's right. He did.
So it's a slightly longer boundary down towards the.
It is. That's a good spot.
Grundy
It looks very even, but it isn't. The boundary coming towards us here at the Lynn Wilson end is the longest boundary on the ground. Also, there's a slight incline, so there's slightly uphill from the Lynn Wilson end. That's a good shot.
Oh, lovely shot, just backed away, Carter. Gave himself room, picked the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, you got to play a good shot to beat Justin Broad out on that boundary today, haven't you?
It's well played as well, actually. Keepers are usually good players of spin, aren't they? They pick up length very quickly. I really like the way he did that. Just let the ball come right into him, and just a slight deflection, just inside the man at 45. A lot of people would have been trying to hit that ball in front of square or square of the wicket, losing out, missing out on runs. He played that really well. Oh, you've got to stop that. That's just gone through extra cover, hasn't it? Can't quite see who that is at extra cover.
Luke Proctor.
Oh, Luke.
That one.
He's kicking the ground in disappointment.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Northants just to stay up, isn't it, throughout all of these partnerships and these rebuilds that Sussex have had. There's been, having spent the summer up here, there's been moments in games where you feel Northants have just let things drift, haven't they? Potentially the heads have dropped a little bit quicker than what maybe they would have done, particularly in the championship. I thought Prithvi Shaw was about to have a bowl there, but looks like Tom Taylor's going to replace him instead.
I was just looking up Prithvi Shaw's bowling stats because I know he has bowled a little bit, but boy, just teasing us. That would have been something, wouldn't it?
Just quickly going through, going, Is this the first time he's bowled in 50 over cricket? Can we sneak that one in there as well? But yeah, Tom Taylor. So McManus going back to his other opener. Draws the edge from Ollie Carter straight away. He's going to pick up one, isn't he, down to Kerrigan?
I think it's an interesting point you make there, Dan, about Northants not always pressing home the advantage. It's something, there's something of confidence about that. There's also something about know-how. Good teams, good individuals know how to win. So they may, there's an ability, a physical ability to get yourself into a position to win. And then sometimes there's a kind of a nous or a mental ability to know how to win, how to convert that into a win. And I think it's something you learn, something you develop, and perhaps looking around the Northants squad, there isn't perhaps as many on the field who have got that experience as you'd want to have. And certainly the confidence, the other aspect of that is confidence, and I think it's a squad that's not particularly full of confidence right now. Results would undermine any confidence pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, and I think that would be fair to say. We said earlier it's not been the best of seasons for Northamptonshire by any stretch. But what I will say about them as characters and individuals, and having had the opportunity to meet them a couple of times, and I filmed a couple of videos with a few of the lads and had a couple of chats with them as well. They're all great lads as well. Like there's not, you don't get, there's no impression of, oh, we're not having the best time of it here. It's everybody is so up for it.
Yeah. I'm really pleased to hear that, because certainly that was true, when I was around. And if someone came in who was a little bit awkward in the group, they soon had their rough edges knocked down, really.
Short ball from Tom Taylor. Pujara just pulls that one away. He's on 58 now, just quietly going about his business, isn't he? 58 off 78.
I can't think of Pujara going about his business loudly. He is that player, isn't he?
He's taken his innings deep.
Just for the record, I have jumped on to check. Prithvi Shaw with his off breaks. He's only bowled in first-class cricket. His format's 6 overs in his career.
So if...
What are his figures? 6 overs?
Well, 6 overs. Why don't you have a guess? Do you think he's taken any wickets?
No.
Okay, you're right there. How many runs do you reckon he's gone for?
So he could have been used as a declaration bowler, but I'm not going to say that. So I think he's filled in, get to the new ball. And so people don't want to get out to him. So he's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26.
Leading edge from Ollie Carter, but no harm done.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Wow. No,
Used to
not
hear
too
that a
far.
lot from my teachers.
So he's played 44 first-class matches, has reached the end of the 33rd over. 44 first-class matches, 4 innings he's bowled in. So
okay.
Yeah, and he's bowled the 36 balls, no wickets, given up 44 runs.
Oh, Prithvi.
Yeah, so a little bit expensive, 7.33 and over.
Pricey, that.
Just possibly why he hasn't bowled more.
Surprised he's bowled as many as 6.
He's actually such an interesting story. So the last time he played Test cricket, I was there. It was at Adelaide Oval in the infamous 36 all out. Absolutely bonkers game that was. Of course, India came back and won that series against Australia.
Is that home? Is Adelaide your home?
Most definitely not.
Good
work on the boundary. No, I'm from now. Anybody who's ever listened to me commentate before will be holding their ears and going, why have you given her the opportunity to mention her hometown of Orange? Because it does get quite a bit of a mention.
Are we back on the Jaffa story?
I was going to say there's a Jaffa connection.
We've gone full circle here in 30 overs.
No, it's
fielded. Cut away by Pujara, wasn't it? Sorry, carry on.
No, it's named after William Prince of, by the English explorer Major Mitchell.
Oh, God, what have we done here? What have we done? Well, Dan, what have you done? Oh, that's
Big
out.
appeal.
That's out. That's
Phil
out.
wants it.
That's out. That's pad first.
Phil's given it. Umpire says no. We've got a replay though.
That's out, I reckon.
There was a lot of bat involved, wasn't there? Was it pad first?
I think it was. Yeah, it was. Or he's hit his pad. I think it was pad first.
Well, the standing umpire said no, so
Ball bowled.
come back. Good spell this from Kerrigan, having had a change of ends.
Yeah, it was a shortish ball, the appeal we're talking about now, and Pujara onto the back foot. It was very straight, and I think it flicked the top of his pad before hitting his bat, but it was difficult to be absolutely certain. But really, with experience, that ball can't hit the bat first and then hit the pad and then end up where it went to at that speed. It just can't. Physically can't happen. So it has to be. If there's two noises there, it has to be pad first.
Actually saw you throw your pen down there, Phil. Wow.
No, I'd never do something like that. That's just petulant. I'd never do that. Never do that.
That's a great finish to the over from Kerrigan. Just a bit of grip there and beats Ollie Carter's outside edge. Sorry, Mel, is there any more to the story about your hometown? Phil sounds really interested.
No, I am. Orange County.
No, it's definitely not Orange County. It's the city of Orange. We do have an international cricketer at the moment from Orange, Phoebe Litchfield, in the Australian women's side.
Yeah.
Made her Ashes debut, of course, this year.
So so you want us to guess, don't you? And then you're going to tell us we're all wrong. So let's do that. Is it Tasmania?
Oh my goodness!
I'm getting worse, aren't I?
Oh, nice. Oh, boy. Taylor back in. He's been so good today as well after that terrific opening spell alongside White.
You were really upset about any link to South Australia, which suggests you're from a bordering state.
Oh no, it's just, well, actually it does border South Australia.
Okay. but actually probably most of them do, don't they?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's not a very big border. No, it's from New South Wales, about 4 hours drive inland from Sydney.
Okay. Just the 4 hours drive.
It's close. I did, in between the end of the Manchester Test, Old Trafford, and going to the Oval, I took a detour via Edinburgh for a couple of days.
Oh.
People said only an Australian would consider that a slight detour.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, short ball, good short ball. That was sharp.
He's bowled four bouncers, I think, and each one of them has been fantastic. Just great height, great line. Edinburgh's great. Did you love Edinburgh?
Well, I always love Edinburgh. I went up to watch a couple of the qualifiers, European T20 qualifiers. Saw Brad Curry, who we're going to see bowl later today. He was outstanding. His first series, that was for Scotland. It was brilliant. Took 5 wickets in the final against Ireland. That's well played, well timed, and well placed. Back for a couple.
Good work again by Sam Whiteman down in front of the cinch football stand, wasn't it? Potentially 3 on offer if slightly quicker between the sticks, but it did bring up the 100.
Had to be a 3 there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it did bring up the 150 for Sussex Sharks though, so going at 4.3 and over, 5 wickets in hand, so
yeah, a strong finish still gets them into the 270s, 280s, doesn't it? And then there's something to bowl at. So you permanently on the road wherever cricket is, you follow. Is that how it is?
Yeah, do you know, I showed up here with a massive suitcase today because I've been on the road pretty much since I got here. And when I asked at the gate where the commentary box was, they sent me right over to the other side of the ground.
Okay.
and I had to carry my 20-kilo suitcase right up to the top, only to discover it was back here. So my suitcase is still over in the press box at the other end of the ground.
Right.
So hopefully no one takes off with it, but I wasn't carrying it down and up again.
Catch.
Another good bouncer, wasn't it, from Tom Taylor? Ollie Carter's almost Major League Baseball that back down the ground. Don't think it's far away from Tom Taylor on his follow through, so he's done well firstly to get out the way of it.
Yeah. It actually did the batter for pace. He was looking to pull that ball into the leg side, but it just got to him far too quickly. He did get the middle of the bat on it, but it did fly back at the bowler and actually didn't miss him by a lot. Well, crikey, just seen the replay. That could have been quite nasty.
Almost came off the toe of the bat.
Yeah. It went quickly though, didn't it? It did get back pretty well. He was on his follow through, so things tend to happen quickly in that situation. But it did miss him, and a welcome boundary for the Sharks. Kind of get a feeling something's going to happen this over. If Pujara might look to get after Kerrigan. Predominantly, he's just kind of waited for a little bit of back of a length and played it through the offside. Hasn't really tried to do anything too much different to that, but I just kind of get the feeling they might try and kick on a wee bit.
And just push long on back. Maybe they're expecting him to go for it as well.
Clearly a batter of his quality is going to possess a vast array of shots, but I am sitting here watching Pujara wondering what is involved in Pujara's kind of gears, if that makes sense. So as he goes up through the gears, I'm curious as to know as to what of those attacking shots are we likely to see. We're so used to seeing him just spend time at the crease, but clearly this format of cricket doesn't allow that. Your time runs out, doesn't it, after 50 overs? But
yeah, particularly he's not a big sweeper, as we said earlier, so footwork and then down the ground, but as Mel said, they've cut that off with both the mid-on and mid-off going back to their long positions. So Pujara's kind of said, well, okay, over to you, youngster. Looks like you've got some shots about you. I'll get at the other end, which is a good, he's not chewing a pickle, you know, he's got himself off strike, and if you're not going to look for a boundary, then get off strike.
that's a slog sweep from Ollie Carter. One bounce four down towards, well, Sunset Boulevard it was called in the T20 Blast. We'd have to think of another name for it for a Sunday afternoon, but quality shot from Ollie Carter. Got in that position early, didn't he, and swept Kerrigan hard down towards the boundary.
Good reverse sweep, and I think it seems like that was Pujara's intention, wasn't it? In that case, let me get off strike. That's my job. Is the glue here, and the youngsters can have a go from the other end, and certainly did that very well. It was a reverse sweep, but he also got the ball up and over the man at backward point. There are two men there, which is a kind of an anti-reverse sweep field very many times, but he's still taking it on, but needed to get it aerial in order to miss them, and he did that really well. So that's a fine shot.
See, talk about Pujara and the gears. It's actually really annoyed me because I did go on to Cricinfo earlier to look at his list A stat. He averages 56.13, but for some reason there's no strike rate listed on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's blank.
We could make it up.
I might try another source because in ODIs, he only played 5 ODIs for India. And you can understand probably why. And he only averaged 10 in those 5 games. Not much of a sample size at a strike rate of 39.23. So with the attacking options available to India, you can see why they did not stick with him.
Yeah, they've churned out some quality white ball cricketers, haven't they, over the years? And you say not a huge surprise as to why Pujara hasn't had much more of a look in. I spent a bit of time looking into Cheteshwar Pujara before the game, and I did come across the fact that when he made his debut for, I think it was for West Zone back in 2006, he made his debut alongside Ravindra Jadeja and Rohit Sharma. Pujara opened the batting in that innings. Rohit Sharma, on the other hand, batted at number 8.
Oh, wow. The times have changed.
Absolutely right. I think he did bowl a bit of finger spin, didn't he? I think in his early career, Rohit Sharma. So
he did.
But yeah, to see how those kind of white ball careers have gone in different ways.
Yeah. But there is, you know, certainly in domestic side, when you get to international level, many more talents to pick from a domestic side, particularly a side such as Sussex, who are through strategy and perhaps through budget as well, are leaning more on their younger players. To have a player of that quality and type to come into that group is absolutely gold dust. It's a very smart bit of work by Sussex to get him in, I think.
Rotating the seamers round from the David Capel end in this first innings is Lewis McManus, as Luke Proctor comes back into the attack, replacing Tom Taylor. Pujara is on strike. Shorter, and Pujara just turns that one into the leg side. I think Ollie Carter wanted to there, but not a great deal of interest shown from Pujara. He was quite happy to get down the non-striker's end.
Luke Proctor just having a word with the umpire to say that Pujara's running down the middle of the pitch there, which I did spot actually. He was all over the danger area at the far end there. Get off the pitch, please. Thank you.
I was lucky enough to be an Australian Test tour in 2017 when Pujara got that double century. I got memories of, it was Pat Cummins' first game back after 6 years out with injury. And it was a really flat pitch at Ranchi, really flat. It was really hard work. It was whether Pat Cummins could still do it, but he managed to get enough bounce out of it. It was actually flying over keeper Matthew Wade's head. And they had such a titanic battle, those two. It was brilliant bowling by Cummins. Classic Pujara.
Big appeal for LBW, and given Luke Proctor, the change of bowling works again. McManus so far is on fire with his changes with his bowlers, and Luke Proctor picks up his first wicket. He gets Ollie Carter LBW for 21.
It's the benefit of bowling straight, isn't it? Just looked at it in real time, it kept a bit low.
Looks like,
Ooh.
What are the umpires signalling for? It's got a little bit darker out there, hasn't it?
They want the lights on, maybe. No, this is interesting. I'll see where it hit him. Okay, it's on the back leg. It didn't keep low. It just hit him on the back leg right in front. Yeah. Sort of a back of the length ball. Didn't really bounce particularly. Didn't really keep particularly low, but Carter looking to sort of wipe it over deep mid-wicket, cow corner, and he's done a little bit for pace. And I said earlier on, Luke Proctor is slippery. Just threw the shot a little bit late and was trapped in front. He looked dangerous there, so from a Northants perspective, good to see the back of him. But he looks a handy cricketer. First time I've seen him, Carter.
Steelbacks have just picked up wickets, haven't they? As these partnerships have just started to kind of build. That one there would have been creeping into towards the 30s. That one with Hudson Prentice, I think, was 29 as well. And so the umpires they've either signalled for a change of brim hats, or I think they have asked for the floodlights. They've almost kind of signalled as if like drawing a halo around their heads, which I assume is the international umpiring sign for "Can you turn the lights on, please?"
There has to be a signal for everything, doesn't there?
I like the thought of being a signal for brim hats. Although the summer that we've had over here, it would have to be bucket hats, wouldn't it?
Got to collect the rain.
Perhaps it was get around it.
Oh.
That's my signal for get around it. So perhaps that's what it was.
Jack Carson then, the new batter for Sussex, 22 years old.
But it is dark out there, isn't it?
It certainly has got a bit gloomy, hasn't it? He's played 32 first-class matches, Jack Carson, at the age of 22. All the way from County Armagh in Ireland.
He's a handy batter. Catch that, that's out.
That's gone, isn't it? Umpire has not moved,
Oh
but
my
it's
goodness
a huge
gracious.
appeal.
Well, if it's not out, it's a wide, eh?
What behind
Oh,
is it?
shirt, he's saying shirt.
Yeah, umpire's saying it's flicked the thigh pad or the shirt on the way through.
There was definitely a sound.
That was a very woody sound.
Well, Jack Carson survives. Northants were, I think it's raining out there. Maybe that's what they were signalling for, was potentially the covers, Rowie, rather than the lights.
Oh, okay.
But you can definitely see it raining, and as I've learnt from watching Northamptonshire, if you can see it out the window here at the commentary box, it's normally raining pretty heavily out there. So
okay. Well, that had a good look about it. That big appeal for caught behind down the leg side.
He's off the mark with a single. McManus is saying keep the ball off the ground, but I think we're going to have a break. Covers are going to come on. As I say, when you can see it out the window here at Wantage Road, it normally means it's pretty steady out there. So the players are dashing for cover, and we're going to have a break at 164 for 6 off 36.5 overs. That wicket of Ollie Carter falling in that over to Luke Proctor. Covers are coming on. We'll take a little bit of a break, if that's okay with yourself, Mo and Phil, and we'll come back when play resumes.
Damn. Hello, Alex. It's outside the line.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wantage Road. We've had lunch and we are back to resume at 2:30. Had a bit of a rain delay there. All the weather forecasts and the radar suggested it wasn't raining in Northampton, but look outside the window suggested otherwise. Sussex are going to resume on 164 for 6. Cheteshwar Pujara is not out on 67, and he's joined by Jack Carson on 1. We are straight into power play 3. We've got revised playing conditions. We're playing 45 overs a side, so 7.1 overs remain in this Sussex innings. Where can they get to? I'll pose that question to Mel Farrell and Phil Rowe. And, well, where can they get to, Mel?
Wow. Let's see what the rain has done out there. It's not been easy going for them. They still have Pujara there, but Pujara's not really a player that you can imagine going absolutely nutso for 7 overs. He's been the anchor. Whether Carson can get going and whether they can try and push up towards 230 would be pretty good going, I think.
Short and wide then from Luke Proctor. We're going to have to bowl that one again. What about you, Phil? Where do you see Sussex going from here, or from a Northants perspective? What can you see Northants restricting them to?
Well, I'm glad you asked Mel first. It gave me a chance to try and get some sums done.
I was doing it on the run and my maths is terrible.
Well, you said 230. It was and I wrote 220. Is a very good number,
yeah,
I would say. So, I mean, I think Northants will be looking at 205, 200 something. It's possible we could bowl them out. That's the other thing. It's a difficult position for them batting wise. They've got to get themselves back in. They can't really do that because now it's power play. They've got to go. They've only got 4 wickets left. There's a new guy at the crease. All bets are on really. But let's pick a middle spot. 210.
210. It's a good number again. So the rain delay has allowed the Northants bowlers to have a little bit of a rest, and so Jack White's going to come back into the attack. He's undoubtedly been the pick of the bowlers so far. He's been the player of the match so far, let's be honest. 8 overs, no maidens, 3 for 23 so far. The wickets of Alsop, Haines and Hudson Prentice in amongst those 3, and he is going to bowl his 9th over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Stream at Wantage Road is powered by Daffabet. And if you do want to get in contact with us over the rest of the day, you can do on email stream@nccc.co.uk or via Twitter at NorthantsCCC as well. So Jack White to Pujara. That's down the leg side.
Jack White's picture that just came up there, it looks like he's got like really full curly hair, but I don't know whether is Luke Proctor giving him a haircut or something? Isn't he a hairdresser?
Procky does do that, yeah. Sometimes if you ask him as well, but often when you don't. Yeah.
Does he cut women's hair as well as men's?
I don't know. I've only seen him do the changing room job for a few. He's pretty good actually.
Oh, I desperately need a haircut, so.
Oh, Proc could be your man.
I'm back here for a few more games.
Well, let's book in.
Tee him up.
I'll have a word with him. He's always done his own, Luke Proctor, but then he has done a few that I think Nathan Buck got a free haircut, or 1 or 2 others over the years, and yeah, he's decent. I think one of his close friends in Manchester is a celebrity haircutter. He does all the United and City players and stuff like that. So I think Proc's learned a bit from him. Oh, this is poor stuff. Jack White.
Well, that one again. My mind's just gone. I don't know whether either of you 2 have watched Ted Lasso.
I love Ted Lasso.
And there's the episode, isn't there, with the defender that gives their teammates 1 free haircut per year as this kind of celebrity barber type thing, and use it wisely, I think, is what's kind of and I've just got this vision of Luke Proctor being that character for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, I'm not sure Proc's got the versatility to do female hair. He's kind of number 2, number 4, kind of, and a bit of cutting. I think that's his go-to. So if you want to sort of shave up at the back and things like that, maybe getting the clippers out is Proc's go-to.
No thanks.
I thought you might say that.
That was a very polite no thank you, wasn't it, there?
Well, it was quick and polite, that's good. It's clear Australian communication.
Dual citizen.
I keep forgetting. Dual citizen.
Couple of extras from Jack White then in this first over back for him after the delay. It's nicely played by Pujara, and Jack White's just settled back in there on that line that he's been so good at. I don't know if those ones that have gone down the leg side, Phil, have they just shaped down there, or has the line been wrong?
I think he just got the wrong side of the ball a wee bit. One of the things that is really important for any bowler, but in particular for Jack, is the front arm. And sometimes he gets a little bit lazy. The front arm opens a wee bit, so his front arm, his left arm goes across to the offside, and he can slide the ball leg side when he does that. But he's corrected it quickly.
Nice shot from Pujara, just whipped, wasn't it, down towards mid-on. Couldn't have timed it much better, but it's gone straight to, I think that's Tom Taylor, isn't it, doing the fielding at mid-on.
And he was really annoyed with himself, Pujara, as well. Just heard him cry out. He knew he'd made good connections straight away, but there's actually quite a big gap between that fielder and deep mid-wicket.
I mean, it's all gap, isn't it?
A massive gap
There's
there.
a mid-on and no one else saving a single on the leg side, and he found mid-on without him having to move, so he's a bit frustrated with that.
Yeah, so those fielders then on the boundary, we've got deep cover, a deep third. We've got to change here. Tom Taylor's going to move out to a long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Fielders inside the circle on the 45, backward point. Kind of a catching cover just on those wicket ends, and then an orthodox mid-off as well. Pujara does get that single. Run that first one relatively proactively there, didn't he?
He did.
Obviously, Sussex are going to be aware now with this reduced game that they're going to be slightly behind the 8 ball, and they're going to need to look to increase that run rate that's currently sat at 4.5.
I mean, that was a different intent, wasn't it, in that first run from Pujara there than anything he's done before the break. He obviously needed some lunch. He's getting low energy levels. Talk to each other there, talk to each other. Oh.
So just a single then to finish Jack White's 9th. 9 overs, 3 for 29. Sussex 172 for 6 off 38, so 7 overs to go in this game.
I know how Pujara feels. I feel much better after a little bit of pesto chicken. Went and got my suitcase, which was still up there in the press box.
Excellent.
I was incredibly lucky as well, because I didn't even have to carry it down the stairs or up the stairs. I had a bit of a hero knight in shining armour in Dan to... And he couldn't believe how heavy it was.
I can understand why he left it over the other side of the ground though, Mal.
That's why I didn't walk over with you. I read ahead.
You're going to be roped into that one. Luke Proctor then is going to carry on. Tom Taylor's got 3 overs left. Luke Proctor's got 5 himself.
Oh, that could be tight. Oh.
Well judged in the end. I think Emilio Gay doing the fielding at mid-on, maybe just
Thinking about his batting.
Yeah, didn't react to that one as quick as what he might have done before the rain.
So there will be a recalculation of how many bowlers can bowl their maximum. And
I assume it would be 9, won't
well,
it?
I would say it would be 9, so Jack's bowled out. They've got that out of the way. Jack White is done now.
So Proctor and Taylor to finish, do you think?
I would say so.
Not going to go back to Keough. He's got 2 left, and
I think if we go back to Rob Keough at this stage, something has gone wrong.
yeah, okay, fair enough. Kerrigan's got 1 as well, so there would be an option for spin if it was required, but it does make sense, doesn't it? Taylor can bowl these 3 from this end, and then Proctor can bowl the 4.
I would think that would be the going in plan. I would think. And Taylor's a good death bowler. Got some good options.
Short from Proctor, pulled away straight at, I think that's Justin Broad, isn't it? Lurking down at deep backward square. Onto that pull shot very quickly. Pujara, and played it strongly, just couldn't find any space down there, went straight to Justin Broad. It's kind of a lot of responsibility on that man's shoulders now, isn't there? The guy that averaged 90 last year for Sussex in this competition.
There is. He's got to be in there towards the end so that he can then have a go for the last sort of 3 overs himself. Others have got to take that. For me, others have got to play more aggressively before we get to that stage.
looking at this field, it looks like Proctor and Northants are going to employ this back of a length shorter ball tactic with fielders at fine leg, deep third, deep backward squares, a deep mid wicket as well.
Yeah, it's a field set for straight and off pace bowling, isn't it? There's an off pacer.
Just gonna pick up a leg by. Good decision, I think, by McManus not to throw. It doesn't look like the rain's done a great deal to the pitch either, does it?
Not particularly.
Folks?
No, perhaps just skidding slightly, but yeah, nothing drastic. And credit to the umpires there. They got off the field pretty quickly. It was they could have perhaps stayed out a little bit longer, but then it did get heavier, so they got the covers on pretty quickly. So good decision from them.
Shot from Proctor.
That could be in the gap, is it?
It's going to be a couple, I think. I think that's 4. Unfortunately, Pretty Shaw couldn't drag that one back in, so it's going to be 4 for Jack Carson. Pick up his first boundary of his innings.
And that's one of the few times that we've seen a dive on the boundary rope not succeed.
I just think he was a tad unlucky because he kind of dived, he got his hand behind the ball, and then on the dive his knee then knocked it over the boundary, so he was a little bit unlucky there.
Yeah, nowhere to hide, was there? The young lad in the green jumper was signalling 4, I think, for the umpires.
Okay, so there is going to be an over of spin. This is interesting. Kerrigan on.
So he's got 1 left. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 43 so far. Maybe they fancy the left arm spin against Pujara. Maybe they trust the fact that Pujara is not going to try and hit him out the ground.
It is helpful as a spinner if you know the guy doesn't sweep or reverse sweep. That's a big advantage, particularly in this sort of situation.
It's cut away nicely. It's just going to be 1 though. It's quite short, isn't it, that boundary where it's the outfield kind of cuts back in, doesn't it, towards the square as it runs along past where the ground staff keep all of their equipment.
Yeah, it's quite short there on the angle.
And there is a sweep. Play and miss from Jack Carson.
Yeah, and they've just got that one fielder out there on the offside. Rest of it, it's at leg side. They've got the field all spread out, apart from 45 just inside the ring.
Carson down the ground and powerfully played, but there's a fielder down there. So just the 1. Do you kind of expect sooner rather than later, with 5.5 overs to go, that the handbrake's going to have to come off here for Sussex? Nicely played by Pujara. I think 2 is the call.
He's called 2, yeah.
They're going to take it quite easily. Jack White down there doing the fielding.
I think what they almost need, they really need just that lower order swinging power, because Pujara is always going to be the anchor. I mean, he can up the pace, but he wants someone with him.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's right. They've got to go from the other end, haven't they?
Yeah.
And then he can go for the last 10 balls or something.
Yeah, they can all hold a bat. I mean,
Carson's got runs
was
against Northants, I think, in the past.
He was 14 off 9 against Durham on Friday. Crocombe 47 off 45, and Brad Curry 18 off 17. That's a powerful sweep. It's gone straight to Vasconcelos out on the leg side.
But that's the sort of innings you feel that they need at the moment. Just someone who can come out and get 20 or 30 quick runs.
It's really handy, you know, when I ran the academy for a few years, and the bowlers would come in and try to look like batters when they were batting. And I said, don't worry too much about that, score boundaries, and then we'll work the rest out. You want your lower order batters to be able to score in all formats nowadays. Yes, of course you want them to hold and end up and bat with the guy who's in and all of that stuff, but it's really important that your lower order can score. And I think Sussex looks like they've got a lower order who can do that, but as you say, Dan, they probably need to go reasonably soon.
Well, I think so. Bearing in mind they've still got 4 wickets in the sheds as well.
Yeah.
So they've all got a bit of a life, haven't they, to
for sure,
to play with.
40 overs gone.
And there is that intent from Jack Carson, but well fielded by Luke Proctor. Couldn't get it past the bowler on his follow-through.
I mean, Carson's almost got a license here. And to be fair, he's gone from 11 off 11. So he's going at a runner ball. He's just got a license here, I think, with only 5 overs left. Is it 5? 40?
4.5 to go, yeah.
Yeah, it is 45 altogether.
Half fielded by Emilio Gay, but he's not got enough of it. It's almost like just tipped it round the post, didn't he? Goalkeeper save style. Jack Carson picks up 4. So, Mel, you've said he's got the licence, and at the moment he's certainly looking to use it.
It was almost like a soaring slow motion dive. I mean, I know that was a replay, but even when I watched it live, it sort of it was kind of a.
It was one of those that you looked at it and it was always going away from Emilio, wasn't it? It was just tailing away down towards his right. Shorter, it's just evaded McManus. They're going to come back for 2. It's really well run, I think, by Jack Carson, who just makes his grounds. Good throw down in the deep. I should imagine that's Jack White down there doing the fielding.
I'd say it was.
Yeah, direct hit, but Carson really wanted that second run. There's absolutely no chance he wasn't going to take it. Running to the danger end.
I don't know whether the umpires might have just signalled 1 short or not. I'm not sure. Double check that when the score updates, but on replay it looks like he might not have made his ground. Up in the air, chance for a catch. Tom Taylor takes it. Jack Carson goes for 17. Sussex are 7 down for 194. And a good wicket from Luke Proctor to break that partnership.
Good bowl from Proctor. Bowling sort of back of a length, a very, very heavy length, as he's tried to employ throughout this over. Carson got one away earlier in the over through wide mid-on. That one just hurried him a little bit. It was going over, sort of over off bail, I think. It was a good line, good length, good pace. And caught a thick outside edge. It went steeply, but third man who was in the circle just pressed reverse sort of 10-15 metres back and caught it very comfortably. And I feel that's quite a big scalp for Northants, because Carson, I think, was showing signs of being able to put his foot down and accelerate. So that's a very good scalp.
Well, 17 off 14, he was writing the script, wasn't he? That's what we thought he should be doing. There's always going to be the danger that you're going to hole out when you're swinging like that. But at the moment, there's only 4.2 overs left. It's T20 cricket time, really. They need to just try and push this score up. It's not going to be a huge score, but there's a chance it can be a decent score. And now 194 for 7. What did we say? What did we say would be good?
We were sort of 210, 220, something like that.
I said 230. I thought would be a
good number.
A good number for them to get. Well, they've got a bit over 4 overs. That's certainly where I would be wanting them to aim for.
Yeah, and I think that responsibility for me goes back on Pujara now. I think with Crocombe, Curry and Keough to go, I think Pujara has to do the heavy lifting. I know Crocombe got that 47 against Durham, and that's nicely played, isn't it? Down through deep third for 4. Gets off the mark straight away with a nice shot through there. Just
interesting, because it was a late cut, wasn't it? He played it very nicely, and third man was up. Third man had been brought up previously to Carson when Carson smacked one through wide mid-on, so they changed the field, brought third man up, brought long on back, but left the field there for the new batter. So he only had to get any bat on that to beat third man. And I think for the new batter, it would have been smarter to have third man back and mid-on up. So if you want to hit your first ball over mid-on, good luck.
Short from Proctor.
It's very well bowled.
Umpire's happy with that one. He gets out of his over with a dot ball. So 41 overs gone, 198 for 7. Crocombe on 4, Pujara on 77. Yeah, as I say, Crocombe, that career best of 47 on Friday against Durham down at Hove. But surely with Crocombe, Brad Curry and Keough to finish, surely Pujara's got to do a lot of the work here. And interestingly enough, Kerrigan's going to be replaced by Justin Broad. So Justin Broad so far has bowled 2 overs, none for 21. Tom Taylor still has those 2 overs left, so unless they're looking for a little bit more flexibility with the 4 overs that are remaining in the day, because by my maths, I think Proctor's got 2 left, and I think Taylor's got 2 left.
Oh, then there must be an injury, surely, because Taylor would bowl the last 2 overs one end, wouldn't he?
I would have thought so.
I mean, in any game, even if Sanderson was playing, he would probably do that.
Pressure on Broad, though, and so he's gone for 21 off his 2 overs. Pujara has taken a liking to him in those 2 so far.
Now Taylor's getting loose down in front of us. So, yeah.
Does it offer you a little bit of flexibility? Could you... I don't know. I would agree with you. I would have thought Proctor from 2 from the David Capel end and Taylor with 2 from the Lynn Wilson centre end would have been the way I would have gone, but...
Kind of got the feel that we don't know something that we should know here. Broad's bowl, yeah, it's his first game, and yeah, he was a bit expensive earlier on, so to bring him back to bowl death overs when you've got a frontline bowler who's got overs to bowl, it does seem that there must be something else at play.
Short from Broad, just 1 for Crocombe. He does bowl a bit of a heavier ball as well.
He does.
That's 200 up for Sussex Sharks. No, it just reminds me of that, so thank you very much. But he looked like he rushed Crocombe a little bit there. It's going to be interesting to see where he bats, actually, as well, because he carded at 9, which seems a little bit ludicrous, but Northants bat a long way down today. And that is pulled powerfully down towards Vasconcelos, who picks it up brilliantly. Just restricts Pujara to a single. Pujara must be wondering what he's got to do to find a boundary out there. Great work by Vasco.
Just picked up a signal from McManus to Taylor, which says he's bowling the next over from the David Capel end.
Well, Proctor has had that shoulder injury, hasn't he? Whether they need to still manage that workload. Space created by Crocombe and just runs that down to deep third for a single. Good over so far from Justin Broad then.
He looks like he's got clarity. Yeah, he's got clarity in his plans, whereas before, when he came on earlier in the game, he didn't quite know where you know, it's difficult. It's his debut, isn't it? He's bowling against one of the best players in the world. He was probably a bit nervous, and it showed, but he's got real clarity now. It's a lot simpler sometimes at the death.
Short again.
As he bowls a wide, yes.
It's looked a little bit, maybe a little bit harsh. I'm sure there'll be a replay here coming.
I think that's a wide. I do think bowlers get away with wide down the leg side when it's short. I mean, look at that. That's clearly wide.
I think I'd create an argument to say that Pujara's gone outside the leg stump and potentially Broad's followed him a little bit, but he's done that, and that is an incredible shot by Pujara, which I think's gone all the way for 6 down towards the coffee van. He's given himself space and he's uppercut Justin Broad for 6.
Wondering if Pujara was going to go at any time. He didn't have much room to play. It was almost cramped. The ball followed him, and it was a most un-Pujara-like shot, really. But he's played it absolutely perfectly. Very handy runs. First 6.
First 6 of the innings. Slower ball from Broad that time. I think he's just seen Pujara open himself up again. But he's picked up 2. It's well run. So Pujara moves to 87, and Sussex are 2-11 for 7 off 42 overs. So 3 overs to go.
And we're talking about Pujara's running between the wickets then, but it's suddenly gone up a notch there as well. And we saw 3 fielders as well as the bowlers all converging on that ball, right in the middle of them. Didn't go that far, but able to get back for the second. It just shows what running hard on the first run can do. Create an opportunity for a second.
They've gone at virtually 10s, just under 10s since we've been back out. It hasn't quite felt like that, but they've added up, haven't they? Quite a few wides. I think it's been 4 wides since the resumption. And a couple of boundaries in the first 6, as you say.
Yeah, so Tom Taylor replacing Luke Proctor from the David Capel end. Short, and that's gone up over McManus. I think that's going to land safe. Is it going to plug? Chase for McManus, who does brilliantly well to pull that one back in on the boundary rope. Jack White tidies up. Chance at the bowler's end. And Crocombe makes his ground, picks up 3.
That's an extraordinary effort from the wicketkeeper. How often have you seen a keeper sprint to the boundary, dive, and save 4 runs?
That's right. I don't think I've ever seen that actually.
That is incredible work. That really is.
It's his team, isn't it? And it's almost his format here at Wantage Road. I think he was the List A Player of the Year, wasn't he, for the Steelbacks last year? Had a very good season.
Even the way he threw his gloves off before he got there, just to make sure that he had the control he needed to keep the ball off the rope. It was really, really impressive work from the skipper.
You'll notice in the Red Bull format with Northamptonshire, Luke Proctor captains that side. And that's just, has that dropped short of Proctor, or has he dropped that one? It's a chance, wasn't it?
This.
I think
he dropped it.
Yeah, me too.
I think it has carried, isn't it? Almost like catching practice pre-game. Pujara feeding what would be a slipcord, and Proctor's saying it's just dipped on him there a little bit.
Good delivery, wasn't it? He's gone wide Yorker with 2 men back on the offside for that ball. He's nailed his delivery. Good bowling.
Another good Yorker. Pujara digs it out, plays it down to long on for a single. What I was saying about Luke Proctor, like the vibe around the ground is that he leads by example. He sets the standard for everybody to follow, and that's rubbed off there. Lewis McManus is setting that example. What he expects of his players in this format. And then none other than Dave Willey in the T20 Blast as well. All action cricket. I was on the boundary edge for the game against Grenada, which I appreciate wasn't a proper, in inverted commas, it wasn't an official game of cricket, but though when you go up those levels and you get kind of toe to toe with those England cricketers, they really stand out amongst their peers. Oh, it's incredibly played by Crocombe. And it really well fielded by Luke Proctor. In the end, he saves a run. Fantastic by Proctor. And there is that lead by example from the Red Bull captain. Round of applause from the hospitality suites underneath us.
White ball captain, red ball captain, all of them putting their bodies on the line.
But that could have been a little bit uncomfortable with a bit of a slip there on that just greasy outfield after the rain came down.
A bit unlucky Tom Taylor this over. Could have had a wicket, and a couple have squirted, haven't they? One over the keeper and one inside the man at third man. This is good execution though. That's all you can do.
Yeah, it's been a good over, isn't it, by Taylor, but a good one for Sussex. We're past that 210 score, Phil, that you mentioned, and we're
reviewing that.
Creeping up towards that 230
on the low side
that Mel pointed out. Down the ground, he's missed the Yorker this time. Emilio Gay's underneath it.
Oh,
Emilio Gay has, not quite sure what's going on there, but the ball's gone for 6 anyway. 6 more for Sussex and 6 more for Pujara. 2 sixes now in his innings.
Well,
does he try to catch that beyond the boundary rope, or?
I think he, I think he looked down to see where the boundary rope was and maybe just lost the ball for a second. Anyway, I think 230, I was being too conservative.
I think Emilio would have done incredibly well to have hauled that back from beyond the rope.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. It would have been an extraordinary piece of fielding.
Well bowled from Taylor, but wide signalled, which to Tom Taylor's dismay, he's going to have to bowl it again. I thought that was just inside the line, but Pujara has moved to 94 off 110 balls, and Sussex are 225 for 7. I was about to say before Pujara planted that one back down the ground for 6. I did wonder whether 230 might have been a little bit conservative as well.
Well, it has just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it has, yeah. And I think we've missed a chance to get him out as well. And we've bowled nearly an extra over in total, haven't we now? 5 extra balls.
Powerful shot. Chance for a run out if he hits. Pujara makes his ground, and Tom Taylor shows his frustration as he throws the ball to McManus.
So if they're scoring at 6, scoring at 10 and over, and we've bowled them another over, that's quite expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 overs to go, and 226 for 7 the score.
And Crocombe has done exactly what you would want him to do at this stage as well. He scored 12 off 6.
Those are the innings that really kill you as a bowling team, aren't they?
Yep.
Those 200 strike rates. They might only face 8 balls, but that does that rattles a kind of a, oh, okay, that's a number we can get to. Ooh, okay, that's a number we don't fancy, which is exactly how this innings is now going. Those, as we said earlier, about those guys coming in down the order who can play a little cameo, 5 balls, 10 balls, and score at a strike rate of 200. That moves games forward, and it gives them momentum as well to Sussex as they go into their bowling innings.
And it's where they're shortening, that rain has an effect, shortening it by 5 overs.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's had a very different feel.
Yeah.
Really well bowled by Justin Broad into almost Pujara's block hole there. He's followed him as he's tried to create himself a bit of room. That was a point I was going to ask, actually, is you said about Broad having a bit of clarity with regards to his plan, but it's given Sussex a bit of clarity as well, isn't it? They've had those 4 wickets left after that rain delay. They've lost 5 overs. They know that they've got to go out there and really go after it, whereas potentially there would have been a little bit more confusion as to how they would have paced the rest of their innings if they'd have had the full, what would there have been, 13? Was there 13 overs left when we went off?
That's right, there was, yeah.
So it did at times feel like their innings was meandering just a little bit. Pujara obviously anchoring things, people batting around him, but unable to get really substantial partnerships going or strike rate really up.
Pujara advances, plays it into the leg side. It's just going to be 1. Pujara's going to put himself at the non-striker's end on 98. 229 for 7 with an over and a half to go.
And I think in terms of Northants, they've come out after the break, and the plan would never have been, I don't think, for Justin Broad to bowl the death overs. So something has happened to Proctor in that break. He only bowled 1 over, I think, after the break.
Completed the one that he went off for, wasn't it? I think it was, yeah, the 1 ball and the 1 over.
That's right, yeah. That's nicely played.
Well, he's got a free hand, doesn't he, Crocombe? He knows he's got 2 teammates to calm if he was to get out, but as essentially as similar to Carson, it's a free hit, isn't it? It's a free innings for a professional self. You might not get that same buy-in from a clubby looking to protect the average, but
I'd hope you would.
No, I can assure you wouldn't. Pulled by Pujara, it's going to be 1 more, and he's going to move to 99.
We've passed that 230.
Yeah, kind of that 245. Could be where they're looking at now.
Yeah, that'd be disappointing from a Northamptonshire perspective. I think after the break, Northants have not been as good as they were before the break. As I said, 6 extra balls bowled, a drop catch. Has also been a little bit unlucky with some edges that have gone into gaps and overfielders. But you kind of make your own luck. Mother Cricket punishes you. You bowl 6 extra balls, you kind of get punished, and they've played well. I've been credit to Sussex as well. They have played well. They've shown real intent, and I think that's a good thought of yours, that the clarity wasn't just for the bowling side. It was absolutely clear they could base 2 or 3 balls each and then go, and that's what they've done, and they've done it successfully. Yeah,
well, we got 6 balls left. Tom Taylor, good over for Tom Taylor in the end. It's gone for just 5, and Sussex are 231 for 7. As I say, with 6 balls to go, Tom Taylor's going to bowl the last one. He and Lewis McManus are just having a chat, come up with a plan. Pujara is on 99.
Now, if you told me that I would be coming to Northants to watch Pujara score a century in a one-day match, I'd have thought, well, that's worth buying a ticket for. I know that, I come here as a neutral, but he's certainly been the key, the immovable object, as he so often is.
Just feels like it goes under the radar a little bit, doesn't it? Just accumulates runs effortlessly. There was that one chance that we've just seen that obviously just dipped on Luke Proctor at short fine, but other than that, it's been... And there is that 100 for Cheteshwar Pujara, well batted, 100 for the Indian overseas. Takes his helmet off and salutes his teammate. His first of the year, to add to his 3 that he got in the competition last year. Well batted.
Yeah, he does go under the radar a bit, but not within the game, does he? He's kind of like a player's player. he's certainly a coach's player. If you were picking a 50-over team, he would be near the top of people's list. So you want someone to glue the whole thing and bat around. Very much the job that Jonathan Trott did pretty well for England for a number of years. And yeah, no surprise that he's done it yet again.
Yeah, 15th century in list days for Pujara. A nice rounded number there. But when you think of how difficult it was for him early, not difficult, but he was very cautious early on in the opening spells of White and Taylor.
Really well bowled by Taylor. Crocombe's just tried to open up that offside, and Taylor's got that wide Yorker in just inside that blue line this time. So it is now 4 balls to go for Crocombe and Pujara. How many can we get for our Sussex team to have a bowl at in the second innings?
Well, I think they've got a number they'll feel they can bowl at this number. As it is, to be honest, it's a decent number, isn't it? Because we've seen the ball seam around quite a bit and take spin, so it's not straightforward at all. It's a fun pitch, as Mel would say.
There's that wide Yorker again from Taylor. Crocombe just trying to open it up, but making that shot in the end quite difficult for himself to play. 3 balls to go.
He's a man in form, Tom Taylor, isn't he? You know, wide Yorkers, people back off wide Yorkers because they're worried about the wides. He backs himself to get them inside the line. I think he had one harsh call, to be fair, earlier on when Pujara backed away. Then the line moves with him in terms of profile wides, and I don't think that should have been called a wide, but he backs himself at the top of his mark. He'll know exactly when he's going to bowl. Full commitment, full confidence. Hope he gets this one right. Got this one wrong.
He doesn't. Pujara flicks it into the leg side and picks up 4.
Sorry, Tom. Sorry, everyone.
Phil Rowe singing his praises. He gets the Yorker wrong this time. Pujara gets a bit of a freebie.
Oh dear. They bowled a shin-high full toss, which on 100 I should think is probably the ideal ball, isn't it, to get?
I suspect most days Pujara sees that ball a bit bigger than most cricketers. At 100 not out, I suspect it's probably the size of a beach ball. Slower ball that time from Taylor. Yeah. Pujara's just pulled it down towards mid-on. Crocombe's going to come back. There's going to be a chance for a run out. Crocombe's made his grounds.
The lads are a little bit sour with Emilio Gay there because the ball went pretty much straight to him, and they really comfortably got in for 2. A few double teapots around. Which double teapot?
Yeah.
You familiar?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Stuart Pickle, you were querying Stuart Pickle.
I'm a fan of a double teapot.
Okay.
See it quite regularly.
Do you employ it?
I try not to.
Yeah, good.
I try not to. As a wicket keeper, I think you're there as much of a cheerleader as you are as a backstop, aren't you? So.
I didn't know you were a keeper.
In more ways than one, Phil.
Oh, that's lovely. That's well bowled too. Good
Yorker to finish there for Tom Taylor. So Sussex finish on 240 for 7. Cheteshwar Pujara 106, 107 not out. And Northamptonshire will need 241 to win from 45 overs in the second innings. There's a 10-minute, not 10 innings, we might be here for a while at that point. 10-minute interval between the innings. Just quick thoughts from both of you at the end of Sussex's innings before we take a break?
No, I just think the key man was obviously Pujara. Losing those early 2 wickets, I thought that the Steelbacks bowled brilliantly up top. Took those 2 early wickets, put them under pressure, but the experience and the class of Pujara, he's been in these situations many times before and just calmly got on with it, really. Even when the spinners came on, they found turn, they were very effective, and then that rain break really seemed to make a difference. They had prevented big partnerships from forming, but the rain break, I guess, really just made it a lot simpler for Sussex to work out what they needed to do, and they came out and went swinging. Magnificent innings from Pujara, some good cameos down the lower order.
Yeah, I think Mel's nailed it. I thought, Jack White bowled brilliantly, particularly with the new ball. 3 top order wickets. Rob Keough bowled nicely with his off spin, which is good to see. Yeah, I think Northants were kind of in control of the game, and then the rain came back, and then Sussex just said, well, this is what we can do, and we're going to have our sort of 45 minutes in the sunshine, and that they've produced from that quite a competitive number there. It's only 5.35 and over from front to back, but there is seam on offer. There is cloud cover around. The pitch is taking spin as well, so it's not going to be straightforward. But if there was ever a blueprint in terms of how you, in this case, set a score, but also now in the second innings chase a score, it's the way that Pujara played there. Played to his strengths. When he got a bad ball, he put it away, didn't miss out on too many, didn't take any real particular risks until right near the end. And despite wickets falling around him, he had enough about him not to blink. He's seen it all before. And some lower order hitting and some more intent with the runner between the wickets has seen a competitive number posted. Yeah. But all of that said, at halfway, I think I'd just about rather be in the Northants dressing room than the Sussex one. But Northants have got to bat well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Plenty of talent in that Northants dressing room, none other than Prithvi Shaw, that I'm sure the three of us are excited to watch for the first time at Wantage Road, along with, I'm sure, plenty of you on the stream. We will take a break for 5 minutes. We'll be back when the play resumes, 17 minutes past 3.
Number 19, and number 100, Chris Shaw. Keough sponsored by Pujara, Chris Shaw sponsored by Sussex.
So here we are. The chase is on here at Wantage Road. Sussex won the toss earlier and elected to bat. Lewis McManus said that if he'd won the toss, he would have liked to have bowled first. So they both got their wish. Now we're about to find out if Sussex are able to employ the seam, the movement that was on offer early with the new ball. Going to be pretty sure to open up. The Steelbacks. We've already seen his India teammate from the past, Pujara, put on a magnificent century today, anchoring the Sussex batting effort. Played that beautifully. Well, Prithvi Shaw would dearly love to play a similar kind of role for the home side. Was meant to play a couple of county championship games, I believe, but was delayed in his visa. What a glorious shot. First up, first ball, driven beautifully for 4. That's how Prithvi Shaw wants to play today.
I'm so excited to see him. It's been kind of Australian soap opera-esque, hasn't it, with the Willie won't he make his way over. He did get here in time for the One Day Cup, and he batted really well down at Cheltenham. I think he was 35 or 34, I think, when he finally
hit wicket? Did he try to pull a ball and ended up falling on his stumps as he fell over? Oh, and that's back-to-back drives off Carvelas. Prithvi Shaw goes again. And that is another boundary.
So he's now at home and he was away. Is that the Australian soap opera reference?
I love it.
Oh.
I love it. I love it. But no, you're exactly right. And he's such an exciting cricketer. He comes from this kind of new crop of Indian talent, doesn't he? I guess I spoke earlier about who Pujara made his list day debut with. I mean, Prithvi made his with Shreyas Iyer, Suryakumar Yadav. Shardul Thakur played in that game. Jasprit Bumrah played in that game. It's from that same kind of crop of players.
That's better from Carvelas. Good response. He's just been driven for back-to-back 4s off your first 2 balls. That's almost an insult, isn't it, from an opening bowler to get those 2 cover drives away.
They weren't terrible balls either, were they? The first one was the wrong side of a good length. It wasn't a full half volley, it was the wrong side of a good length, but it was his first ball, 4, driven on the up. Just dragged his length back a little bit and was the wrong side of a good length, but the other way, back foot punch for 4.
Oh, and that's better as well. He's got the leading edge, but falls safely.
Short guys can be difficult to find sometimes in terms of a length because they don't really have that it's not easy sometimes to find the right length of a short guy. They'll drive you on the up and then you'll just drag your length back a bit. They sit on the back foot and what looks the same length can go off the back foot. They can be tricky guys sometimes. Difficult to find, I say.
I guess that's what is one of the reasons that Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley have proved to be such an effective opening partnership for England. Just very, very different in height, constantly challenging the bowlers to find their right lengths.
You don't get a lot shorter than Ben Duckett, that's for sure.
Well, it does make for fantastic anthem pans from the camera.
Yes.
I deliberately put him in between the tallest players.
I saw a tweet from Ben recently on that. I don't know if you saw it.
Lovely.
What a shot that is.
He's gone the other side this time. Some great work on the boundary rope. He's managed to flick that back in. We'll wait and see what the umpire says, but
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He won't know. The fielder won't know whether it was or wasn't. He has effected a great saving of a single there. Yeah, Stuart Broad's up retirement. Ben Duckett tweeted, "It's been a pleasure standing next to you in all of the anthem shots." Because he's not really putting his arm around his waist. It's more like Ben's reaching up here for his waist somewhere.
Yeah, Broady's leaning on his, just leaning his forearm on Ben Duckett's head as well.
That's right, yes. But as you know, in terms of Ben Duckett, as you've brought up, obviously raised here through our academy system and learned his cricket here. It's been great to see him go on to achieve what we all hoped he might do. It's taken him longer than it might have done because he had that kind of absence where they weren't really considering him for about 60 test matches between the two spells in the test side, and it's been great that between Rob Key and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes they've made a good selection getting him back in.
Oh, whips just to the right of the fielder in at short mid-wicket. Just get the single.
Bit of shape there for the left arm seamer. Swung it back into the right-handed Shaw. Just chipped it in the air a bit. It looked like it might carry to the field. It just evaded him, just to his right at the end.
Yeah, Brad Curry was lucky enough to see him playing in his first tournament for Scotland recently. I mentioned earlier the detour that I took up to Edinburgh in between the 4th and 5th tests. He's playing in the T20 World Cup qualifiers up in Edinburgh for Scotland. He does get a bit of shape, and with that left arm angle as well, can be a real handful.
My first viewing of him.
Yeah, he took, I think, 12 wickets in 18 matches to help Sussex get to the semi-finals last year. Took six wickets, if I can get my words out right, on his first class debut when he trialled for Sussex. Again, nice shape. And he took 5 for 13 in the final of those World Cup qualifiers against Ireland in a ding-dong of a match. Both teams scoring above 200. He came in at the death and really won that for them. Handy to have left arm, decent pace, able to shape the ball, bowl with a new ball, bowl at the death.
Oh, I like what I see. Yeah, there's a lot to like there, isn't there? Looks a nice bowler. I'm just looking him up to get some insight on him. He's played some second team cricket for Somerset in his time and played some minor or national county cricket, I should call it, for Dorset as well.
Yeah, well, he and his brother are Dorset, kind of Bournemouth area players.
Paul, he's born in Paul.
Yeah, brother Scott, I think, is on the books at Hampshire.
Okay.
It's quite extravagant movement, isn't it, away from Emilio Gay?
It is. He's kind of encouraging Emilio Gay to drive, and so far, judiciously, Emilio Gay has not had anything to do with those, which is good opening batting in this situation, I would say. It's swing, and if it's swinging and going away from you, the length of the ball is dangerous. Even if the line is not dangerous, the length of the ball has been immaculate. I've done it again. Commentator's curse, he bowls a wide.
There's no such thing as a commentator's curse. I hate to disabuse you of the thought that you are all powerful, but nothing we say up here is actually going to make anything happen.
Thanks, Mel.
That's all right.
So, but the previous 3 balls had swung from sort of 4th stump to wider, so he's then tried to bowl it straighter and swing it from middle and leg, and just kind of pushed it into middle and leg, and it carries on down the leg side. He's got to get himself angled properly. Good shot.
Yeah. Lovely shot. Another cover drive. We've seen a couple of them from Prithvi Shaw, but now Gay gets in on the act, and just couple of loose deliveries from Curry there just to finish off what was shaping up to be an excellent first over, but he's threatening that outside edge when he gets it to swing away.
He's giving extra cover a little bit of his inner thoughts there as well. I think he thought extra cover could have made a better effort to stopping that. Kind of a what are you doing kind of look and shrug of the shoulders towards extra cover.
Now, Prithvi Shaw back on strike. He was excellent in the first over. He scored 12 off just 7. And there's that cover drive again. That's the 3rd drive he's played for 4, and each one has been an absolute cracker. Sound of the ball off bat.
I'm just leaning in to watch on our screen here, the replay. Oh, have some of that. What a beautiful shot that is. Didn't particularly move his feet, just sort of transferred his weight onto the back foot a little bit and just punched it. There was virtually no follow through on that. That's just great skill, great hands. I think this kid's got a future.
Well, he was a child prodigy, wasn't he?
He was.
Schoolboy, scored the highest.
Yeah. Off the record, yeah, he broke all the records.
All the records. Yeah. It's up there as great success early on. As I said, played his last test from that 36 all out in Adelaide. Oh, whipped away behind square. That's another 4 runs. Prithvi Shaw is on a mission. I think he might have a point to prove, and it might be a very good thing for the Steelbacks that he's decided he wants to prove it here.
And it's there will be a small percentage of him wanting to outdo Pujara as well. There definitely will. It's his fellow countryman. He's come and got 100 not out. Okay, well I'm going to get one. I'm going to get it quicker at a bigger one and with more style. I feel a bit for the bowler. He will not have bowled at a guy this good before.
There is another one. Lovely shot past the fielder at mid-on. Won't go all the way this time. They'll just get 3 runs from it. But this is a terrific start from Shaw.
It's genuinely outrageous. I wonder what the chance, if you're going to get a Luke Proctor haircut, what do you reckon the chances are of me getting a Prithvi Shaw bat is? Because this one that he's got here looks outrageous.
I thought you were going to say a Prithvi Shaw haircut because it's going away, I think.
I'll take the bat.
I'm not going to comment on the hair.
But he's an absolute bums on seats kind of cricketer, isn't he, Prithvi Shaw? Kind of an admission fee alone, and
yeah, for sure.
To think that you could have paid a $5 to come in and watch, and watch Prithvi Shaw today is
and Pujara.
And Pujara as well. Yeah. Not to discredit Pujara.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a bargain.
Something for the dads and the children as well. There's the modern version of where the game is heading, and then there's the kind of the more traditional. But they've both got a place in the game.
And I imagine that Prithvi was pretty unhappy with how he got out in the first match. It hit wicket. Always unfortunate, isn't it?
Well bowled, good finish.
Well bowled, that's a good response.
I do feel a little bit sorry for the bowler. His first ball, which was a fantastic back foot punch of a shot, there wasn't much wrong with it. It was kind of back of a length, just on 4th stump, kind of where you're looking to aim it. Got punched through the offside. He then got a bit too straight. He got whipped behind square for another 4. And the young bowler will not have come across someone with that ability very well, probably ever in his career so far. So he's got to learn quickly.
Whipped away. He's absolutely clattered that, but it goes straight to the fielder down a deep square leg.
That's interesting. The deep square leg fielder threw the ball at the bowler's end there, which is an unusual. They do normally return that to the wicketkeeper. There might be something about Shaw not being the greatest runner, or maybe he hurt his leg in that game down at Cheltenham.
So he was struggling with cramp down at Cheltenham in his calf, which boss man Alex suggests that might have been a contributing factor to the dismissal. First of all, I think on review of it, it was very, very short of a delivery from was it Van Meekeren, I think?
Yes, it was.
Who bowled it.
Yeah.
But then potentially didn't quite get in the position that he needed to be with that discomfort in his calf. So bit of a tougher challenge, I suspect, on offer here from Brad Curry, particularly with the movement away from Emilio Gay that we saw in his first over.
Brad Curry won't bowl many better balls than that in his career. This is an absolute peach of a ball. It swung in, pitched on middle and off, and went away. And what Shaw did well there was he missed it. Because
he did well to miss it.
He did well to miss it. Beautiful bowling. This kid's impressive. Looks like Sussex have got one here.
Yeah, this is a different challenge for Shaw. Prithvi, I should say. He prefers Prithvi to Shaw, so...
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have to try and remember that as well. I wonder why he got the number 100. Maybe he did that because he wants to score a few. He does have a high score of 227 not out in list day cricket.
Wow.
That would just about see us over the line, wouldn't it, today?
Well, he averages 50, so at a strike rate of 122.
Oh,
so
wow. And those numbers are sensational, and that's the calibre of player that we're looking at. As you say, admission fee £5 to get in and watch this is quite something.
Yeah, I mean, we don't... If anybody is watching, well, hopefully there's people watching the stream, but treat yourself and have a look on read the bio of Prithvi Shaw on Cricket Info. There are some outrageous claims to fame, aren't there, throughout his pretty young career so far, just starting at 14, having scored 546 off 330 balls. Well, I'm not going to read through the rest of it. Google it yourself, because there are some outrageous things that have happened in this 23-year-old's career so far.
He was a real prodigy, and then it just seemed that he was part of that. There's a bit of a shake-up after that 36 all out. Was then overlooked for a few tours. Wants to try and find his way back in. Oh, and he's gone! Curry gets his first victim. He's been outstanding, opening the bowling for Sussex. And he has got the danger man in Prithvi Shaw, who was hitting boundaries for fun early on. But Curry has had the ball talking and he's just chopped on.
Yeah, it wasn't one of his better deliveries. It was good enough, wasn't it? It just it was going across Prithvi Shaw, just swung a little bit, but wasn't particularly dangerous in terms of line. He's tried to hit it on the up through the offside, through quite square cover, I guess, and he's got a thick inside edge. On a good day, that flies past leg stump for 4, and on a bad day, it smashes into middle stump, and that's exactly what happened. Curry absolutely delighted with that. And yeah, you kind of think if Sussex are going to win this game, then they have to get rid of Shaw fairly quickly. So in the context of the game, that is a huge scalp.
Well, he scored quickly. He got to 26 in a very quick space of time of just 17 balls. Looked incredibly dangerous, Prithvi Shaw. But Brad Curry has been outstanding. Didn't move as much as some of his other deliveries.
No.
But it's the doubt that a bowler like that can put in the mind of the batter, not knowing if the ball's going to angle across, if it's going to seam back in, swing back in. How delighted was he?
That's a huge scalp, isn't it, for the young man? Yeah, any time to get Prithvi Shaw out there. He was on fire there, wasn't he? He was in great nick, scoring off both feet, both sides of the wicket. You just thought, well, he's booked in for 100 pretty quickly. So, yeah, well done to Curry. He does look a good prospect. I like it. Left armour swings the new white ball, gets in close to the stumps. It looks like a competitor as well. He's given one of his teammates a reminder about his fielding standards already. Got a strong celebration on the wicket there, and why not? He's just got a world-class player out. So well done, young man. You'd leave it there. That'd be great.
2 slips and a gully in now for Curry. There's a new batter at the crease, Vasconcelos. Just cautiously plays that first one, which ends the over of Curry. Terrific one as well. Huge wicket of Prithvi Shaw.
Well, yeah, in the context of the game, that's massive for Sussex, isn't it? Absolutely huge, because another hour of Prithvi Shaw and Northants are pretty home and dry. Just watching the replay again, yeah, it was sort of back of a length ball, good length ball, and he's inside edge onto his stumps. It was a cricket incident, as I call them. Really, it wasn't got out.
Hint of movement?
Yeah,
just a hint.
Yeah, I'd say a touch, yeah. Enough, obviously enough.
Obviously enough.
Shot.
Driven nicely, finds the gap through the covers. Bit of relay fielding.
Kind of feels like for me, for Emilio Gay, this is almost the format that he should thrive in the most, shouldn't he? He's been at the top of the order in the T20 Blast this year, and I kind of feel like it's a little bit too short for him. The championship, I think he wants to, obviously he scored a fantastic 100 up at Old Trafford, didn't he, in the last round?
Oh, well, that was the straightest of drives.
But a very attractive batter to watch, very busy, very flowing. It just feels like of all three formats, this is the one that feels like it's kind of made for Emilio Gay.
Yeah, I agree, and the relative lack of seam movement, red ball to white ball, really helps Emilio. He likes to hit the ball on the up quite early in his innings. Yeah, totally agree with that. He got 100 here in a warm-up game against Bedfordshire a few years ago, and Bedfordshire a decent bowling attack on that day. Some guys with some first-class experience, and I did that game for the radio actually. And Emilio's a guy that I've known since he was 12 years old, and I brought him onto the academy a few years ago now. I didn't know he could be that good in white ball cricket. He loves the white ball cricket. He sees himself as an all-format player, but I think right now this is his format. And I think for his own confidence, he needs to have a really strong campaign. He needs to rack up, 400, 500, 600 runs even in this competition if he can get that many, because his red ball form has been a bit patchy. He's still, with having scored that 100, he's still short of runs overall.
Yeah, to play devil's advocate for Emilio in the championship this year, obviously missed the first 4 rounds, wasn't it? I think, if not 5, and then didn't have the pre-season that his colleagues would have had. So those statistics and that run tally, I think you can caveat slightly with those contributing factors. He recovered from a knee injury, didn't he, over the winter?
Yeah,
that they
horrible knee injury, yeah.
Kind of realised when they got out to South Africa, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
Almost quite innocuous to...
Yeah.
All of a sudden under the surgeon's knife, and had quite a long layoff. So yeah, although he potentially feels like he's got some catching up to do, he's can take it with a pinch of salt, the fact that he hasn't played as much cricket as others, but he scored 332 runs in this comp last summer. So yeah, what did you say, 400, 500, 600?
That's where he needs to get to this year, I think. Yeah,
just to give you a little bit of an idea of how different the starts to these 2 innings have been. After 5 overs, Sussex were 15 for none. They found it very difficult to get going. Whereas because of that start by Prithvi Shaw before he was out, we now see 34 for 1. But such is the nature of 50 over cricket, that those things can then end up evening out very quickly, especially when a wicket falls and just changes the whole flow of an innings.
I think you mentioned earlier, Mel, that there are times in 50 overs, the time available in what is now 45 over game, but in this format you can have bad spells and you can recover, and that's quite nice.
Yeah,
because it brings a different way of playing, and it's not all over early. You can come back into a game and rebuild, etc. It looks like Curry swings the ball well to the left-hander. For the right-hander, he hasn't really shown when Shaw's in that same amount of swing. He gets quite tight into the stumps, which is not a bad thing. But I just wonder, in terms of his angle of approach to the right-hander, needs to get his front side lined up more so he can swing the ball back into the right-hander. But he will tell me, well, I've just dismissed one of the best. So thanks very much for that, coach. Jog on, he might well say. But he certainly looks a good prospect.
Oh, just out of reach of the fielder at cover point. 4 more runs. Lovely stroke there.
Yeah, that's the best of Vasconcelos, isn't it? Oh, what a beautiful cricket shot.
Yeah. Played shot after shot of that. Was it against Birmingham in the blast? I think he got 50, 60 odd, didn't he, in that game, and felt like almost everything was played through point.
He is such an elegant driver of a cricket ball, isn't he? Makes it look so easy. It's not that easy. Makes it look so easy. Very natural player. That's a better line. Straightened up well.
I certainly know that Brad Curry going up and watching him in Scotland, when you've got a left armour who can bowl at decent pace and can move the ball, it just gives you so much more option with your bowling attack, particularly in white ball cricket when you're looking at specific matchups. A real boon if you can get a good lefty. It makes them a valuable commodity, doesn't it?
It gets coaches excited, doesn't it? You see, if you have a trial day, the coaches often sort of migrate to where the left arm seamers are bowling. We've seen plenty of the right armers. Well done, guys. Keep running in. It's the left armers that are the rare commodities. Mitchell Stark would be a great example of that. What a fine series, Ashes series he had.
He did. One of the few Australians who left with reputation enhanced, I think.
Not sure about his catching technique in the outfield.
If there's one thing that we can say we all gained from the Ashes as we see the end of the 6th over, is that we all understand law is at 33.1 about catching and having complete control over your body as well as the ball.
I don't think we needed that to know that wasn't out though, Mel, did it?
Well, no, but
the
because
ball was on the floor, it tends to be not out.
It ended up being discussed so much, and then by the
Far too much.
By the time we got to Ben Stokes dropping Steve Smith and leg slip at the Oval, it's like everyone's 33.1. There we go. We all know that law now, don't we?
Crazy.
Nice that Sussex have stuck with Cavallas here. He's going at 8.5 and over in his first 3, but he's come into the team in replace of Stephen Finn, who played against Durham the week before. But I think he led the wickets for Sussex last year in this competition with 20, coming at 19.5. So nice to see Tom Haines and the management kind of sticking with him through that pretty tough patch. I guess they'll know that it's probably going to get a little bit easier with Emilio and Vasco at the crease, having dismissed Prithvi a couple of overs ago. But I guess it could have been easy to have kind of hooked him out of the attack and given it to Hudson Prentice or Crocombe, one of the other seamers that they've got.
That's great captaincy, isn't it, to back your man? We're giving you the new ball. Okay, you've got hit by one of the best in the business, but you've got a new one to bowl. That crack on. I think that's really nice to back him.
Emilio and Vasco sounds like it should be in a buddy cop movie together or something. That's a great. I haven't heard them referred to as that. So Emilio and Vasco, I like it. Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, sort of what you're thinking, like a Northampton-based cops and robbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a good vibe about it. Perhaps we could work on that. We'll pitch it to some producers. Idea for a cop show. Shot.
What a shot that is. Pierce through the covers. Chase won't get there. And that is another lovely shot by Vasco. Can I say Vasco?
You can say Vasco.
Oh. He certainly carved that one away beautifully.
Vasco and Emilio, double O heaven.
But I think Emilio and Vasco sounds better than Vasco and Emilio. It has to be the other way around.
Okay.
So it's all about the cadence.
Emilio, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Emilio will probably like it that his name comes first as well in that.
I think he'd insist on it.
I think so.
That'd be on his rider.
Proper shot that though by Vasconcelos, wasn't it? He looked a class apart here in the championship last round against Somerset. That first innings, everybody was struggling, and against Craig Overton and Matt Henry for Somerset, just played some of the loveliest shots you'd wish to see at Wantage Road. And
yeah, I think for me, I'm a huge fan of Vasco. When we signed him, it was a bit of a punt. He hadn't got a lot of pedigree, and the club moved quickly. Credit to David Ripley in particular for sticking his neck out, and we secured his services. If you don't bowl quite well at him, I'll come back to that after this delivery. Well played. If you don't bowl quite well enough at him, he will destroy you. And he can do that to anyone. He's got shots off both feet, both sides of the wicket, pulls and cuts very, very well. Spin still needs work, but he's getting there quickly. He's a very, very skillful player. I think the challenge for what I would say to Vasco is, what about if someone bowls well at you for a period of time? You know, have you got the game yet to combat that consistently? I think he will develop that, but at the moment, he can hit balls on the up half, follows width and so on, took it off his pads and all of those things he does beautifully, and he's great on the eye. It's when someone's bowling consistently well at him over a period of time, just challenging that defence and that decision making.
He's only 25. For some reason I thought he was older, or that I'd just sort of seen him around for a longer period of time. Curry continues and he gets a wicket. First ball of his over. It's been a brilliant spell of new ball bowling from Curry, and he has his second wicket to show for it. It's that of Emilio Gay, who was looking dangerous. He's finding the outside edge.
Emilio Gay is not happy with that decision, so now we're going to see a replay of it straight on. Okay, so it's hit his back thigh pad. Yeah, and you look at the non-striker's reaction as well. He's looking to the heavens as the finger goes up. Yeah, he's missed that. He's missed that by quite a distance.
Oh, well, unlucky for Gay. He will feel really hard done by. But the end result is that the Steelbacks find themselves 43 for 2.
It's almost a bit of a telltale sign, the way the batter's kind of back leg just flicks round slightly. It's almost, to me, to the naked eye anyway, it kind of looked like it must have come off the back pad, just the way that leg. You know, you get that feel, don't you? The back leg swings round and you think, it's just gone off the thigh pad.
Yeah, I think it's just a poor decision. You know, they make them. There's no point saying they don't make them. They do make them, and he's just copped one. But it was a good delivery. That's the credit to the bowler. You know, it's nothing against the bowler. It was a good delivery. It pitched middle and off, swung away and bounced a wee bit. It had a good look about it, didn't it? As he tried to work it into the leg side, the ball then deviated and was caught low down by the keeper going away to his left. So from the leg side of the ground, it looked like a genuine nick. It's only when you see it straight on that you realise it's come off the back thigh pad.
So Sam Whiteman, new batter at the crease. Grew up in Bunbury in Western Australia. Of course, born in Doncaster. Very experienced. He's played for Australia A back in the day. So on strike now to the on-fire Curry. Just lets that one go through.
He's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't he, with this new ball from the David Capel end. 3 overs, 2 for 12, and like huge movement away from the left-hander, enough to draw Prithvi Shaw into a bit of a full shot to get that drag on, pick up his first wicket. But that constant movement away from the lefties with the 2 slips in place and Ollie Carter with the gloves has been a real challenge.
He's been impressive, Dan, he has.
And I mean, the good news for Sussex and the good news for Brad Curry is there is an awful lot of left-handers in this Northants batting lineup.
There is. There is, yeah. It's, he can line himself up, can't he, and book himself in there. I mean, the ball that got Emilio Gay, yes, okay, so he didn't nick it, but he may well have done, because he actually played it and missed it. He could have easily feathered that. It was a very, very good ball. Emilio Gay shaping to hit the ball up to sort of mid-on or wide of mid-on. and it swung past the outside edge. So that's what you want your left armour to do to the left-hander, and he's not wasting the new ball either.
Well bowled again.
Yeah, that's good to see. So I guess is he playing the red ball team or does he not? Has he not broken into that yet? Do you know?
Don't think he has.
He would have been away, wouldn't he, for the
He
last
has-
for
With
the
the
last
No,
Scottish
he
month.
has.
guys, yeah.
He's played 5 first-class games.
Yeah. How's he gone?
He's taken 18 wickets with best figures of 6 for 93. I think that might have been when he came in, actually,
Okay.
and played that trial.
Oh, okay.
So at Lord's, perhaps.
Just looks a first-class cricketer to me.
Yeah.
Just tick.
Well,
You go.
I was excited to see him when I was up in Edinburgh, not having seen him before, and I've
Yeah.
seen it, so a bit of Scotland play, and he was really impressive. And I was quite keen to see how he would go down here, just
Yeah.
having seen him in a couple of T20s.
Yeah.
But he certainly backed that up, his performance today.
Yeah, it looks pretty hot, Curry.
Oh, heavens above.
Can we time that? Time of death, 3:51.
Oh, wow.
Don't close your eyes, Dan. You're still here. When you open them, I'll still be here.
That might be one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
That's like encouragement to me. That's
Well,
sort of-
you can go worse.
Oh, yeah, it's a challenge.
I mean, I'm semi looking forward to it.
Oh, dear.
Change of bowling, though, changing the subject completely. Jack Carson's going to replace Ari Caveles from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bit of finger spin early on for Sussex. Sussex will be excited here, though, won't they? Because they'll know that Northants' top order have been a little bit wobbly across the course of the year.
No doubt.
Red Bull cricket last Friday as well down at Cheltenham. Obviously, they got a lot closer because of that partnerships, or those partnerships between Taylor, McManus and Taylor and White. But they'll know that 2 down for 44, 8 overs in, they'll know there's a real opportunity to get through them. Sam Whiteman, possibly not known for his white ball cricket, but has led the line for Northants in the championship as their leading run scorer so far this year.
I quite like the idea. This is the last over of the power play as well, and it's kind of saying to Northants, we're confident enough in our off spinner to bowl him the last ball of the power play. Do you want to try and take advantage of that? You probably don't. So it's a clever bit of captaincy. Just puts a bit of doubt into the batter's mind about how to play.
Yeah, as you say, 2 down and get a little bit of a license, don't you, as a bowler? Kind of go, well, hit me down the ground if you want, but you don't want to end up 3 down after
Absolutely.
after 9 overs for 40.
That's a smart move.
Dragged down.
Until he does that, but
Yeah.
he's got away with it.
Pulled by Whiteman. He does have sweepers on either side. One at deep mid-wicket and one at deep cover. Stream at Northamptonshire powered by Daffabet, so thanks to the guys for making all of this possible. Brilliant work behind the scenes from producer George and cameraman Ben as well. Got a bit soggy earlier today. And you can get in contact with us as the day goes on Twitter, Northants CCC, or via email, stream at nccc.co.uk. And Alex said that he's here as well. Ooh. No one's really sure what he does, but he's here. Good over from Carson. Just 1 run off it.
Yeah, I think they rate him quite highly, don't they, down in Sussex? I certainly think he's an all-rounder. I think his batting will continue to improve. He's got runs in him.
Cut away, nicely played by Vasconcelos. So it'll be 2 runs off Jack Carson's first over. And as you say, end of the power play, Steelbacks are 46 for 2, having lost the wickets of Prithvi Shaw and Emilio Gay, both off the bowling of Brad Curry. He's going to continue from the David Capel end, unsurprisingly.
So 46 for 2 in 9, and when Sussex were 46 for 2, 13 overs had gone. So, you know, in the context of a 45 over game, there's not a lot between where both sides are. Now Northants slightly ahead. They have the advantage, I guess, of knowing that they're only going to be batting 45 overs, whereas when Sussex were at that stage, they thought they'd be batting a maximum of 50, so that changes things very slightly, but not particularly. It's even Stevens, and the game feels a bit like that to me. Overall, it feels sort of 50-50 right now.
Yeah, it's a middling score, isn't it, that 240, on a pitch that's offered enough for the seamers and for the spinners as well. The outfield isn't lightning because of the rain that we've had about. It's, as I say, it feels like it's a gettable score. The young lad that I bumped into downstairs said that Northants were going to get it easy.
Okay. Well, I hope he's right. Doesn't tend to work out that way.
It's going to be 2 more, well run by Vasconcelos and Whiteman. Keep the ball up, I think, was the call that you heard through the effects mic there from, not sure who it was on that Sussex team, but clearly there's still plenty of moisture, isn't there, out on the outfield from that shower that we had, and I guess probably what's coming up through the ground from what was deposited across the country yesterday. Did anybody play any village cricket or club cricket yesterday? I can't believe many
Not in
did.
Northamptonshire. I think most games were called off pretty easy. I had a quick scan through the. There's no cricket played. Not in Northamptonshire yesterday. Very, very wet.
Just dragging the length back a little bit. Still 2 slips in for Brad Curry. Tom Alsop and Tom Clark in there with Ollie Carter.
That's recognising we're out of the power play, and they've still got two catches in. That's good attacking captaincy. They kind of know that if Northants do get a good partnership going, it makes a big dent in this. You know, it's not a big number, but it does require 1 or 2 partnerships. So wickets early is going to be essential for Sussex to stay in this game.
Yeah, well picked up by Hudson Prentice at backward point. The one-handed grab with a bit of a tumble. Brilliant bit of fielding, wasn't it, to
That's fantastic, wasn't it?
save a run.
In yellow boots, or is that just a yellow flash on the boots?
I think the bit of orange going on. I'm
Is
a
it?
little bit disappointed that the Sussex floppy hats are white and not pink. I feel like they'd have added a nice extra touch, I think. It's a nice shirt. I'm a fan of it. I like both of them, actually. They kind of complement each other well.
I kind of like the Northants colour, but it isn't a Northamptonshire colour.
Gives a 2019 World Cup vibe to me.
It does. But I do particularly like the Sussex, what do you call that? Cerise?
I'd call it pink, but
Okay.
I mean, if cerise is another word for pink, then
It is.
yeah.
It's a posh word for pink, really.
We can go with cerise.
Just about to Google cerise.
Yeah.
But it's different. That's what I like about it. It's a different colour.
Absolutely.
Got.
Nice shot by Sam Whiteman. That is a shot of strength, isn't it, for the Western Australian. Which runs it down to deep third for a single.
You can imagine every time he walks out to bat for Western Australia, third man goes a little bit wider, because that's his area, isn't it? So a backward of point, scores a lot through there.
Absolutely right. And that shot there brought a 50 up for the Steelbacks as well. 50 for 2 off 9.5. It's been his downfall a little bit for Northamptonshire in the Championship this year as well. It's obviously a shot that he really enjoys. I think, again, he spoke at the start of the year about how different it is batting in England compared to what it is in Australia. And I mean, there's not many places that are harder, faster or bouncier than Western Australia, where Whiteman's going to play his first-class cricket. But yeah, obviously instincts take over to play those cut shots.
Yeah, what was he saying?
Just saying the fact that the pitches obviously don't come on as much as what maybe he would have thought well, not hoped, but thought, found those kind of shots using the pace a lot more difficult to rely on than what he's able to do in Australia as well. But as I say, he's led the charts for Northamptonshire in the Championship, hasn't he, with outscoring Rob Keough so far.
Yeah, I guess he's a good player. You know, he's a top player. He will adapt. It's a matter of learning, really. And if you nick a few, you can't learn when you're not out there. So the longer you're out there, the quicker you'll learn, really. You just hope that you do miss a few, really. You know, missing it well is an attribute of good players.
So Jack Carson's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it wasn't just the one over at the end of the power play. Gives Vasconcelos a bit of width, who plays that out to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, it's an area that Vasco is working hard on. Is his options against spin, which will be a reason, I guess, why Sussex have gone to spin so quickly. But also, we saw in the first innings that the odd one turned very, very sharply.
Nicely played by Whiteman. Yeah, Rob Keough gives it a good tweak, doesn't he? To call him a part-timer, I think, would be unkind. He does an awful lot of work for Northamptonshire with the ball, but clearly known more as a batter, I think. But I've seen a couple this year that he's really given a good tweak to.
Yeah.
Picked up a wicket in the championship against Kent from the David Keough, and that's going to be 4. Just dragging that length back, and Vasconcelos pounces on that, plays it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, I think Rob's been underused in his career so far, and that goes back a long way to the days of Alex Wakely's captaincy of Northants. Probably an underutilised bowler, and as a young offspring, you need to bowl to learn your trade. But when he gets it right, things are clicking. Particularly if there is spin available, then he is a very, very dangerous bowler.
Yeah, I think he got the wicket a leaning against Kent in the championship.
That's right,
that was
he
an
did.
Absolute worldie.
Yeah, back through the gate.
Yes.
Yes, I remember it. Yeah. Carson needs to sort of work out the right pace to bowl on this pitch. I think Rob Keough and Simon Kerrigan both bowled a little bit slower than they would normally bowl.
Oh, nice shot from Vasconcelos. Beats the dive at mid-on. Vasconcelos moves to 20. Nicely timed from the Steelbacks number 3. So he's 22 off 22. Steelbacks off 57 for 2. 61 for 2 off 10.5 overs. Quite a tall cricketer as well, Jack Carson, isn't he? But you're right, Kerrigan was clocking in at about 49, 50 miles an hour on that speed gun.
A little bit slower than his normal operating pace.
Good end to the over as well. So 61 for 2 off 11. Vasconcelos 22, Sam Whiteman on 4.
I like what Sussex have done here. Okay, it didn't work out particularly well in that over, but they've kept men in the ring, so we're into the power play now. But at one stage in that over, they only had 2 men out, and then they eventually put a 3rd man out. But they haven't gone kind of, okay, power play, everyone out. They've tried to squeeze a little bit, recognising they need to take wickets to make inroads into this game and to stay in the game. A very good partnership, or 2 pretty good partnerships, probably gets Northants very, very close to the finishing line. So wicket's really important, and squeezing by keeping more men in the circle makes singles and strike rotation more difficult. And I like that. It's a positive move from the Sussex captain.
Yeah, as you say, that's that kind of middling score, isn't it? That you stick 5 on the rope to try and take that game deep. Actually, those partnerships build quite comfortably, quite easily, and all of a sudden you're looking and going, actually we're chasing the game now rather than being proactive.
Absolutely agree.
Change of bowling then from the David Keough end. Brad Curry, brilliant as he was, has been replaced. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 18, and we're going to see the first look with the ball of Henry Crocombe. Saw him at the end of the innings batting with Pujara in that 10 and over partnership after the rain delay.
Hey, you've talked a lot about the youngsters coming through at Sussex, only 21 years old, academy.
Chance for a run out if he hits. Just misses those stumps. Had 2.5 to aim at. Tom Haines would have been interesting. Sam Whiteman didn't set off straight away, did he?
He took a while to get going, didn't he? He called early and then seemed to be running on the spot.
He did say there was a very slight slope out there.
Yes, true. It is. Yeah. The bowlers will tell you about slopes anywhere in the world, and I've been coming to this ground since, well, the early 1970s, and I didn't realise there was a slope there until Ben Sanderson took me out and convinced me there was a slope there.
With his spirit level.
Exactly, yeah.
Bit of extra bounce from Keough. Just wrap Vasconcelos on the gloves there, I think. Does his bit of gardening.
Yeah, Keough, looking into him, and he's a product of this Sussex Academy. He's only 21, but he made his first class debut at 19. And in 2021, you just see them take a single there. He took 20 wickets at 37.8 in the county championship. So, interesting prospect. Another one of these youngsters building a side for the future. And I guess with Paul Farbrace down there, loves working with the youngsters as well, bringing them through.
He's a proper coach. Oh, that's safe. That could be 6.
Gone. Just one bounce for inside the rope. Looks like he's got a yard of pace about him, doesn't he? Henry Keough. He's rushed Sam Whiteman there on the pull, and that's gone straight up over the slip cordon and the keeper for a 1 bounce 4. So you don't mind how they come. But yeah, looks like he's got a bit of an extra yard of pace on him than what maybe Sam Whiteman was expecting there.
Well, if you're going to get a leading edge hard. Swing hard at it. Pace of the bowler.
And he's pulled this one, and I think he's dissected the fielder, Sam Whiteman. So back-to-back 4s. That one an awful lot more convincing off the bowling of Henry Keough. He doesn't strike me as the type of bloke to bowl short to, Sam Whiteman.
No, not when he's grown up playing in WA.
13 off 13 now for the Australian.
Got an interesting action, Keough. He just falls away at the crease a wee bit. Yeah, could be an issue for him with a high volume through that body. But yeah, there's some gas there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that speed gun's saying at the end of the over. It'll pop up on screen once Keough's completed his first over. That's pulled away again from Whiteman, this time out to the fielder James Coles, who keeps that down to a single. So 73 for 2 off 12, and 82.6 was that fastest one, which was the one that went for 4 that dissected those fielders. So I think the quickest of the day so far, would be fair to say.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, probably by a couple of miles an hour. Yeah, that's good to see. Not afraid to bang it in. I think his success is likely to be found closer to the batsman in terms of length than it is closer to himself on this pitch. But he's not afraid to bang it in. Have a look upstairs. Nearly bought a wicket, didn't it? There was a top edge that flew over the top. That could have gone straight up. Pace does change games, doesn't it?
Yeah, we saw it's got plenty of bounce in it. We saw those bumpers from Tom Taylor. Whether that rain shower's just taken a little bit of life out of it, don't know, but... Oh, that is placement and a half, that, from Sam Whiteman.
You don't catch that.
Found the gap between the wicketkeeper and first slip, and he's picked up 4.
Yeah, he was looking to run it down behind backward point, and that's gone inside first slip. You can't catch that.
I said if you're going to edge hard, right? Edge hard. And that flew off the bat.
It hits you in the chest, you might get it on the rebound, but that's about the only way you can catch that ball. There's no reaction time there.
And then when you don't edge it, when you actually play the shot you're probably looking to play, stop ball.
He's very fine, that guy, isn't he, at backward point there. He's very, he's like short third man.
Yeah.
An unusual position.
Nicely played. I suppose, well, unless they want to drop him outside the circle, which they obviously can do. I think there's probably only 3 fielders out looking around the ground. Maybe even 2, actually.
Yeah, I think it's 2. They are squeezing.
It does take away that easy kind of guide, doesn't it, down to deep third for a single.
I think they need a fielder in that vicinity, for sure. It's just a bit finer than I've seen. But we've said before, haven't we, that he does Whiteman does favour scoring in that segment. As I was growing up and trying to become and failing to become a professional cricketer, Northants had a player who's a bit of a journeyman player called Jim Yardley, who scored pretty much exclusively in that segment. Very often would come off with 80% of his runs scored behind square on the offside. Well fielded.
Yeah, Vasconcelos just used his feet there, didn't he? Tried to create a shot. Jack Carson tidies up off his own bowling.
It's interesting with Vasco. I'm kind of watching over the years a player really learning how to play spin bowling. He grew up, he's South African, grew up in South Africa on quick bouncy pitches. Although he's only a short guy, stands up and hits the ball on top of the bounce. Can hit a ball almost off the front foot as well as he can, the same length off the back foot, doesn't really move his feet particularly. Great skill, great hands. And now he's working out how to play against spin, so using his feet there. The last ball of the over, haven't previously seen him do that significantly. He's looked to go inside out a little bit through extra cover as well, so all the time trying to develop his game and his scoring options.
Short again from Crocombe. Pulled away down to Jack Carson at fine leg. Looking at the field, certainly look like they're going to use Henry Crocombe as a bit of an enforcer, don't they? They've got a deep square, deep point, deep fine leg. A deep fine leg, there is just a fine leg, you can't really. And there is a fielder down at deep third as well, so he isn't going to pitch too many up here.
I'd like to have a longer look at his action, actually. It is a bit of something that I focus on, bowling actions. And let's have a look at them. Okay. The arm is very, very tall at release. It's sometimes a little bit, I think, past the upright as his front side collapses away to the offside, and there's potential for that to get a little bit awkward in delivery, in release, if he's not careful. He needs to try and hold on to that front side a little bit more. Just drop the bowling arm into a 12 o'clock or just the other side of it. That's an attempted slower ball, and that's not called a wide.
I assume that must have just brushed Vasconcelos on the way through, did it? That can be the only reason, otherwise it certainly would have been a wide.
It almost went over the stumps, actually. So, yeah, I was a bit sour on the ump there for not calling a wide, but I think he was dead right.
Nicely played by Vasconcelos. I think that's going to be 4. It's going to be Jack Carson. So 4 more to the Steelbacks number 3. Vasconcelos moves to 27. 27 off 31. And that run rate just creeping up now. It's at 6 for the Steelbacks. Required 5.14. This partnership for the Steelbacks just needs to keep building. Sussex need to pick up a wicket here just to break the momentum again. So that run rate's into the 6s for the first time, well, since Prithvi's gone. They're ahead of the game.
Yeah, good run.
Good call from Sam Whiteman to call Vasconcelos through for a leg bye.
Hurried him again, didn't he? He has got some pace, this guy. Good. It's good to see a young fast bowler.
I mean, I'm no expert in fast bowling, but it does look a little bit sharper than that 82.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Than what we saw in that on the speed gun.
Yeah. I have this theory. Are you ready for it?
I'm sat down, steady.
Now, the first thing is, can I explain it well enough? Because I have a theory about sort of relativity of fast bowlers. So, I think he's the quickest bowler in the match. No question about that. But everyone else has been kind of medium fast, and he is a genuinely fast bowler. So, is that because he's he's faster than anyone else in this game? Does that make him more difficult to play? Does it make him appear to be faster because everyone else you're facing is not a fast bowler? Are you with me?
Yep, I've followed you that far.
Okay. So I think about like some of the older, faster bowlers, like Jeff Thompson, who they reckon was one of the fastest ever. Was he one of the fastest? I know he was pretty good. I remember watching him from the seats over here. I think in 1974, something like that. He was rapid, but was he so difficult to play because everyone else wasn't quite as quick as him? I mean, Dennis Levy might have something to say about that, I guess. But I think there's a relativity about what are you used to facing. If you're used to facing 78 miles an hour and someone comes along and bowls 82 miles an hour, they seem really rapid. If you're used to facing 81 miles an hour and someone bowls 82 miles an hour, you don't notice much difference. That's the point. And the next time I try to explain it, I'll start with that. Well played.
I think it's a really good one, Phil, and I think it's a really valid one as well.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. Take the fiver at the end of the...
The silence was starting to worry me.
No, not at all. I think Professor Phil Rowe of Fast Bowling University, I think, has explained that incredibly well.
Well, it's just a thought, you know. It's just a thought. It would be a difficult one to get to measure, but that's well played. That's well played.
At what point, with the Pakistan saying, you know, pace is pace, yeah, as they say, does it become really, really difficult when the pace itself, forget movement, everything else, when the pace itself becomes the thing?
And I mean, I don't know if I would answer that with a number in terms of miles per hour, kilometres per hour. I think I'd say when it's in the batsman's head. Because once it's in the head, you don't move as well. That's my thought. I remember, just as a really really interesting to me example of this, when Monty was with us for the second time, Monty Panazar, he really wanted to improve his batting, and he grabbed me and we did some work together in the building below us, in the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre. And he wanted to work on the short ball because I just get peppered. You know, I just get in, every ball I face is a bouncer. It's horrible. What can I do? And I said, look, I think you've got to start pulling them. I think you're going to have to start pulling them because you're going to keep getting them. If you jump in, hopping around and flailing around, you're going to get more of them. You've got to start pulling them. You nail a couple of those, people don't want to want to stay there. So if you buy into it, we can do some work in it, and we did. And I would set the bowling machine up to start with 70 miles an hour, and then I'd creep it up and creep it up and creep it up and creep without telling him. And he was pulling balls in front of square at 78 miles an hour on the indoor surface, which skids through. So you can add 3 or 4 miles an hour to what happens out there. So low 80s, which is pretty quick by the time the ball, you know. And he was nailing them in front of square regularly. And we were collecting the balls up, and he said, "Can you turn the machine up now? I've got 70 miles an hour." And I said, "Monty, go and have a look at the number on the machine." I was like, and I won't tell you what he said, but he was very, very happy that he'd been pulling ball, but he didn't know. That's my point to the question. When pace gets in your head, it's an issue. He didn't know this, and because he didn't know it, for him it was 70 miles an hour. If I'd said to him, "Mont, we're going to 78 now," I think we're on a different result. So I think there is something about the psychology of pace.
Then, of course, you get to Mark Wood type pace, and that probably doesn't matter where your head's at. But
No.
It's funny, Mark Wood is the batter. Nicely clipped into the gap. At Headingley, had spotted that at lunchtime, he'd taken a walk across to do a net session, and a lot of the players, a lot of the bowlers and players were doing plenty of net work against the short ball, because that was obviously a tactic that was employed. Plenty of people didn't really like it, of course, but he'd gone over and just basically spent the lunch session pulling balls, and it paid off pretty well in the end.
It did. I know it's a bit of a cliche. It does change things. You see someone bowling gas, and the changing room, it goes, "Have you seen that? Have you seen that? What pace is that? Bill, what power?" It really goes around. So it happens in all levels of cricket. You know, on a village green on a Saturday, someone coming in and bowling gas, the message goes, "Bloody hell, this bloke's quick." And that happens exactly the same at all levels of cricket. It's a very rare commodity, isn't it? That express.
Yeah, and I think the point that you made about the point of difference between the guy that's bowled 78 and the guy that's bowled 82, look at Mark Wood's effectiveness for those 3 test matches that he's played. You go from 82, 83 miles an hour on offer from Broad, Robinson, Anderson, etc., to 96, and all of a sudden you've got quality batters hopping around, not looking comfortable, and you get to the Oval and that pace, because he's played 3 on the bounce, has come back down, and that gap between the 82 mile an hour seamer to Mark Wood then bowling at 86, 88 is a lot smaller, so looks a lot less effective. Looks like Vasconcelos needs a new bat. Got the good Yorker and snapped it straight in half. And I can as well, the point that you made about Monty on the pull, I've made content and challenged myself in the past. They've not been on pull shots, they've been more on half volleys.
Yeah.
But
very sensible.
I would have no right really to be able to even see/move/play a half volley at 95 miles an hour on a bowling machine.
Yeah.
But if you start at 70 and you creep it up and you go 1, 2, 3 miles an hour, all of a sudden you've kind of trained your brain to move quick enough as the balls, you don't really notice the difference. You couldn't then finish a bucket and go back and face the next one at 95 because you'd be nowhere near it. But it does work.
I hear you. The sports psychs and guys who have done work on, they call it patterning. It's, you know, it's seeing a repeated, whether it's speed or action or whatever it might be, because your movements are attuned to that. So the relativity point, I think, if you're not used to moving ready for 95 miles an hour, then you know, and someone then bowls one that you're used to facing that's 15 miles an hour slower, it's going to clean you up most times. Great. So Mark Wood's just great for English Test cricket, isn't he?
He's just great for cricket, full stop.
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, he's picked the gap. Vasconcelos has gone through the cordon, and he's got 4 more. Change of bat. Keeps going for Vasconcelos. He moves to 34. Nicely played.
I'm just sitting on the fence a wee bit. Be interested to get the view from you two guys. What you think about this tactic I mean, that wasn't a short ball, but it was back of a length ball. He's bowled very few balls pitched up. In fact, the previous one that broke the bat might have been the first one. He has bowled a lot of short balls, and he's gone for a few boundaries. Would you persevere with this tactic? Would you have moved elsewhere by now?
Just don't know how much the ball's doing now as well. We saw it swinging early with Curry. He got plenty of spice from it, I'm sure you would like to say.
Oh, I'm relishing it.
Oh dear, this is going downhill so badly. But if it's just doing so much now.
Yes. So you're saying in the absence of any other, what are your options? What are your threats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where do you go to if you're not getting that movement? It's actually bright blue skies now, by the way.
It is, you're right.
It's well played.
Well, that's
lovely.
That's a great shot, isn't it? Beautifully played.
Swept down to the boundary in front of the bar. Powerfully shot. It's powerfully struck, apologies, by Sam Whiteman. Do you know what I'd say about Henry Crocombe?
Yeah.
I don't think he's bowled short enough.
Okay. Do you mean short enough or often enough short?
The length, I don't think has been short enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think he's got it right up around the throat or the head often enough.
Yeah.
That's gone up. Another sweep shot, and that is the downfall of Sam Whiteman. Goes back-to-back sweeps, top edge, goes straight up in the air. Ari Cavellas underneath it, and Jack Carson picks up his first wicket, the third for Northants, and Sam Whiteman has got to go for 30.
Looked like he took it on the full, did he? Yeah, he did, yeah. Oh, that's pilot error there. That's a soft dismissal. So, to some extent, the sweep is premeditated. The ball was very full, so it was fuller than he thought, and he could have just let the ball kind of run off an open face and missed the guy on the inside. He decided to try and inject some pace into it, and he would have known for quite a long time, relatively long time, that was a full toss. And it's just hit the sort of the top of the bat, the shoulder of the bat on the full, and looped to shoot to the man on the 45. It's a soft dismissal, that.
And I don't know if you saw, but just after playing that shot, he just looked at the edge of his bat as well. Just knew that he'd got underneath that one a little bit too much.
There's it's a lovely little sweep where you do get it on the full and you let it hit the open face of the bat and it runs off it, and you can play so many different lengths of ball from that shot. and he should probably, with hindsight, have adapted halfway through that shot, but he went through with an orthodox sweep and the ball was too full for it. So it was, credit to the bowler, but it was really pilot error, I think.
Still a handy 30 from 27 for Whiteman. It was a good partnership forming with Vasconcelos.
It was.
Proctor.
It was what call it, an unforced error?
Yeah.
In terms of, in tennis language, they call that an unforced error. But yeah, it's kept Sussex in the hunt. The game was starting to go away from them a bit.
New man is Luke Proctor then, Red Bull captain, batting at number 5 today. Northants and the Steelbacks are going to need one of these guys to put together a Pujara size innings, aren't they, if they're going to get close to this score? Otherwise that 240 is going to look further and further away if 30s are the best on show.
So it's one of those, I mean, the run rate's 6 and over, and they got that sort of blistering start from Prithvi Shaw before he departed. So run rate required just over 5. It's been pretty consistent at between 5 and 5.5. It's one of those where it could all come unstuck very quickly if there's a few wickets. This kind of innings, when it's a sort of a reasonable total without being completely out of reach, where you've got no choice. If it's a high total, you've got to go for it, and it's scoreboard pressure, isn't it? You have to go, and if it comes off, it does. If it doesn't, well, there's no other way to go about it. Sometimes how you approach an innings at this kind of total can trip teams up a little bit. You feel if they could get another decent partnership, they could take a really decent chunk out of this chase without necessarily having to be reckless, if you like.
Yeah, so I totally agree, Mel. For me, it's a bit about intent and positivity, getting, staying ahead of the rate consistently, because you could always go back. The classic add 2 wickets to the score. How does it look then? So it's by no means. I think Northants are slight favourites at this stage, but 2 wickets onto that, and then we're back at even money, if not more, in Sussex's favour. That's why when you're in, do not throw it away.
I think, of course, Sussex having that big loss, 132 run loss to Durham in their first game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, 427 for 9. That is the sort of chase where you go in and you just got to swing, haven't you?
Yeah.
Paul Farbrace, I was talking to him before the match. Alex Lee scored 144 in that game. Fielded, but he said that the century from Beddingham was really good. This is good. It's just off 54 deliveries, and he said that was one of the best he's seen.
Well, he's seen a few.
He has seen a few,
isn't he? Yeah, he's worth listening to, Paul Farbrace. Got a lot of time for him.
We also need to listen, because he loves to talk. Farby, he's a good talker.
Yes.
He's a great man.
I don't think the nature of it, I think yes, but I don't think there's any great shame in coming unstuck against Durham, though. They are a team that have got to be, you'd say, up there with the favourites to win this competition. They're going to be another team that aren't going to have been massively affected by losing players to the 100. They've got their new, I don't know whether you can call a coach new now we're into August, but they've got the new coach. They've got the new kind of mindset. They're top of Division 2 by 40 points. They're really kind of embracing this new aggressive cricket, aren't they? This Bazball. They're really buying into that philosophy. The Steelbacks got unstuck in the blast. Graham Clark came out and scored 100 off 50 balls here in the blast. They're a proper team. I don't think there's any shame in coming unstuck against it. Yeah, okay, the margin of defeat is significant, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if you don't see them in the final.
Well, you would expect county that produced Ben Stokes would embrace the kind of cricket that he has championed.
Made in the northeast sort of thing, yeah.
Sounds like a Royal Navy advert.
Doesn't it?
Mark Wood as well, of course. So, in a way, many of the elements of so-called baseball come from up there.
Vasconcelos
to do the heavy lifting here, Phil, do you think, for the rest of the innings?
You probably just heard the sharp intake of breath there. I just feel Northants are being a little passive, maybe. I don't want them to take great risk, but I want them to show a little bit more intent, just to stay ahead of the number. Where are we now? What is it now? It's just gone off the screen, so it's 5.22. You know, it's not a straightforward pitch. This, we've seen some balls bounce, some balls keep a little bit low. That there won't be any more swing. That's fingers crossed. That's for sure. The ball hasn't yet turned for them, but it's not an easy pitch to time the ball on. I just like to see it's rotating, the scoring off more balls and over. It's a little bit more intent to just get ahead of this number and just play positively.
Just find a way to. We saw how Sussex were able to just sort of like milk the spinners through that middle period.
Yeah.
See Carson continue. Played nicely, but they'll just get a single. Just being able to keep rotating, keep the scoreboard ticking along. That they do just need just over 5 and over to have that one player. You would think it needs to be Vasconcelos, who can play the Pujara anchoring role and have others bat around him.
I absolutely agree with all that. That is exactly what Northants need to do. One thing Sussex, and I mentioned this earlier, but I'm going to keep banging on about it because I really like it as a tactic. Sussex have continued to squeeze. They've continued to have far more men in the circle than they need to have. I mean, at the moment, there is 1 man out. Okay, so they can have 4 out, and there's 1 man out of the circle right now. So that tells you that it's going to be difficult to score singles. And guess what? There's no single scored. So that's great captaincy. And I can see Paul Farbrace sitting on the outfield down below us, clapping. He's really enjoying this sort of pressure cricket from Sussex, who were saying, if you want to score a boundary, you've got to play a really good shot here, because we're not going to let you rotate simply. And that's good cricket.
Deep backward square, the only man out. It's just chopped away. Again, the single's really hard to come by. So this is very aggressive in the field, aggressive tactics, aggressive captaincy. As you said, Paul Farbrace, he's basically down.
You think he's got an armband on? He's he's certainly getting his message known. He can't help it, can he? He's clapping away down there as though he's an extra fielder.
Yeah, he's just down below us to the right. There he is. Great man, Farby. Oh, don't tell me he knows it. He knows that you're on him. He didn't want to be seen sitting down.
No, he's on his feet now to get more messages on. He's just a cricket enthusiast. You know, if Paul Farbrace went to watch a village game, say this game was rained out and he found a game on the way home, he would stop, pull over and walk around the boundary and get messages on to the teams. He's just that kind of guy. And as I said earlier, definitely worth listening to. I've learned a lot from him over the years.
He certainly is. That is well fielded. Vasconcelos threatened to just beat the diving fielder there in the covers. First ball of Hudson Prentice's over.
Still got a catcher in as well. You know, Vasconcelos on 35, but they've still got a slip in. And again, you don't want to get the nick and it go through a vacant slip area. So again, I really like that as well.
And there are fielders out in the deep on the leg side now, so there is room there for a single, which they've just taken. I always have a think, you know, and the other thing I love about Farby is that he's also one of the most cheerful people I think I've ever met in cricket. So he was the one, whenever England had a bad day, they would send Farby out for the press conference every time.
So you probably saw a lot of him.
there's that vacant space on the leg side I was just speaking about. So there is room for a single there if you bowled too straight and just turning it on the leg side.
Yeah, they're giving the seamer a bit of protection, but the spinner, they're definitely, one man out. It's unheard of, isn't it? It is pretty much unheard of. So a guy who's on 30, 35, they have one man out of the circle for the off spinner. That's back in your offie. That's great. And actually, Northants haven't been able to take advantage of that so far. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, he's been pretty tidy, has Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's a. As I said, I first came across him when he was with the young cricketers, so he's between counties at that stage. He hadn't been taken up by Sussex. He was trying to find a county by sort of showcasing himself with the young cricketers, as a number of them were. We signed Ben Curran from that same group, and I was impressed with him. Can bat a bit, can bowl a bit, good fielder, just good energy.
Nicely played, but nicely fielded as well. Saved what would have been 4.
That's what happens, isn't it, in this? So that the run rate now 5.4. The last time we really talked about it, it was just over 5. So it's creeping up to nearly a half a run and over more. It's still very, very manageable, don't get me wrong, but a couple of wickets changes that complexion.
Could be tight. No, tight. The stumps doesn't connect. In the end, that's well run. And the end of the over. So Hudson Prentice has been pretty tidy. All up, just giving up 2 runs. Was it in that over?
Yeah, I think it was just the two singles. Maybe 3.
3.
It's got another problem with the bat here. Vasconcelos doesn't like that one either. I think it's gone in the splice.
Gosh.
He's trying to find someone to take some interest from the pavilion. No one seems. Oh, someone's running out. Here we go.
I wonder if you could end up getting a magic bat, like we got the magic ball at the Oval.
I mean, that was astonishing, that.
What was astonishing, though, you expect quite often a ball change does help the bowling team, obviously. Australia got a good one at Headingley. But the funny thing about that ball was that it was, even, it was still swinging another 20, 30 overs after that was changed. So it was just like this magic ball that kept on swinging. Incredible.
I always sort of go for, if you can go for the conspiracy theory or the cock-up theory. I generally think the cock-up theory is generally more often the one. I just think someone whose job it is to mark the number of balls, the number of overs that ball has had, has got that wrong, because that was clearly a newer ball than the one it replaced. I just got to say what I see. That's what I saw. As soon as it came out of the box, you could tell, because the commentary box went very quiet, as though, who's going to say something about that? That's a newer ball.
Oh, Ricky Ponting said something about it.
Usman Khawaja, I've seen subsequently, Usman Khawaja said that whoever he was batting with, he went down and said, that's a much newer ball. It's hitting the bat harder.
Oh, he goes up in the air and straight to mid-on.
And that's great tactics.
Vasconcelos. Well, he just changed his bat. It didn't bring him any luck. And the Steelbacks really didn't need that. Vasconcelos was the one who looked like he needed to be the anchor for Northants. But he departs on 37 from 50 balls. And that is another wicket down.
It's a soft one, wasn't it? It was a soft dismissal. He's just chipped a length ball to mid-on. Well, I don't know quite where he's hitting that.
That was almost deja vu, wasn't it, to Hudson Prentice's wicket in Sussex's innings. It's just kind of come out of a bit of nowhere. There was no real need to do it. Both batters looked like they probably didn't want to play it exactly there. Maybe left a little bit too much bat on it, tried to play it a bit too square, and they've offered up 2 of the easier catches that you'll possibly want to take.
But for for a lot of teams at this stage of the game, they'd have had that fielder on the boundary, maybe 2/3 of the way back and just protecting and so on. but they've squeezed really well. The off spinner, as we said earlier, they've had one, sometimes two men out of the inner circle, but at times, yeah, just the one man out. So there's very few gaps, and I think the pressure is told there. Vasconcelos not able to rotate the strike. Talked earlier on about him trying to improve the number of options that he's got against spin, and that may well have been a bit of a factor there. So two soft dismissals to the off spinner, caused by really good intent from Sussex. Good tactics, squeezing 8-9 men in the ring. A lot of pressure on the batter. Look out there. You can't see too many gaps now. It's like there's 15 fielders out there when you look out there now. So yeah, credit to them. They've created that error by their intent.
Keough is the new batter in. Very watchful first delivery he faces from Carson. 107 for 4 it is now here at Wantage Road. 136 required for victory at a run rate 5.6 and over. Pressing forward in defence. This is a little bit of a tricky time now for the Steelbacks. Saw earlier it was Pujara who performed the anchor role. Now they need to find themselves someone to hang around. And it's going to have to be someone from the middle order. The departure of Vasconcelos for 37. It's the end of the over, so 107 for 4. Good over.
Yeah, Carson 2 for 29 off 7. He's only got 3 overs left, so whether he'll bowl through will be an interesting one. We've got a new batter in. He might fancy staying on there. He looks a dangerous bowler, doesn't he? Certainly someone that they've backed in terms of the field, sort of supported him and squeezed the life out of Northants, really sort of put the brake on in terms of any run scoring, and picked up a couple of wickets as well, so a real double whammy. The batting lineup for Northants is long today. It's Broad coming into the team. One of those two, Broad or Taylor, looks like, or McManus is going to be batting at number 9. So that's a good long batting lineup for Northants. And yeah, right now you'd think we might be seeing a few of those names if Northants are to win this game. But it's even money for me now. I don't know how you guys see it. I'm kind of right on the middle of the fence. It's 50-50.
Yes, what we do have is, I think, a terrific contest lined up. We see the sun now shining, blue skies, not much cloud cover. Good bouncer, but it's pulled away easily for a single. There's that vacant land.
Yeah, it just looks like a really tough place to start out there, doesn't it? The end of that Carson over, it felt like a power play field, really, with where Sussex had their fielders. As you said, Phil, your currency when you were coach was wickets in this competition, and that's certainly something that Sussex look to have employed throughout this so far. Discipline's been a bit better from Sussex as well. There's 2 extras in this innings so far in comparison to, not that Northants were particularly sloppy, but I mean 6 wides and 2 no balls. It's another over and a half, isn't it, in a 45 over game, which...
And they came when the crash was on as well, didn't they? Those extra balls, they weren't spread out through the innings. They were mostly at the end of the innings. Rambo.
Rambo? Wow.
Irony's not dead, is it, in Sussex?
I was just thinking that must have taken them the whole of 30 seconds on a bus journey somewhere to come up with that nickname, hasn't it?
Maximum.
Again, just challenging Hudson Prentice. He's been tight so far. He's gone for 5 runs, 2 balls remaining. His 3rd over.
With the injuries that he's had, it's so good to see him back on the field. He only played 4 games in this competition last year and picked up 4 wickets for 15. He got 3 wickets in the semi-final against Lancashire, 60 odd against Durham on Friday in this competition as well.
For Stephen Finn, not here today because he's got another back issue. So after all the injury problems he's had and how hard he's worked to come back as well, just hope he's going for scans today. I hope there's good news from those scans.
A real shame he's not played more cricket. What a beautiful bowler at his best. Stephen Finn, fantastic. Big fan of his. It's such a shame he's not being able to have the career that he's capable of having.
Oh, nicked and dropped. Well, it flew off the bat, that edge. A diving effort, did well to get there. The reaction was good, but the execution just not quite there in the end.
I'm wondering whether it's a keeper's catch. Is it? No, it's not. No, that's first slip's catch.
Yeah. Tom Alsop.
See, first slip is standing at 1.5 slips.
I think
I don't like that. I'm not. And sounds like I'm picking on something we've just seen today.
Yeah.
But people who know my views on this will say, well, Rowe would say, get into if you're at first slip, stand at first slip.
One or the other. That's a fair comment. I think we noticed in the first innings today that McManus and the Northants slip cordon took a step up, didn't they, because of the carry that was on offer early doors. I wonder whether Sussex have employed that same tactic, and maybe Carter and Alsop are still a little bit closer than what maybe they would like to be in an ideal situation with the carry that's been on offer. It's not to say that like your positioning point is still valid, but just wonder whether the whole cordon's just taken a step forward because of the carry.
And of course, then when it's more difficult, you've got less reaction time. Is your point, which is fair comment. I just feel like if you're thinking we need 1.5 slips, what are you really saying there? You're kind of guessing a wee bit. Your chance is most likely to go to first slip. There are exceptions to this, of course there are. But if you're going to have a 1.5, have a 1. That's always been my view. If you're going to have a third and no one else, well then that's fine, because you've given up first slip and you've said, I think it's going to go wider. He's playing this way, or it's a slow pitch, or a soft ball, or it's going to go wider. Okay, well then third slip, I get that. But 1.5, I'm not sure. I've never been sure about that. And had he been at first slip, it would have been straight at him, wouldn't it? It was a classic first slip catch.
The only point I might throw in there as a bit of a curveball for you is he is left-handed, so that would have been his stronger hand, wouldn't it? So does it change anything if your stronger hand is on the inside, so to speak? Are you able to give yourself a little bit more room than what maybe you would do if... Because my mind says, well, your right hand's on the outside, so that's where you're going to want to throw yourself towards. But if you are a lefty, does it work the other way around?
I think there's something in that, and I would generally have my best diving catcher at second slip for that reason. But I think the bigger question for me is where's your first chance coming? Where is your first chance coming? He shouldn't have been diving, but I think your point is a valid one. You want your best diving catcher at second slip, and as he's edging towards a second slip position, then that's a consideration. But you just see the ball fly through there so often. Someone's gone for a second slip and not a first slip, and the ball finds a gap. But that would have been a huge blow to pick up Keough at that stage.
End of Carson's over, 113 for 4. Carson's bowled 8 overs now, 2 for 32. Unless they've scored one more before my screen updated. But it's Hudson Prentice to continue now. Good Yorker dug out. He's also been very tidy as Hudson Prentice.
So the rate is up to 5.95 now.
Creeping up.
It wasn't that long ago, it was 5.02. Was it the first time you mentioned it, Mel? So it's nearly gone up a whole run per over.
And that wicket of Vasconcelos might be regrettable ways than one. That's just whipped through the gap, but not a lot on it, so they'll get 2 runs from it. Picks the gap. Having said that, still 6 wickets in hand. You've got 2 new batters at the crease, so take them a little bit of time to get into it.
Two good guys. They bat very well together. They're good mates. They live right near to each other, and spend a bit of time with each other. Left and right hand combination. They score in different areas, so it's a good partnership for North. If it's not yet a partnership, if they can get established, it's a partnership that has scored heavily for Northants in the past.
Oh, and he's chopped on. Just as we say it, another wicket falls, and it's that of Proctor. Hudson Prentice gets him chopping on. Proctor departs for 10, and that is the 5th wicket to fall for the Steelbacks in this chase. 115 for 5, and he deserves that. Hudson Prentice, he's bowled well. Just cramped him. Manages to chop the ball, drag it back onto his stumps.
Yeah, the second drag on, isn't it? As I said earlier, sometimes they miss leg stump and fly away for 4. And when it's not your day, this one just about clipped leg stump, I think, on the way. Well, it hit leg stump pretty hard. He does play that sort of shot a lot. It's an angled bat shot. There always is the risk of that. The ball did angle in off the wicket. And as you said, Mel, Hudson Prentice bowled really nicely. Very little to hit, very few half volleys, very few hit balls. He's bowled a good line and length. That one just angled back into the left-hander, cramped him a wee bit for room, as you said, and found the inside edge and found leg stump. And yeah, I think I said earlier on, Northants never make a run chase easy. It's not in our nature. It's not in our DNA. We're entertainers here at Northampton.
Well, it's become that much more difficult because each time a wicket falls and you haven't got a set batter in the way that Pujara was there to at least be the solidifying factor in that first innings. Every time you've got 2 batters, neither of them is set. It just makes it that much more difficult, makes it seem a little bit more fragile.
Yeah, well, captain's in now. Lewis McManus has joined Rob Keough, one of the men in form from Cheltenham.
Well, I said a minute ago, Proctor and Keough live near each other. McManus lives with Keough, so there shouldn't be any problems in communication as they just run each other out.
Well, we saw when he was keeping in the first innings, at one point, Lewis McManus chased a ball that went straight past him all the way to the boundary, ripped off his gloves, slid and saved 4. So it was a wonderful example of a captain leading the way by example. They would dearly love him to do the same with the bat.
I like the appointment of Lewis McManus as captain of this group. I think he is he's a quiet leader. He's a young man. He's one for the future, and he'll be. I think leading by example is exactly the right phrase. That's what he brings to the group. And from the first moment he played for Northants on loan initially before he was actually signed, and even as a loanee he was influential in the group. That's a beauty.
That one flies past the bat. This has been terrific stuff from Hudson Prentice. Finishes his 4th over with figures of 1 for 7, and he deserved that wicket, it must be said. He's given very little away.
He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he?
He has. We've seen several bowlers bowl beautiful spells today. It's actually been really interesting. Both the spinners and the seamers. I've seen swing, seam, all sorts. I told you, fun pitch.
Fun pitch. This is what it's like at Northampton every game.
Looking forward to doing a few more games here. I'm also keen to hear what Dan thinks about the cake that he's just been hoeing into. If you're wondering why he's been quiet for the last few minutes, someone brought in some cake.
I think people have probably enjoyed the piece, to be honest with you, Mel. But the cake's very nice. I have to say thank you to Alex for making the delivery. I don't know where it's come from, but it's delicious, and I would very much recommend digging in at your nearest opportunity. Let me know if you need me to mute your microphone.
What is it? Is it
cake?
It's cake, is it? I thought it was cake.
Oh, a bit of a we call that a harbour bridge dive. When you just dive over the ball, bridging the ball, and 4 runs come from it. Swept very fine. I think it was probably just going past him anyway, just out of reach. But they won't mind how they come at this stage, the Steelbacks, needing to just get things running again.
Bit of Victoria sponge, Phil. It's very good.
So there are no men out here. There are no men outside the circle for an off spinner in a 50-over game.
That is extraordinary.
There you go. That is the epitome of squeezing.
It's also the epitome of having faith in your bowler.
It really is.
Well, they're a team that got to the semi-finals on complete merit last year, weren't they? They came unstuck against Lancs in the end. I think it was a Dane Villas innings that knocked them out the competition in the end. And similar to what we spoke with Northamptonshire, what we've spoken about Durham.
Oh, that's well played. That's really well played.
That is. And when has that been saved down there?
I think he just did it, yeah.
Oh, great fielding as well. Now, it's not easy to find your way to pierce the ring when they're all on it or inside it. So
I love this.
you've got to be smart.
I
Got to be
love
smart,
this from
delicate.
Sussex. I really do.
And it also, it's not just faith in your bowler, it shows faith in your fielders to be able to stop the ball on or inside the ring.
Yeah, yeah, and they've done that well, haven't they? They've backed it up. Yeah, it's not just bluff, is it? They've actually got the fielders to do it. That's the shot that you have to sweep. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
Just managed to get that past the fielder at square leg. So when you can pierce it, there are runs on offer. That's the game that Sussex is playing. That's the risk they're running. That's 126 for 5 after 25 overs. Just a reminder, only 45 overs in this innings after we had a bit of rain earlier on. You wouldn't think so now as we see bright sunshine, a few white fluffy clouds. And that's about it. It's a completely different day than it was earlier. Just seeing Paul Farbraces prowling the boundary, which is right below us now in the commentary box.
They'll have to start bringing in a technical area, won't they, into domestic cricket in England. Can't leave your box, coach. I think I was halfway through saying, like, Sussex will fancy themselves in this competition, won't they? They'll be looking to go one further than what they did last year. There'll be a team that's going to be at full strength, unchanged, however you want to describe it. And they're going to look at this and they're going to go, similar to what you said with Northamptonshire, this is a chance to bring a bit of trophy, a bit of silverware back to Hove this year.
Absolutely. There's a good energy about them, isn't there? They're sort of. I feel they're kind of just slightly on top. What's the run rate currently? 5.9. So it's an even Stevens game from here.
I think if you can keep it under 6 or around 6 for the majority, then you're going to fancy yourself in the last 5 overs, aren't you?
For sure. But you know the run rate's only been going one way, hasn't it? And that's because they've been squeezing. To break out of that, they've had to play a couple of sweeps. There were 2 sweeps for 4 in the last over and a nice rundown for 3. So that was an expensive over, but it does bring risk. So yeah, Sussex is saying to Northants, are you going to blink here? And playing on the nerves a wee bit.
Well, it comes down the track and they've got the offside stacked on the ring and just 2 fielders out in the deep. It's down at deep backward square and deep fine leg as well. So that's where there are runs on offer if Hudson Prentice strays just a little bit. Got the protection there.
It also allows him it communicates that I've got a bouncer in me. There might be a bouncer. You can't just stick your front foot down the wicket.
Well, he did advance down the track a little bit there, McManus.
Well played. Oh, look what's happened. Look, it's gone into first slip, Dan. Look.
Didn't carry though, so maybe they've taken that step back.
Well, it's just the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's gone a bit closer to the keeper.
Do you think this game would be poised any differently if Northamptonshire didn't have that extra batter today? Obviously, Justin Broad carded at 9, where
yeah, I think
obviously he's replaced Sanderson.
Yeah.
I'd say respectfully to Sanderson, if Broad wasn't playing, I think we'd be talking about Sussex being well on top.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Again, just pressing forward. So McManus is just trying to put the pressure back on to Hudson Prentice. Just show no fear. Show some attacking intent.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? Finn's been on fire today. 4.4 overs. He's going at less than 2 and over.
Beautiful, beautiful bowling.
His colleagues, well, Crocom's gone at 8. Cavallas has gone at 7 3/4. Curry, unsurprisingly, has gone at 3.6. Carson at 5s. He's been miserly with the ball. He wasn't selected in their first squad of the year in the championship. They went in favour of George Garton, and Hudson Prentice came in as an injury replacement for George Garton in that particular game, and hasn't really looked back since. I said earlier, he's got 6 first-class 50s this year. He's got 17 wickets to go with that as well.
Wow.
And 60 odd on Friday, bowling like a dream today. Kind of what was Garton's loss in that game has certainly been Hudson Prentice's. I mean, and interestingly enough, I think he's got to be one of the oldest guys in that squad as well.
Yeah, and he's not old, is he? Was he 30?
27.
27,
Hudson Prentice.
really?
Yeah.
Without going through the whole lot, he might be the second oldest in that team at 27 years old.
That makes me feel very old. 27 is the second oldest. Wow.
Well, he's bowled brilliantly. That's for sure. 1 for 9 off 5 overs. Sensational figures. And it's Coles. Coming in now. So first time that we've seen Coles bowl today. First over. And just the energy, you can hear the clapping coming through, can't you? You can hear the Sussex bowlers, or fielders rather, really up and about.
Genuine all-rounder as well. James Coles, 17 wickets in his 13 list day appearances, coming at 26s. With his slow left armers.
It's interesting. Carson had bowled 9 overs. They've held one back. Although they haven't held one back, Phil, have they? Because it's a 45 over game.
Correct.
That was a deliberate way of me just explaining to anyone watching that actually it's 45 overs, 9 overs a bowler maximum.
It's incredibly well set up.
Thanks. I caught my own drop.
It's an away, and then a big in-swinger to take leg peg out of the ground, wasn't it?
Something like that.
First over from Coles, and it's a maiden. So that is a great start for the 19-year-old. Following on, Keough, McManus out there in the middle now. Keough on 10, McManus on 5.
Look at the rate, 6.4.
It's certainly creeping up. Well, that maiden will undoubtedly have helped.
Wow.
This has been really aggressive stuff. The energy, I think Port Farbrace is now, he's moving closer and closer to the commentary box. I know the way he loves to talk about cricket. I tell you what, he's going to be up here and he'll boot one of us out. But he's prowling and pacing on that boundary. Talking, he's just now having a chat to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's come down to field. Deep third. Oh, and he plays and misses, flirting with danger.
Good
is
delivery.
Keough. Great ball.
Good delivery, pitched and left him, I think. That's what we're going to see on the replay. As you said, Matt, he's edged down the wicket to try and interfere with the bowler's length, and Hudson Prentice was good enough to drag his length back, and it nipped away off the pitch. There's still a little bit of movement here. Good cricket. It's very, very well poised, this. Northants are going to have to play very well here, you know. They've got themselves in a wee bit of a hole.
Again advancing down, this time able to just turn it to square leg. So they'll pick up the 1 run. Fielder having to run an awful long way in from the boundary. That is the area where runs can be scored. And there's a huge gap from that fielder down deep square leg. but the man just moving to mid-on now. There's no one in that, almost a quarter of the field. But the offside is stacked, and that's where Hudson Prentice is trying to bowl to his field. So there's no run there.
Just about to say how brilliantly he was bowling to this field that's been set by Tom Haines. You say he's got very little to no protection on the leg side, which is how we saw Rob Keough get down the other end. He's gone outside his off stump and turned him into the leg side. He's bowling that kind of fourth, fifth, sixth stump line, just on it every single delivery at the moment.
And again, this time there is a misfield, so they're able to hair through for a quick single.
The other thing he's done really well, his line has been immaculate, but so is his length. You know, we used to talk to guys in this competition in particular, but it's sort of, it does bleed into the other comps, but in particular in this whole, you know, if you control your length, you can control the game, and they've bowled beautifully as a unit. Would have been very different with another hour of Prithvi Shaw, wouldn't it? He was making it look like a different game to these guys.
And now it was Keough just coming down the track a little bit, finding that bit of vacant territory on the leg side.
He's long gone, isn't he, Prithvi Shaw? And we've waxed lyrical about him throughout the course of the day so far, but I mean, I reckon I could come up with a pretty good argument to say that was the best 26 runs I've ever seen in my life.
It was up there, wasn't it?
It was pretty good.
Beautiful to watch. Very stylish young man.
Bowled again. He's hardly put a foot wrong as Hudson Prentice, and that's the end of another over for him. It's so tight. Given very, very little away. You can see there from those figures. It's just been outstanding.
Yeah, 6 overs bowled by Hudson Prentice.
I kind of feel now that the conversation is possibly, look, we've got to get Coles out of the attack. We've got to attack Coles. We've got to change their plans up. We can't just try and knock 6 runs and over off this, because there are not 6 singles and over available to us. The field is so well set. The bowling is so good. We're going to have to do something. And let's get into him when he's early in his spell.
Yeah, as I said, you do that kind of at your own risk, though. He's a genuine all-rounder.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Dan. I think he is a genuine all-rounder, as you say. The 2 men are up, mid-on and mid-off are up. And for me, going straight would be the sweep man is now out, so they've got a man on the sweep. Sweep will help you rotate the strike. You're probably not going to get too many boundaries off that. Where else are you going to get a boundary from?
Very true. I suspect of these two, it would be McManus that would be more likely and better suited to take the attack to James Coles than Rob Keough. We know that
I agree
that Rob can really get after it when he needs to, but he's a lot more of a watchful cricketer than McManus, and then, well, Taylor, who's carded next. But so you think it's a real kind of twist moment here for the Steelbacks, and try and give Tom Haines and Sussex that thought about bringing Crocombe back into the attack?
I think that's essential. That's a good shot.
He's created a bit of room, hasn't he? And he's beaten 2 fielders there. Long time since that last boundary came for Northamptonshire. Rob Keough's picked up 4, and he's moved to 135. The Steelbacks, I mean, it's not daunting. 108 from 97 balls, 135 for 5, but that second 5 in that score is the bit that's going to worry them. And I think you can see with the mindset that they've got at the moment, they don't need to take a risk, do they? I know you said you want to try and hit Coles out of the attack, but 108 off 96, 97 balls is not difficult, is it, in this day and age?
Well, you got to look at things in context of what of what's going on, and the run rate has only gone one way. You know, when Mel first mentioned the run rate was 5.02, and the run rate required now is about 6.4, something like that. It's 6.4. Of course not. You know, we see this knocked off very, very comfortably very often. What the difference is in this situation, and I'm really pleased that Sussex have done this for as long as they have, is that they've kept so many men within the 30-metre circle that singles and strike rotation are not really been readily available. And so if you want to get to the rate, you do have to take a greater risk. You know, it's kind of a pretty obvious argument. What you don't do is you don't go from 0 risk to gear 6. You know, you work through your options, so advance down the wicket, try and put them off length a wee bit, maybe go across a little bit, get one that's a bit straighter and so on, maybe go the other way, try and get one through extra cover, sit back and try and create some extra length on the delivery. So you can ramp you don't have to go kind of reverse sweeping or anything like that immediately. But there is a need to get somewhere near the rate. And in particular, I think the slow left armour, he's a good bowler, no doubt, but relatively inexperienced, is the one to try and bump him over the top a couple of times. What happens then? The man will go back and you open up your scoring options. So it's managed risk. I'm not saying let's go crazy. I'm saying let's just show a little bit more intent.
Yeah, Ari Cavallas then back into the attack from the David Capel end. He's replaced Hudson Prentice. Cavallas so far today 4 overs, none for 31. He was the main victim of that Prithvi Shaw onslaught, wasn't he, at the start of the day? But he's got chance to just dot up a couple of Northants batters here at the moment as they look to rebuild and build a partnership between Lewis McManus, the captain, and Rob Keough. McManus on strike. Sussex persisting with that slip. Tom Alsop still in play. So fielders outside the circle, one at deep third, one at deep cover. One at deep square and the other at fine leg. As McManus just drops that one into the leg side and picks up a single.
Yeah, the spell from Carson. Bowled his 9 overs on the bounce. Where are we? 9 overs, 2 for 45. So he went at 5 and over, but he got those he only went at 5 and over and picked up the 2 crucial wickets of Vasconcelos and Whiteman. That was a very impressive spell. I haven't seen fields like that for a very, very long time, if ever, really, in professional 50-over cricket. It was very different.
A single added to the score. Well, I wonder how much of that comes from the coach, and obviously was a massive part to that England white ball revolution under Bayliss and Morgan, as Pujara's down on the boundary edge, just signing a few caps and a few programs, which is nice to see.
Yeah, good lad. That's great. Well, you kind of think there's a lot of nous in these tactics, and the bowlers have backed it up, and the fielders have backed up the bowlers as well. But it probably comes initially from the coach, I would think. And it's sort of back in your hunches as well, isn't it? You know, he'll have seen Vasconcelos a few times, I'm sure he will have done, and he'll have been impressed with his stroke play and all the rest of it. But he will have also identified probably a little bit short on options against spin. Okay, well, let's really test that out. And go extreme on that, and they've done that really well. I wish captains would do that more. Ben Stokes does that really well. Some bizarre fields that are absolutely appropriate for the situation. Sometimes it's having the cricket nous to think about it, and the second thing is backing yourself to actually do it.
Yeah, sweep from Keough. It's a bit of bad on it.
He's a pretty good sweeper, Rob Keough. There's only one man out, so he's got one man to beat, but it's quite a long boundary, so he's covering therefore quite a lot of ground.
Powerful shot down the ground, takes on Pujara. He does the fielding, gets off strike, gives McManus the chance to face up against James Coles.
So there's a bit more intent. You know, hit the ball hard at mid-office, it's on the floor, so no risk, but take the single. Yeah. I know it's Pujara, not a great fielder, so we can get a run there, so that opens that up.
Yeah. Shorter from Coles, just fired that one in, hasn't he, towards the leg stump of McManus. Yeah, you're right, it's a pick your fielder, isn't it? But I suppose when you look around the Sussex side and you look at the youngsters everywhere, there's
not many poor fielders, are there?
Not hiding too many, which is fantastic for the Sharks. And it's a handy shot and a handy couple of runs for McManus. I'm not quite sure how it's got down there, but it's gone for 4. It's a bit of a hack, wasn't it, from McManus in the end?
Was it?
Don't quite know how it's got all the way down there. Inside edge, yeah. Just beats his own leg stump. There's that bit of luck that Proctor and Prithvi didn't get, and McManus has got it. So 4 for the skipper. 142 for 5, 101 needed from 86 balls and 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I like Coles. Started well here, hasn't he?
Bowling quick as well, 57, 58 mile an hour.
Just bowl quickly. Difficult to get down to. When I'd say difficult to get down to, I mean difficult to get down the wicket and hit over the top to, because he bowls at such a pace. And that last ball was a classic example of that, really. McManus deciding I'm coming down the wicket, but didn't really have the time to get to the ball. He adjusted well and knocked it into the offside for a single. But yeah, he looks a really good prospect.
Certainly does. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. Cavalas to continue from the David Capel end. 143 for 5 off 31 overs, 14 remain in the day. I suppose Sussex, if they get that up to pushy from McManus that time, back up to mid-on and no run scored. What would the run rate get up to for Sussex to start to be a little bit more, I don't think defensive is the right word, but to push some of the fielders out and say, well, you can go at 5 and over now because it isn't going to be enough for you? Does it get to 8 before Sussex maybe start thinking about
I'd
that,
say
or 9?
Less.
A bit less than that?
A bit less, yeah.
So it's about 7.5 now.
Yeah, well now, yeah, I'd say now.
Well bowled from Cavalas, a couple of dot balls at the start of his 6th over.
And with that, Slip's come out, hasn't he? Just as we've said, that Slip is out now into mid-wicket. Previously, there was no fielder between mid-on. He was the only man on the leg side saving a single. They've now got a mid-wicket in. Cover has gone out, so it's a more orthodox, if you like, traditional field now. The other thing is the guys who are in the ring, gee whiz, are they in the ring? They're really tight. You know, there's no doubt that they're on the single. I really like it. There's so much to like about the way Sussex have gone about defending this sort of modest, not a low total, it's a modest total, I would say. But they've shown real intent from ball one about how they're going to do that.
It's a big momentum change, wasn't it, after the rain break?
It was.
Really did swing in Sussex's favour. Bit of a push drive from McManus, takes a single, gets through. Chance for a run out, wasn't there? Clean pickup.
A little bit slow, wasn't he, reacting and getting it away?
Yeah, just a touch. As you said, they're so tight in this inside this 30-yard circle. There isn't an easy single out there. Run rate 7.3 now. 7.4, sorry. So it creeps quite quickly, doesn't it, at this stage of the game?
It really does.
Keough looking to create a bit of room, and Cavalas just follows him there and pushes that one into the offside and picks up a single.
Do you remember when in the first innings when I was getting very kind of hot under the collar about not having a man in the circle for the new batter? You know, this is the opposite. The way that Sussex have gone about it is absolutely the opposite. They've squeezed and squeezed and squeezed.
Chance for a run out again. Goes to McManus's end. And
yeah, he's out if that hits.
Yeah, I think he was a long way out, wasn't he?
Miles out.
But that's the pressure, isn't it? Starting to build on the Northants batters.
That's a poor run. I mean, I like the idea. We talked about it, didn't we? And you said picking your fielders, and he's picked the wrong fielder there, because if that hits the stumps, he's out by several metres.
Oh, I'm back. I ran downstairs to see if I could talk to Paul Farbrace, and he disappeared. I was very disappointed. After parking himself there for most of the innings.
I wouldn't take it personally.
I do take it personally. I'm highly offended, and I demand an apology.
He's a lovely man, isn't he? He is a lovely... What are we pointing at?
Paul Farbrace.
Oh, okay.
He's got about as far away from the commentary box as what he possibly can get, I think.
He knew I was coming
Is it just
down.
scaling the floodlights
It's
now?
when he stops there, isn't it? Just takes up station in front of the Spencer Lounge for a bit, and then I think you can take it personally. Oh, steady.
But I love it.
He's slowing down, which is the worry.
He wants to be as close to the action as he possibly can be.
Yeah.
I remember many years ago, early in my coaching time, I took a Northants under-15 team down to play Kent at Polo Field, I think it was, down near Canterbury. And Paul Farbrace was, I think, running... I don't think he was head coach. I think he was assistant coach or something at Kent at the time. It was a Sunday afternoon. Who's watching every ball? Paul Farbrace. And who came and found me after the game and wanted to discuss a few of my players and how they'd gone about things and what he thought. Paul Farbrace. And it was just great. You know, it was a guy, a senior coach. He didn't know who I was from Adam. Sought me out, came and said, "Oh, the keeper did that well. I thought that opening batter did that well. What about that guy? What do you think?" Yeah, okay, I get that. And that's a man of cricket, isn't it? Right there. And as Mel was saying, every time you come across Paul Farbrace, he just wants to talk to you about cricket and cricketers. A fabulous guy.
Yeah, so
I think he'd thrive in this England setup as well. You know, if he'd managed to sort of stick around for a while, I think this would suit him down to the ground. The more relaxed environment, I think.
yeah.
Well, you do feel like there's this kind of connection between what's happening with England Test cricket at the moment. When you go back to what happened to the white ball side, and part of the white ball revolution was inspired by Brendan McCullum, captain of New Zealand, when they came over, played in that 2 Test series in 2015, just after England's World Cup exit.
All sorts going on out there, but
Something happened.
something definitely happened. Firstly, James Cole was bowling incredibly well. He's just taken a bit of pace off there, hasn't
Yes,
it?
he has,
51
yeah.
miles an hour, and
Yeah.
McManus has gone for the sweep. It's ended up at first slip, but I think it might have got there on the bounce. That one's shorter, and it's gone up this time. I don't think it's going to race away. I think it's going to plug. Tom Haines does the fielding. McManus picks up a couple of runs. So
Here's my question, Dan.
yes.
When is he going to go over long off?
Well, Coles looks like he's targeting the pads, doesn't he? Targeting the leg stump. So
Open up the offside.
he's going to have to give himself a little bit of room to do that. But
He is.
it does feel like it's about the time to...
Held that back nicely.
like the touch paper, really, doesn't it? 95 off 74.
But just take a bit more risk. You know, as I said earlier, I'd go through gears of risk. Don't go crazy from nothing.
Mm. That is shorter, has pulled away. It's going to evade the fielder. He does
well fielded.
ridiculously well. I think that's Henry Crocombe out there, who kind of palms it back inside the rope and saves his team a couple of runs. If that is an image there to show how well and how intense Sussex have fielded in this second innings, there's no better example than Henry Crocombe there.
Brilliant work.
Absolutely brilliant. He actually timed his jump perfectly, leapt in the air, made sure feet were clear.
Just going to be one more added to the score. So is that going to frustrate Northamptonshire and Lewis McManus? Those bit of fielding, the 2 big shots from Lewis McManus, not picking up the boundaries. Is that going to worry them? Is it going to bother them?
Well,
7.7 and over.
That's a really good point, Reid, because those 2 balls that he scored 2 twos off were poorish balls, weren't they? They were kind of dragged down. He bowls a good pace, so you have to play a good shot. But they were balls that, at this level, you're not going to get too many balls to play with a cross bat against a spinner, and you have to hit those for 4. And if you don't, it builds pressure, and it feels worse than it really is in some ways. So he will have felt he's missed out on both those. They should both have been boundaries. He will be thinking that I'm not going to get too many more of those. I've got to put the poor ball away. What's the rate required at the moment? I'm looking for a number.
The rate
It's
is
7.7.
Yeah. 92 off 12. Ari Cavalas to continue from the David Capel end.
He's bowled well on his return. I think he's been impressive from the far end.
He has his 6 overs, none for 36. Just on the money, bit of an easier single that time for McManus. But I think that's where Sussex have just just loosened the field slightly, haven't they? Now they've got that run rate up above 7.5.
When you talk about those 2 balls, I mean, you're talking about, it only seems like 4 runs, but you get 8 off that over all of a sudden. You know, it keeps it just creeping down, but you end up getting 4 from the over, and it's still that uphill battle, isn't it?
Yes.
Nice shot from Rob Keough, but it's just going to be a single. Obviously, they've got power, and they've got a finisher to come in Tom Taylor. Fresh of 100 down at Gloucester on Friday, but they won't want to leave him too much to do. Justin Broad averaged 38 in the blast as well, and he's carded at 9, so 2 good batters to come.
Well, you sort of feel too now, both of these batters on 20, so they've had their chance. It looks like it can be tricky to get in. And that's well played again, just, oh no, they come back for 2. I thought they were just going to take the single, but that's actually really good running. Went hard on the first, made the second easier. But now McManus takes him to 22, Keough on 20, so they've had time to get themselves set now. And now's the time, really, without wanting to put too much pressure, because if you lose another wicket and you haven't moved the score on enough, it puts a lot more pressure on those coming after you.
Q-ender, Ronnie O'Sullivan-esque for McManus. Got a bit of chalk on that one.
I've seen those go straight to mid-wicket a few times.
That was a gift as well, wasn't it, Phil? A short ball, first one that's gone a bit too straight, and McManus just eyeing up that short boundary at mid-wicket. Cavallas got away with that one.
Mid-wicket, very close in as well. Catching position.
Flicked into the leg side. 1 bounce down to the fielder, deep square. It's the single added. Still just the 2 extras in this Sussex bowling innings as well. Brad Curry doing the fielding down there at deep square leg.
Yeah, it was the rain break, wasn't it? Northants came out after the rain break, really sloppy in their cricket. There was, I think, 5 or 6 extra balls bowled. Catches were dropped. A catch was dropped, I should say, just the one.
It's flicked into the leg side. It's just going to be 1 again. Picks out that man, Brad Curry, once more. Bit more proactive from the 2 Steelbacks batters as we get to the end of the 34th over.
That's interesting. Drinks are being run out. I don't know if anyone called for a drink. Maybe Lewis McManus. He's taking his jumper off. Okay.
Well, they had a fairly long chat at the, not the last over, but the over before. It was a fairly long chat. I think Fred Heldrick had run a drink and potentially some information out to the middle at that point. As you say, clearly he was just getting a bit warm, wasn't he?
Yeah, I did wonder when I saw him coming on with with the 2 drinks, and I thought they've not asked for drinks, whether it was a message, but it was the jumper. I think these 2 have played enough cricket that they probably don't need any interference from outside right now.
Absolutely. James Coles to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Flighted delivery, offered up, didn't he? That lofted shot down the ground. Keough elects to just play that one to short cover. Well, again, they take the single, this time straight to Tom Haines, and well run by the Steelbacks.
I've seen a couple of quick singles that could have been run out if there was a direct hit, but this is the problem with those boundary balls not coming, as they're being forced to take those quick singles. It's well bowled as well.
I like this fella, Dan. I like Coles. I think he's a good cricketer.
As I say, if you spend enough time on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now, you'll have seen people talking about James Coles and tipping him for a bright future. The people talking about the 2027 Ashes squad, aren't they? It seems to be, because that's all the England cricket fans are interested in, to be honest with you, is the Ashes. It's just, well, forget about any other international cricket. Can they win in Australia? And then if they can't do that, what are we going to do the next time Australia come over? And Coles was one of the names that was bandied about.
Well, England, of course, are going to India in January.
Tour, isn't it?
And they're going to need a few spinners. Moeen Ali's not going to be there. He said he's going to delete any messages from Ben Stokes should they come in.
How much money would you be prepared to... And it's gone. Keough's gone. Coles gets the wicket. Northants are 6 down, 159 for 6 off 35 overs. And Coles breaks this partnership that was getting into the 40s. Big wicket. Keough goes for 22.
Oh, hit it into his pad, didn't he? Inside edge into his pad. He was looking to go over long on. Inside edge into his pad, and it dribbled back onto the stump. So that's the 3rd play on. Yeah.
Yep, a day for the Dragons. And, well, if you are a spinner in England at the moment, one of the best ways to get the attention of selectors is by taking wickets. Coles has been miserly, has been really impressive.
You know, and this is no disrespect to Rob Keough, who I'm a very big fan of. It might not be the worst thing that because I think I guess this is Taylor coming in now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Less options really. You know, he bats where he bats for a reason. He's got less options, but the options he's got, he's very clear on.
Well, we saw that almost with the innings earlier, where the clarity that came in after the rain with a certain number of overs remaining, all of a sudden it just unlocked things, particularly for Cheteshwar Pujara. And all of a sudden the game was clear. Well, it's even clearer now when you're chasing. You know exactly what you have to do. You know how many overs you've got to do it in. At the moment it's 10, and you need 84 runs from it. So the equation becomes simpler.
The conversation in the middle between Taylor and McManus, I suspect, was probably along the lines of me and you again then, Skip. Change of bowling. Crocom's back in, so he's the guy that Sussex chose to target the first time around. 3 overs, none for 24.
Just the energy even coming through the effects mics from the Sussex fielders. It's tangible.
Good young outfit, isn't it? It's good to see. Good to see a young outfit. They're sticking together. They're in it together.
Straight up. I think that's going to be safe, isn't it? There's a fielder getting underneath it towards it.
A 6, I think.
Has that gone all the way?
I think it was
It's
6.
a short boundary down there. Supporters signal 6, umpire signal 6. McManus has, well, got a lot of air on it, but flicked it from outside off stump over mid-wicket for 6.
It was a funny one in that it went so high, it was actually deceptive as to how far it went, because I thought it was more aerial than it was long.
I did.
Oh, it's a great comeback from Crocom there, isn't it? Just beaten McManus for pace, I think, that time around.
It was a lot quicker, that delivery.
So he is the quickest guy on show today.
Gee whiz, that was 6 by about an inch.
Yeah.
Perfect club from the caddy.
I think there is a great chance it possibly went further up than it went. It went long. It's not the biggest of boundaries down that way, which is why Sussex have bowled on that line all afternoon. It's been a good comeback from Crocom, hasn't it, these 2 balls?
Yeah, he just got over length, didn't he? He's been back of a length predominantly, and he's dragged his length back better. They've bowled really, really well, these guys, haven't they?
Well, Hudson Prentice, we saw and commented earlier that he was bowling so well to his field, and when you set attacking fields, you have to trust your bowlers to be able to bowl to it. He thought about it.
He's going to get told off now. Yeah. Oh, no, he's not. No, the umpire had a stern look at him before. The ball's been thrown really to the next wicket, so it lands in the old foot ends where it's very shaved and mud. And the umpire had a long look at him. He's done it again, and the umpire had another look at him, but I thought he might go and have a chat with him. There's no excuse really for not getting it in the air from there. Oh, this
Quick
is tight.
single, chance for a run out. Oh, Tom Taylor makes his ground, but
I think he's
been
out,
very close, wouldn't it? And
I think he's got
that is not what you want to do. The man who scored 100 on Friday to run him out without facing a ball.
Get barbecued on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, they were almost celebrating.
It just looked like he was miles out.
So there you go, Phil. You made the point about it being quicker. That slower ball that McManus whipped for 6 was 70 miles an hour. The ball afterwards was 82.
Okay. That's a big change, isn't it? Wow.
He was toast.
He was out, wasn't it? I thought.
Yeah.
Did you say? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was gone.
Yeah. Jeepers creepers! How about that as a captain? You've just run out the finisher without facing a ball.
Well, they really need a finisher at the moment.
They need this guy, but I think Sussex need one of these two guys out. I've been praising them all the way. I'm blinking now. Sorry, Farby, I'm blinking. Get your man on the boundary.
I think Coles has bowled so well. I think he's given Haines the encouragement to keep the fielders up. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 17.
He's been hot, Coles, hasn't he?
Oh. You can't have both. You can either have hot curry or hot coals. You can't have hot coals and hot curry. That's just pushing it too far.
Well, if the coals are not hot, the curry's not hot, as we've talked about already.
Does feel a bit like going out with your best friend's ex, doesn't it? It's kind of
Brilliant.
seconds.
Not brilliant in that way.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to process that.
Lucky for us, Phil's here for the entirety of the One Day Cup, so can work on those puns throughout the rest of this season.
They don't need work, just repetition, and that's what they'll get.
Right, well, Tom Taylor's on strike. It's going to be his first look at James Coles. 76 required off 50 balls.
He is a straight down the ground man, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Tom
He's
Taylor loves a straight drive.
planted a few in that upper deck at the David Capel end during the T20 blast.
Ooh,
Quick
ooh.
run. Try and repay the favour for McManus,
exactly.
wasn't it, I think?
Wasn't
Here,
it?
Skip, you have a bit of that as well. See how you like it.
He was slow to react, McManus, but he's rapid over the ground.
Yeah, he's an athlete, isn't he, Lewis McManus?
He is.
Well, you do need hot coals for a barbecue.
Come on, now you're joining in. This is
terrible.
yeah,
I feel.
I could have sworn you were criticising it only recently, Mel, but now suddenly no, I'm in the tent. Okay, well you're very welcome.
Nice shot from McManus. That should be at least 2. I think it's just going to be 2, isn't it? Hudson Prentice does the fielding. Over bowled, 2 coming off the last ball. So 6 overs, 1 for 21 then for James Coles. McManus on 34, Taylor on 1, 73 or 48. That run rate for Northamptonshire. Well, I don't know actually.
Well, it's at this point. It's at this point
It's
where
gone on my screen.
it's 9.1 required, but once it gets to this point, I don't know if you guys do this. I actually stopped looking at the run rate because now I'm focused on balls remaining, and just knowing that if you clear the rope a couple of times at this point,
Helps.
it makes a huge difference.
It helps. 6 is huge, aren't they? I know
Couple of
that's an
boundaries.
obvious point, but they just make a massive difference.
But you know what I mean, don't
Yeah,
you?
I
When
do,
it gets
I
to
do, yeah,
under 50 balls,
I do. I remember I've just looked at my pad here and I wrote down the word intent, and I wrote that down when Vasconcelos was batting with Luke Proctor, I think. Did that happen? Did those two bat together? And we kind of just batted ourselves. We've painted ourselves into a corner. We've not really thought ahead and tried to get ahead of the rate. And this is what's happened. Credit to Sussex and the pressure they've applied and the skills they've shown. It looks a tough game to win for Northants from here, I have to say.
1 leg bye added to the score. I'm interested. I'm going to have a look in your notepad at the end of the game because I see cricket coaches wander around with and they just constantly taking notes on various different things. But I'm so curious as to see what actually gets noted down across the course of the day.
Well, you probably won't learn a lot, to be honest with you.
A few puns, no doubt.
More than one.
Well, that's a powerful shot by McManus. It's going to be well fielded as well by James Coles. You can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Couple of runs added to the score. McManus must be wondering, what have I said now?
I think there was a look of Are you going to say? Are you going to make a pun on Coles?
No, I wasn't. I was
Okay.
going to just comment on the way that he actually rolled out there, enabled him to get to his feet quickly and fire the ball in. It was really well done because it was a well struck ball.
It was. That is a kind of a technique that he's coached actually.
That's up, and McManus has chipped one down the ground to mid-on. Easy catch for captain Tom Haines. Henry Crocombe picks up his first wicket. He breaks this really important partnership and gets the Steelbacks captain for 36. It's 173 for
I want
7.
to jump on Mel's point there, and that was a brilliant bit of fielding by Coles in the outfield, wasn't it? Definitely saved too, and also put pressure back on McManus, who has not again hit a boundary. The next ball takes a bigger risk, cloths it to mid-on, and gets caught. And credit to the fielder for the previous ball, because that has certainly contributed to that dismissal, I think.
And you go back to the importance of the innings of Cheteshwar Pujara. The top score for Northants so far has been Vasconcelos' 37. And at times, Pujara seemed maybe a little bit pedestrian, as he's deceptively though, he kept the scoreboard ticking, and most importantly, he stuck around. And it's that ability to be able to convert the starts, because the next highest score for Sussex was 29. That was James Coles. So that innings from Pujara has stood out for so many reasons.
Well, he's read the script, hasn't he? He's kind of, part of his innings has been the way I play, and part of it has been, actually, this is appropriate for me to play this way. I'll catch him as best I can at the back end, but it's not easy to score here. The ball's not coming on. It seemed good. It's spun a bit. Yeah, let me be the glue. I'll hold it together. If we have a good strong finish, we'll get to a decent number. And although they didn't have the overs that they thought they might have at the end because the rain came along and foreshortened the innings, they did have a real ramp up at the back end. So he read it. He read this plate beautifully.
Yeah, well, this is Justin Broad in at number 9 for Northamptonshire, which I think is probably a little bit low for Justin Broad. So Northamptonshire won't be at all upset that he's walked out to the crease to join Tom Taylor. They need 70 from 43. What was he batting? 4-5 in the T20 Blast, I think, for most of that campaign. Batted 3 in the Championship as well. Averaged 38 in the Blast with the bat. So
he did really well, didn't he?
A very good debut season in the T20 Blast. So
he looks a white ball cricketer of the future for Northants. Well, hopefully for the present as well.
Absolutely.
In terms of this game.
It'll be the first time that you would have seen him bat, so see what kind of you pick up on his mannerisms and other movements at the crease.
Now you've intrigued me. It just shows though that the difference in setting a target and chasing a target. When we were at this stage of the innings with Sussex, and we were talking about players coming in the lower order, with Pujara being able to almost have a free swing because Pujara was there, and they could come out. And those little cameos of 20, 25 runs scored very quickly really helped things along. But there's a different feel and a different dynamic for the team that's chasing, because yes, a 21 cameo could take a big chunk out of it, but there's that added pressure when you're 7 down and you're chasing of it all collapsing. And then you've got someone coming in and bowling like Coles, making it very, very hard to score quickly or even score at all.
Taylor advances and it's a thick inside edge on that one. That can't have been far away from leg stump, I don't think. Bit of a life for Tom Taylor there. Coles has, as I said, been superb, isn't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end today.
So whereas Taylor predominantly wants to score down the ground, obviously he can score elsewhere. Broad is more of a square guy.
Yes. Yeah, he's a lot more 360, isn't he? He's not quite in the safe save levels yet with regards to that, but he's that kind of player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got some game. That is a very, very, very good run, by the way. Right in the middle of the two, and knew immediately it felt off the bat it was right. Good cricket, that. That's a guy who's in on 40. Rotates that well. That was very well played. I get excited about these small things.
We need a few big things, Phil, I think, in the next couple of overs.
Dropping runs aren't going to do it at the moment.
Okay, but it was nice cricket nonetheless. Nice cricket.
Hey, just a couple of cleared boundaries.
I'm looking for the positives.
They've just sent long on back.
Yeah, Tom Taylor's been eyeing that up, hasn't he? Down the ground, he takes the single on offer instead of the big shot. Pujara does the fielding. 67 off 37. It's certainly going to be an interesting finish, whether you're a Steelbacks fan or a Sharks fan. That's swept incredibly well by Justin Broad.
Yeah.
And is that going to beat Crocombe? It
No,
isn't.
it's not.
It's well fielded.
Again, that frustration and just not being able to find the boundary with some really good shots, and we've seen that again and again.
It gets to you, doesn't it? Any level of cricketer, if you don't think you're getting value for the shots that you're playing, it certainly starts getting to you. You start beating yourself up. You start thinking, do I need to hit this a little bit harder? Do I need to go again because I haven't picked up the 4 that I thought I was going to get?
I agree.
It plays on your mind.
And I think that was a real strong contribution to McManus's dismissal. The bit of fielding on the boundary by Coles that prevented what looked like a certain boundary. It was a poor ball as well, wasn't it? It was a short, wide ball, deserved 4, hit it really well. I've only got 2 for that again.
Well, there's only 6 overs remaining, and you feel like now the Steelbacks need 2 really good overs. 2 really good overs, and we could be in for a tight finish.
Yeah, Sunset Boulevard needs to be peppered. Cow corner. Oh, that's well bowled.
Well, when you're up in the block hole like that,
good luck. Yeah.
Well, I think Tom Taylor's more likely to go straight down the ground, isn't he, rather than bring that bottom hand into it.
where's
Yeah, he
Sunset
is.
Boulevard?
Just down in front of the bar, the chicken shop, the coffee van, Memsab as well.
Okay.
It's a beautiful setting on a T20 night. It's about 8 deep, full of Northamptonshire's finest. Couple of pints deep after happy hour here at 5 o'clock.
Northamptonshire's finest and their friends.
Nicely played by Taylor, who works that one into the leg side.
Well, that was in the Sunset Boulevard
Certainly was.
postcode,
You've got to go that way, I think.
but there's a fielder down there. Where does the sun set here?
Up there somewhere.
And he goes for it again, and this time the fielder has come up, so he does find 4 at Sunset Boulevard. And that's exactly what they need. We said they need a couple of big overs. Well, might this be the start of something? They've been frustrated. They've been playing good shots, these 2. On that occasion, Broad able to find the boundary and safely along the ground.
I feel like I shouldn't really do this, but I've got to. That wasn't the right time to bring that guy in, because it's boundaries now. Preventing boundaries is the game now.
Well, he's gone back there now.
He has.
The fielder. Oh, and he had no idea where that ball had gone.
That's beautifully bowled. A change up from Crocombe. Looked like it gripped as well. We'll see a replay of that. It was a really. The arm speed was very similar to normal, and the ball came out about 15 miles an hour slower. It completely stuffed Broad.
60 off 32, so we're getting to that dangerous period where we're almost at 2 runs a ball. Broad just clips that around the corner, but there is a fielder in the deep. They thought about a second. Might have been dangerous if they did. Again, the field is spread now. So after being attacking for so much of this innings, Sussex at one point off their spinners, they had just 1 fielder outside the ring. It was quite extraordinary to watch. But now they know it's about saving runs. And there's space there. He's cracked it hard, but again, with those fielders having dropped back on the leg side, on the boundary. There's no way through. Just a single.
Yeah, another over that you would say in the context of the game right now is a win for Sussex. It's not the big over that Northants need. It does look a hard pitch to just put your hand through, doesn't it? It really does.
Well, at some point you feel these batters know they need a couple of big overs as well, and at some point they're going to go. And it's basically a question of whether it comes off
It is.
or they get out.
Yeah, I think that's nicely put, and there's no point hanging around. We've got to go now.
And don't get prizes for coming second.
Correct.
In context of this tournament.
And again, there's a bit of a discussion now. The bowler with the ball in his hand is the left arm spinner Coles, and yeah, he's going to continue. Yeah, with 5 overs left, the left arm spinner still on. That shows again how Sussex have backed their young players.
And just a reminder, a 19-year-old
Yeah, well said.
teenager
Yeah.
handling the pressure has bowled brilliantly. 1 for 26 of 7 overs. Wow, that is extraordinary. 2 fielders. And that ball just slips straight between them. Like a thief getting between 2 bars. Oiled up, straight through. That is a terrific shot on the reverse.
It's a shot that's going to take Tom Haines and Sussex a little bit by surprise by
No
Tom
doubt.
Taylor. I think they'd have been all planning for that to go down the ground, and that reverse sweep might have just given them something to think about. Interesting to stick with the spinner though. Brad Curry's got 4 left, Crocombe 3, Hudson Prentice 3.
Oh, that's 5 wide now.
Oh, and that's where we spoke about the teenager and handling the pressure, and he's bowled beautifully. Has Coles, but maybe just a little bit discombobulated by that reverse sweep. Getting through those 2 fielders back with the point. He's just straight there. That's probably the first really bad ball he's bowled all day.
No doubt, yeah. And you feel for him a wee bit for Northampton. That's 9 off 1 ball effectively for Northants, so it couldn't be much better.
Oh, and then he goes reverse again. This time, he doesn't try to split the fielders. He goes straight over the top. 6 runs.
Wow.
Sunset Boulevard. Is this one of the big overs that the Steelbacks need to get them home? That is a glorious shot. He has played 2 superb shots with the reverse sweep, Taylor.
He's loving his cricket at the moment, isn't he, Tom Taylor?
He
The
really is.
whole Sussex committee have made their way over towards James Coles. Is there a change in plan? Is there a change in tactic? There isn't. The field stays exactly the same.
Oh, wow, that surprises me.
The thing is, he hardly seemed to put any power behind that shot.
Yeah,
Hardly any.
that's 4 more.
Well, this is incredible from Taylor.
That was really accomplished batting, that, wasn't it? He just knew the line of he read the ball so early. People are going to be swinging themselves off their feet to try and hit boundaries here, and he's okay. There's a lot of pace on that ball. I just need to get something on it to beat the short fielder on the leg side on the 45, and he got it inside him. It's always going to be 4 there. This is a huge over, isn't it?
And
That's good
now
cricket.
let's just complete the set with a very nice drive. Just gets the single. Taylor moves on to 20 of 14, but the big number, the runs to win now 38 of 26. I said they needed 2 big overs. Well, they might have just needed 1.
If it's that big, yeah.
Oh, it's gone up
That's
in the
safe.
air, but it's safe. He again goes for the reverse. This time it's Broad, and he cashes in as well. 4 runs. And
So that's 24 off 5 legal balls so far.
Coles has still not finished his over. 24 off it so far. This has been quite the turning point. You feel a bit for the 19-year-old. It's a difficult situation. He might have been a bit rattled by the way Taylor played the first couple of shots. Bit of tinkering now with the field.
Yeah, long on has come up. Oh, he's hit that really well. It's gone straight to the fielder.
But they still get through for a single, so 25 off the over. That is a big over. Unfortunate for Coles, who has been terrific all day. But now the equation, 33 to win off 24. And they were almost at 2 runs a ball before that over. So it could be a real turning point in this match.
Yeah, if Northants win the game, then that's the over, isn't it? Okay, quite simply. And that's really unfortunate for Coles. He's had a really good game, bat, ball and in the field. He just happened to be the man bowling that over at that point that got targeted, and the options came off for Northants. So from a Northamptonshire perspective, fantastic. But actually, Coles will learn from that. He'll come back stronger as a result of that, win or lose.
Absolutely. We've seen he's got too much talent not to. He'll put this in the memory bank, and the next time he's bowling, defending a target, he'll remember it. It's guided down nicely, just open the face of the bat. There's a single down there to Pujara.
I suppose we've praised Sussex with their investment in youth throughout the course of the day so far. Tom Haines now potentially looking around for a bowler with a bit of experience, and potentially isn't really there in this Sussex team at the moment. Hudson Prentice is just getting loose at backward point, but got youngsters all the way through, and there's a lot of bowlers there that have got overs left in them. But he elected to go for James Coles. He's elected to continue with Henry Crocombe, who's going at 6.5 and over as well. Interesting, Brad Curry, as I say, he's got 4 left. He's only bowled 5 overs, 2 for 18. Maybe he doesn't get as much movement with the older white ball being. Hudson Prentice has got 3 himself. Cavallas has got 2.
Oh, that's hit hard. That's hit straight. And that's gone all the way for another boundary. Well struck by Broad.
He's such a powerful cricketer, isn't he?
Well, there was a ball from Crocombe in his previous over where they brought the man in from deep mid wicket, and Broad hit a boundary exactly where that fielder had been brought in from, and it kind of got Broad going a little bit. And Taylor. That was Taylor. That one. Yeah.
I got it wrong.
Yeah.
This is me being new to Steelbacks. Takes a big swing as it.
That's fine. It's really hard though, isn't it? I think it's really hard if you don't know the players. It's really difficult.
Well, I've learned a lot today. Let's put it that way. It's great to come and see actually teams that I don't get to see so often.
But what I was just saying there, Broad in the previous over from Crocombe, Broad hit a boundary through the leg side when the fielder had been brought in from that boundary position. It just got Broad going a little bit, started the momentum, and then that huge over. Credit to Taylor in that over. How well did he play?
And there's a lot of vacant territory out there. They're coming back hard for the second.
Yeah, he's rapid.
But that was good running. They get the 2 runs from it. There's a lot of space out there. The field out on that side. 26 off 19. This might be quite tight.
The crowd have just come back in. I don't know where they've been, down to Amundsen Park to have an ice cream or something. They've just come back in and started, but they were very quiet for the last 2 hours, weren't they?
Well, it's been a terrifically entertaining match today. Taylor goes aerial, and it goes all the way for another 6. Taylor wants to bring this one home in front of the home crowd, who are really enjoying this. He was brilliant down in Cheltenham, and he is backing up here today. Straight down the ground, over long on. Another 6, and we're down to 20 off 18. Barely even moved. He knew that was 6 from the moment it left the bat.
It wasn't absolutely in the slot, was it, either? It wasn't a drop kick straight, it wasn't an absolute slot ball that a lot of players hit for 6. It was kind of bail high. It's a difficult ball to strike that cleanly, that far.
Brought the 50 partnership up with that 6. 50 off just 26 balls between these two. Dangerous combination at 8 and 9 for Northamptonshire. Taylor at 8, Broad at number 9. As I say, you make that change to bring him in for Sanderson. He's obviously got that injury, which is why he's not played, but I don't think you'd I don't think otherwise you choose to have Broad at 9, but you must look at the rest of the squad and go, well, who do we move otherwise?
Who does he? Yeah, for sure. He could bat anywhere, really, couldn't he? In that.
Taylor at 9 after 100 at Gloucester sounds criminal, doesn't it?
Yeah. Nobody was going to tell him that, were they?
No.
Well,
8 and then run.
Well, Hudson Prentice bowled 6 overs, 1 for 12. Responsibility. First ball is a wide. So that brings it down to 19 off 18. He's been outstanding again. I've seen some really good bowling performances in spells in this game, but now still 18 balls remaining. There is no room for error, especially with Taylor and Broad in this mood. Thought about the drop and run, thought better of it. So that's a good comeback from Hudson Prentice.
Bought themselves a little bit of time again, haven't they? They've kind of not broken the chase, but they've dragged themselves back into this, and they've just given themselves maybe 2-3 balls that they don't have to look to score from. So it's been really good from Taylor and Broad as well. Broad playing the supporting role, 14 off 11.
There's an argument for a mini squeeze here as well from a Sussex perspective to bring more men in, because it can be won in ones and twos now, and there's plenty of gaps out there.
That's brilliant by Ollie Carter, wasn't it? Just quickly, just picking that one up off the pads.
And that's it before, how quickly it can change, where only a few overs ago you were looking at those little ones and twos and they just weren't cracking it. You just needed that 1 or 2 big overs, and it came in that over of Coles. That's well stopped. Oh, they're going to go for the run.
And they're going to get in.
They're going to get it. Taylor saw that Hudson Prentice had stopped the ball. It had dribbled away. And that's what you call aggressive running. I don't think Broad knew what was going on, but he realised in time.
He responded quickly was the best thing he did there, because he would have been thinking about getting back in because the ball deflected off the bowler's hand and he could have been run out had it gone onto the stump. So he's got to make his ground. But then he hears yes and had the presence of mind just to respond quickly.
So it's Broad on strike. Unable to get that one through. Dot balls. Adding ever more pressure. Just one boundary though. 1-6. And you feel they're almost home.
And the way Taylor's seeing the ball as well, you kind of think he could almost win it off his own bat, to be honest.
Yeah, almost wondering if it was the right move to take that quick single. Is it one where he needs to be on strike, but it's Broad?
Oh, slower ball.
It's just the single that they'll get from it.
I think he's going to really trust Justin Broad to bat with him. I don't think there's an issue with Taylor needing to do the work all himself. He's going to really trust Justin to.
Yeah. Well, he's a proper batter, isn't he? Yeah. He's in the side as a batter. He bowls a wee bit. I guess all I'm saying is the way that Taylor is playing, he could.
Yes.
Potentially just do it on his own. But no, he has to bat properly in a partnership.
And there's space out there. 2 fielders converging. They're coming back for the second. They're going to get there easily because the throw is a little bit wayward from Coles. Takes it down. 14 needed off the last 12 balls. So good work by Prentice. Hudson Prentice. I've got to get my double barrel surname right. Get it around the right way.
And he's off. That's it. He's had his bowl. He's off.
I don't know whether he might need to change the tyres. He had a bit of a look down at his boots, I think, at the end of that last over. So I don't know whether he needs a quick change. I suspect he'll probably bowl the last over, won't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And
yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
Is that Curry that's going to bowl from? No, it's Cavallas, isn't it? Cavallas is going to bowl from the David Capel end.
Curry's gone off the menu, hasn't he?
Oh.
I mean, all I hope is Somerset don't bring anybody along with any food-related cricketers on Wednesday.
Wow.
Have to have a quick look at their squad. Do some work on it.
Me and Mel look at batting averages and form and things like that, and Rory sat there at home going, "How could I? What does that rhyme with? What could I?"
Actually, I'll get hold of Jack Brooks. He'll have plenty for me. He'll hopefully be
Ghostwriter.
He'll be playing here on Wednesday, hopefully.
14 off 12 is the equation. Carvelis. Oh, he's reversed the bat again.
Wow.
Didn't get hold of it. Somehow, Broad has survived. Just popped over the fielders.
Got away with that, really.
Did get away with that.
That's a big option at this stage. With less than, well, it's about, what is it, run a ball. They're just over run a ball. To play a reverse pull shot with 2 men on that shot is a big option. I think Northants got away with one there.
Well, means there's 13 required for the last 11. Oh, this time he goes for the regular pull, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs.
Good catch in the crowd.
Great catch in the crowd.
Great catch in the crowd, but most importantly, 6 runs. Taylor again. He has been brilliant.
He has been brilliant. Well,
Glorious shot. Doesn't overhit it. Makes it look so effortless. And all of a sudden, 7 required off 10. Taylor. Is this tailor-made for victory for Northants? Well, he's content to get the single. 6 from 9.
Can we just talk about that catch as well?
that was a great catch.
That was absolute buckets by the young lad in
He
front
looked
of
about
men's
6
sub.
years old, that kid catching that.
Did not flinch at all. Taylor smoked that one over mid-wicket.
Here we go. We're going to see a replay now. Just get that man a
Oh,
contract.
Thanks very much.
That's a nice catch. Good little celebration. well fielded, young man.
There'll be more celebrations here if Northants are able to get these final 6 runs with 9 balls remaining. They looked like they were almost down and out at one point. A few points. Oh, he's gone up underneath it, and that's all the way. And Broad finishes it with a 6. That is absolutely brilliant finishing from Taylor and Broad. They were well behind the run rate required, but this pair have come together brilliantly at just the time needed. Taylor with 42 off 23, and then Broad. Well, that was an enormous stroke to finish on.
Sussex can't believe it, can they? They
No,
look
they can't.
shell-shocked
They do look shell-shocked.
in the field.
It sort of escalated quickly, didn't it? That?
Yeah, on their haunches almost, on the, what, a battering by those two at the end. You lose a game of cricket having your number 3 score 100, your bowlers going at, a couple of your bowlers going at 3 and over in that as well. And I mean, Tom Taylor must be seeing that cricket ball like an absolute beach ball at the moment. And I'd said Justin Broad, it was low at 9. He's a proper batter. He's played a couple of shots there and proven that point. That's the biggest 6 of the day by a distance, isn't it?
Confidence, wasn't it? He had confidence in his partner. Got himself going. How well is Tom Taylor seeing the cricket ball at the moment? I mean, they were extraordinary shots. They weren't terrible deliveries, you know. I mean, the bowler will say, yeah, well, I was a little bit full, or maybe a little bit. But he took 1-6 down the ground off bail height from an 80+ mile an hour delivery, which is, you know, that takes some doing. The reverse sweep, as you said, Mel, was effortless and carried all the way for 6. And the over of 25, but that really broke the game open. You know, Tom Taylor just said, okay, now's the time I'm going to win the game, and did it. And it just looked as though he was in absolutely no doubt of what he was going to do.
Yeah, the confidence there coming up from a magnificent performance down in Cheltenham against Gloucester. But just interestingly, you look through that innings, and Tom Taylor was easily the top scorer, 42 off 23. there was starts by a number of batters in that chase. No one could stay out there. No one could keep it going. And they'd fallen what you felt like was almost too far behind the run rate. Remember this match being reduced to 45 overs a side after that earlier rain, but they just timed their attack perfectly. And poor James Coles, you do feel a bit sorry for him. He was the one in the firing line, and they just played him beautifully.
Yeah, and
impressive.
no criticism of him either. He was just on at the wrong time, wasn't he, really?
Yeah.
And to be honest, Taylor took all the bowlers down. When all the bowlers he faced, he took down one like the other. So no criticism of James Coles there, who has shown the Northamptonshire crowd that he is a cricketer of the future with bat and ball and in the field. I thoroughly enjoyed the game. It was an unusual game of cricket for so many reasons, and for that reason alone was a really interesting watch.
It certainly was, and it feels like it's a completely different day to the one that started. Quite a lot of gloom as well. When you think back to Sussex deciding to bat first, they batted in the gloom and ended up fielding and bowling under blue skies. But they were, you have to say, in a terrific position. And you could feel that energy coming from them as well. They were all over them. But, gee, having the finishes that this Steelback side has could be very crucial in this tournament. They know that they can bat deep like that, challenge sides.
Middle order is an issue, though. I think the middle order hasn't fired again. That's 2 games. It's only 2 games, but it's 2 games back to back, and they've been got out of jail really on this one by Tom Taylor.
Well, also what they will be hoping is that Prithvi Shaw showed a glimpse of what he can do in this, and he was then out, so that was brought. But the aggression that he showed up early, I think if he's the sort of player that if he can actually get through that first phase and build up a proper innings, he could actually take games away from other teams quite early on. And that boost he gave them at the start, even though he got out, it put them ahead early, even though the middle order sort of fell away a little bit. They at least had that first 5 overs where they were well ahead of things. So those runs still important in the context of things when you look at a game that was won by 3 wickets with 8 balls remaining.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, boundaries only really, apart from Shaw, we'll put Shaw to one side and come back to him, Prithvi, sorry. Apart from that, which we'll come back to, boundaries only really came when real risk was taken, wasn't it? Significant risk. So it was a difficult pitch to score at the required rate on throughout, which makes Tom Taylor's finishing just even more incredible. It wasn't a flat wicket, It's not like he's batting on a road there. The wicket's been difficult for most players to score on quickly throughout the game. He's come in and just said, I'm going to win the game now, and went on and did that. But yeah, for sure, Prithvi, excuse the pun, not intended, Prithvi Shaw's stroke play at the top of the innings was a joy to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And it's been a brilliant day here at Wantage Road. More so because the Steelbacks have come out on top, as Mel's just said, beating the Sharks by 3 wickets with 8 balls to spare. We've seen a Chesteshwar Pujara 106 not out of 119 balls. We saw a brilliant opening spell from Jack White, 3 for 29 off his 9 overs. And we've seen, well, you watch Prithvi Shaw and you go, I can see why this lad can score a double 100 in list A cricket. And Tom Taylor's finishing 42 not out of 23 balls to win the game for the Steelbacks, 243 for 7, chasing 241 to win. We are back on Wednesday for the game against Somerset. Mel, thanks for your company today. And Phil, thank you for your company and all your magnificent puns. We're looking forward to more.
There was, it spread. It spread. Mel came in with some late in the day as well. I'm so pleased about that.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you Wednesday.